Chapter 1 Pocket Money Give Me 10 Trillion? Stormy night. Lightning and thunder outside. The house was dark. A little loli hugged Lin Feng's arm and looked at him pitifully. Brother, I'm afraid of. Lin Feng touched the cigarette case and drew a cigarette out, shaking his hand and lighting it. Little friend, I'm more afraid than you. Am I not the only one in this dormitory who is stepping on the horse? Who are you? The little loli let go of Lin Feng's hand and laughed lightly. I am the system that the host has been longing for. As the words fell, the little loli turned into a ray of light and entered Lin Feng's mind. Phew. The sky was slightly bright. Lin Feng touched the sweat on his head. Was he just dreaming? So realistic. Hello host, just now was not a dream. Lin Feng. Hello host, welcome to activate the Divine Magnate signing system. This system will serve you wholeheartedly in the future. Lin Feng shook his head and pinched his thigh again. Hiss. It hurt like hell. It wasn't a dream? He really activated the system? You're really a system? I can activate the system too? That's right. The host has been reading novels for a long time, so the heavens decided to give the host a creation. Lin Feng's consciousness sank into his mind and once again met that little loli from last night's dream. This system of yours, does it have any functions? Is it like the novels I've been reading, giving me tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars or something in the opening? It's small. Lin Feng lifted the quilt and took a closer look. Which is smaller? System. I mean, the host's pattern is small. I don't know what to say. This system will give the host a bigger surprise. Ding, the host has just activated the system and is giving the host a newbie gift. Is it time to open the newbie gift pack? Lin Feng nodded and opened it. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining pocket money of $10 trillion. It has been deposited for the host in the top black card in the International Union Bank. The black card has been placed on the table for the host. Tip, this black card has the highest level of authority. The host does not have to worry about any limit problems, anytime, anywhere. Want to spend on spending. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a double enhancement of body function and face value. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a chance to become the schoolgirl's benefactor. The system sounded a series of beeps, and Lin Feng was still a bit unresponsive. A moment later, Lin Feng picked up the black card on top of the table and bound his various accounts. Individual, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion, oh my god. System, are you sure this is pocket money? How can there be $10 trillion of pocket money? Host, it's small. Lin Feng once again lowered his head, after confirming, System, are you eyes have a problem? System. I'm saying that the host's pattern is small, in the future money is merely a number for the host, so 10 trillion is not an exaggeration to say it's pocket money. After a few more moments, Lin Feng slowly accepted the $10 trillion. He then continued to look at the remaining two rewards inside the novice gift pack. Double enhancement of body functions and face value? Lin Feng looked at himself in the mirror. He hadn't worked out for a long time, the muscles that had gradually disappeared had returned, and it was a perfect body type that appeared skinny in clothes and meaty out of clothes. There is also the face value. Lin Feng originally belonged to the school grass level looks. In the beginning of the school military training time, confession wall above also appeared a lot of confession Lin Feng people. After being strengthened, Lin Feng didn't have the slightest problem with direct casting now. Finally, Lin Feng landed his eyes on the last item in the newbie gift package, becoming the benefactor of the school flower. Without waiting for Lin Feng to ask, the system gave an explanation ahead of him. Become the benefactor of the school beauty. Qizhou University's #1 school beauty Su Yushu's father suddenly fell last night, hit the back of his head and went into the hospital, and is now in urgent need of $500,000 in medical expenses. Su Yushu's family's condition is already very poor, not to mention $500,000, even if you take out $5,000 at once, it's still very reluctant, so the host has the opportunity to help Su Yushu and become her benefactor. Current location of Su Yushu, in front of the intensive care unit on the 3rd floor of the Qizhou People's Hospital. System warmly prompts, please host to leave as soon as possible. Lin Feng immediately got dressed and prepared to go to the hospital. After going out, Lin Feng locked the door to his room. The remaining 3 roommates in the dormitory had all gone out for internships and hadn't stayed in the dormitory recently. After going out of the school, Lin Feng, how to say, is also a person with $10 trillion, go out of course is to take a taxi, but maybe now the time is a little early problem, the whole 10 minutes there is no one to take the order. In the end, Lin Feng had no choice but to go to the bus station and take a bus. Thankfully, the bus could also go straight to the hospital, and the car Lin Feng was going to take came just as he walked to the station. After getting on the bus, Lin Feng found a seat at the back and sat down. In the car, Lin Feng opened his shopping cart. What's the first thing to do when you have money? Of course it is to buy all the things that you wanted to buy before but did not have the money to buy. Fruit 13 Pro Max 1TB, 12,999, buy. Far Peak Blue, Graphite, Silver, Gold, buy one of each color. Fruit Computer MacBook Pro Top, 26,499, buy. Buy 2, 1 to watch dramas and 1 to play Plants vs. Zombies. Alien Laptop Top of the Line, 44999, buy. Buy 2, 1 to play games, the other to follow the spin. Sony WH-1000XM4 headphones, 2099, buy. Too cheap, buy 7, change 1 a day, 7 days a week. Fruit Tablet Pro, top of the line, 5G version 2TB, 18499, buy. Buy 12, watch 12 episodes at once when watching dramas, save time. Limited edition sneakers, 12999, buy. Buy 30 pairs, 30 days a month, 1 pair a day, no repetition. Hasselblad camera, 358,888, buy. Buy 3, even though Lin Feng doesn't take pictures, he just wants to buy them. I've always wanted to buy a hand puppet, 1099, buy. Buy £10, if you can't put it in your house, buy another house and dedicate it to it. Lin Feng a meal consumption, the heart is unusually happy. Finally did the math, Lin Feng spent 3,207,800 yuan for such a short while. Also calculated the proportion of this money in the $10 trillion. Calculated according to 3.3 million, 3.3 million 100,000 billion. Approximately equal to 0.00000033. Equivalent to 1 in 3 million. Calculating like this, it seemed like it wasn't even 1/9 of a cow. Even if Lin Feng did nothing for the rest of his life and spent money every day, he wouldn't be able to spend it all. That's without considering the interest. If the interest is taken into account, according to the interest rate of 5% a year, the interest generated by $10 trillion a year is $500 billion. Translated into monthly interest is 41.67 billion, daily interest is 1.38 billion, hourly interest is 57 million, minutely interest is 950,000, and secondly interest is 15,800,000. Which meant that for every 2 times the second went by now, Lin Feng had $30,000 in his pocket. Just now buying something, Lin Feng spent about 5 minutes and spent more than $3 million, but in those 5 minutes the interest alone came in at $4,750,000. Thinking about this, Lin Feng had an incomparably pleased smile on his face. What he wanted was this feeling of not being able to spend it all. This feeling is one word, cool. After emptying the shopping cart, Lin Feng opened his backpack and took out a somewhat old notebook from inside the bag. This notebook was Lin Feng's grudge book that he had kept from middle school until now. Who said that protagonists don't hold grudges? After having the system, the anger that Lin Feng had suffered from before, he wanted to get it back one by one. Turning over the first page of the notebook, was the first name Lin Feng wrote down. Chapter 2 I'll pay for the surgery. The first name on the top of the notebook was Lu Shua. He is Lin Feng's junior high school classmates, but also roommates. The beginning of the relationship between the two people can be considered, although not very good, but there is not too much contradiction. But Lu Shua, this person is a kind of typical bitch, cause Lin Feng will Lu Shua recorded to the grudge book above. The reason is a time Lin Feng's mother to buy a pair of shoes for Lin Feng, that is a pair of imitation shoes, and is a very low-grade imitation. Later on, after that kind of shoe had been widely spread, someone named it Stinger. At that time, Lin Feng didn't know anything about the brand of this kind of shoes, so after his mom bought new shoes for him, he wore them to school happily. On that day, after Lu Shua discovered Lin Feng's shoes afterward, a very exaggerated smile appeared on his face, then he clapped his hands for the whole class to be quiet and brought Lin Feng to the top of the podium. Everyone was quiet for a moment, the eyes of the whole room converged on Lin Feng. Look at the pair of shoes under his feet, there was even a hook on the top of the pair. Is this Nike? This should be called an assassin, right? Ha 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 ha. At that time, this matter caused a lot of psychological damage to Lin Feng, and also led to a period of time Lin Feng very low self-esteem. Although in the current Lin Feng's opinion, it was a trivial and insignificant matter, but when placed on himself during his junior year, it wasn't a trivial matter. So, revenge was inevitable. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curved into an arc as he continued to look at the notebook. The second name on the notebook was Just as Lin Feng was flipping through the notebook, the system suddenly rang again. Ding, host, don't forget to sign in today. Oh, every day the host will have a chance to sign in. Every time you sign in there will be different surprises. Oh. Lin Feng froze, suddenly remembered that at the time when the system was first activated it did seem to be called the Godly Host Sign-In System. Lin Feng's consciousness sank into the system space and signed in. Ding, congratulations to the host signing in successfully, obtaining 51% of the shares of the world's top 500 enterprises Huarong Group and 100% of the voting rights. The host has substantial control over the Huarong Group. In order to allow the host to better control the Huarong Group, the system has specially prepared a personal secretary, Lu Xin, and a professional manager, Zhang Lei, for the host. As his consciousness sank out of the system, Lin Feng's mouth revealed a smile. Huarong Group? Familiar can't be more familiar. As a local of Qizhou, Lin Feng was naturally no stranger to Huarong Group. As the leading company in the city and even the entire Shanbei province, Huarong Group covered a variety of industries and had a market capitalization of over $100 billion. The biggest dream of graduates from Qizhou University, where Lin Feng is from, is to work for Huarong Group. Lin Feng internship originally considered the Huarong Group. The results of the CV after the cast is like a stone sinking into the sea, did not receive a reply. But now Lin Feng has become the sole controller of Huarong Group. This world is so magical. After a short time, the next stop of the bus arrived. The 25 bus reminds you that the China World Trade Center has arrived. Please get on the bus at the front door and get off at the back door. Please swipe your card when you get on the bus, and the next stop is the Qizhou People's Hospital. After the bus opened its doors, a whole bunch of people came up immediately. Senior citizen card. Senior card. Student card. Get on the bus. A large number of people came up, most of them were elderly, and the few remaining empty seats on the bus had owners. But the last old lady to come up was a step behind the last available seat. Seeing the standing old lady, Lin Feng just wanted to give up his seat, but before he could move, a person next to the old lady stood up and waved at the old lady. Auntie, come sit on my side, I'm getting off at the next stop. The old lady smiled and sat down, and the young man who gave up his seat climbed up. How old is the child? How old is the child? Egu, you look so young, you don't even look like you're in your 40s, but your kid is 26. The guy who gave up his seat. Lin Feng sat at the back of the car, and saw that the guy's face was clearly remorseful. The old lady saw that the young man no longer answered, and did not continue to gossip. Then thank you, old brother. Ah. The young man's face darkened. You are welcome, this is what you should thank. Many people on the bus could not help but laugh. After about 5 or 6 more minutes, the Qizhou People's Hospital station arrived. Lin Feng got off the bus with that black-faced young man and walked into the hospital's door. After entering the hospital, Lin Feng followed the hints given by the system and came to the entrance of the intensive care unit on the 3rd floor. Just after arriving, Lin Feng saw that figure that he had met many times in school, Su Yushu. At this moment, Su Yushu's eyes were red, there were still teardrops and dark circles at the corners of her eyes, her face was pale, obviously she had cried many times to get that look. Before Lin Feng could approach, a nurse walked up to Su Yushu. Is it Su Xinggui's family? Now the patient's situation is very bad, the operation is now very uneventful, now need to mobilize the equipment of the second hospital to come over. You surgical fees raised yet? Su Yushu's face revealed a panicked look. I have not. Nurse a little impatient, how so long have not raised? When the patient was first brought here, because of the emergency situation, the operation was carried out without letting you pay the fee, and now if you don't pay the fee, there is no way for the new equipment of the second hospital to be transferred over, and there is no way for the operation to be continued. Your father. I have already borrowed as much as I can, but I really haven't raised 500,000 yuan yet, so can you give me a few days grace? Can you give me a few more days to do the surgery for my father first? Su Yushu was already on the verge of crying out. The nurse shook her head. Girl, I am also a child of a poor family, I understand you very well, but this kind of thing is not something I can decide, and there is no way to mobilize the equipment over without paying the fee, at most until this afternoon. If you can't pay the fee, it may be your father's life, alas. Su Yushu's face written with despair, she borrowed all the money of relatives, but only raised less than $50,000, from the surgery fee of 500,000, even less than 1/10. Is it possible to see her father lose his life because there is no way to continue the operation? At the moment of Su Yushu's despair, a tall figure stood in front of her. I'll pay for the surgery. Nurse, take me to the payment place. Chapter 3 Brush up a million. Su Yushu's complexion gave a start and looked at this tall figure blocking her front. Lin Feng turned his head and his eyes met Su Yushu. Su Yushu wanted to say something, but her mouth was covered by Lin Feng with his fingers. Tian will talk later, I'm going to pay the bill first, nurse, take me. When the nurse saw that there was someone who could help Su Yushu pay the bill, her heart was also happy, she was also very sympathetic to this beautiful girl. Come with me, the place to pay the bill is on the first floor. Before Su Yushu could react, Lin Feng had already left after the nurse. The place to pay the bill was on the first floor, but when Lin Feng passed by the second floor, he saw a familiar face inside a room, the young man who gave up his seat on the bus. A doctor in a white coat was touching his stomach. Lad, what do you feel now? The young man murmured, I feel someone touching my stomach. Doctor. What happened next Lin Feng did not know. He had followed the nurse to the payment office on the first floor. Su Xinggui's surgery fee 500,000 yuan, in addition to the mobilization of equipment from the second hospital to also need to cost, add up to 580,000 yuan, this side of the swipe card. Lin Feng took out his black card and asked before he swiped it, this patient shouldn't be able to be discharged immediately after the surgery, right? He should be hospitalized for a period of time, right? He should have to pay the bill by then, right? The nurse froze, she didn't expect Lin Feng to ask this. Yes, Su Xinggui's condition is very serious, he must be hospitalized for observation. Then let's swipe more, as a hospitalization for observation after his surgery is over, as well as the follow-up treatment costs, swipe 1 million, more refunds and less compensation, okay? Yes, sir, no problem. With a stroke of the black card, $1 million quietly slipped away, Su Xinggui's surgery could continue. Lin Feng returned to the third floor, back to Su Yushu's side. I've solved the problem of the surgical fee, don't worry about it, right? Get acquainted, my name is Lin Feng, I'm also from Qizhou University. Lin Feng politely extended his hand. Seeing this, Su Yushu also put her hand on Lin Feng's hand, then quickly withdrew it. You, how are you? My name is Su Yushu, just now you said that the surgical fee. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, the surgical fee I paid, your father can continue the normal surgery, look at your appearance last night should be frightened did not rest well right? Now the surgery can continue normally, you should also take a rest. The nurse also said with a smile, girl, thanks to this young man, the operation fee and the convalescence fee after the operation have been paid, you really met a good person. The nurse's words just fell, the panic in Su Yushu's complexion had eased, it was a look of anxiety that had finally been relaxed for a long time. Nurse, can my father really have a normal surgery? It's true, now that the second hospital has mobilized equipment over, I believe that if things go well, about this evening we'll be able to get off the operating table. Su Yushu breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, but soon, she realized, why did Lin Feng help himself? Lin Feng saw Su Yushu's red eyes and dark circles under her eyes, he was a little distressed, he said, did you not sleep all night last night? Su Yushu nodded, last night around 11 o'clock my father suddenly fell, knocked into the corner of the cabinet, then fainted, and then I called 120 to send him to the hospital, and then all night I was on the phone to raise money. Lin Feng took out a tissue from his bag and wiped the tears from the corner of Su Yushu's eyes. Now that the money problem has been solved, find a place to rest. Su Yushu looked at Lin Feng's action of wiping her tears, and combined with Lin Feng's words of helping her pay for the surgery and just now telling her to take a break, she started to think the wrong way. She thought that the rest in Lin Feng's mouth was to find a hotel where the two of them could go and have sex. That was the price he needed to pay for helping pay for the surgery himself. There is no love under the sky without a reason, and there is no hate without a reason, and there is no one willing to help you without a reason. Su Yushu before to raise surgical fees, also once thought to borrow money from some of the people chasing their own, but she knew that once she accepted the money of those people, accordingly, have to pay the due price, such as becoming their girlfriend, or more directly, to go to the room. So Su Yushu had never gone to those people to borrow money, but just now when the nurse said that Su Xinggui's surgery was going to be too late, the idea of borrowing money from those people had already popped up in her mind, and even the idea of committing suicide after borrowing money had come to her, but before she could carry it out, Lin Feng appeared. When Lin Feng saw Su Yushu frozen in place, his heart was strange, he reached out and waved his hand in front of her, hey, are you sleepy? You can't sleep here even if you're sleepy? Let me help you find a room. Lin Feng's words made Su Yushu confirm even more what she had just thought in her heart. Then you help me find it. Su Yushu's voice was trembling, if one looked closely, one would realize that her thighs were shaking, this was something that would only happen if she was extremely nervous. Lin Feng didn't notice these circumstances, he went to the nurse and asked about the current ward vacancies. Sir, right now the general wards inside the hospital aren't spacious, there are only a few empty beds left, it's not recommended to use them if you're not a patient, but the advanced beds are very spacious, they're only inhabited by less than a third of them. Lin Feng nodded, advanced beds then. Sir, this is the room key, It's in Ward 404 on the 4th floor. Lin Feng took the key and felt a bit weird. Is this in a hospital? Why does it feel a bit like a room? After a light laugh, Lin Feng took the room key and returned to Su Yushu. The senior wards inside the hospital are still wide open. You can rest here for now. Let's go, on the 4th floor. Su Yushu bit her lips. Her eyes didn't dare to look directly at Lin Feng. Her hands were placed in front of her, grabbing the corner of her coat. Inside the hospital? Lin Feng froze. Not inside the hospital, where? It just so happens that there are spare wards here. Anyway, it's just a break. By the time your dad is done with the surgery at night, you're almost done resting. Su Yushu clenched his fists, as if he was making some important decision. The corners of his eyes that had just been wiped had tears flashing again. After about a minute, Su Yushu exhaled a breath, closed her eyes, and then quickly opened them again. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she squeezed out a forced smile. Let's go. Lin Feng stroked his chin, very strangely looking at Su Yushu. Just now Su Yushu's reaction was very unusual. Lin Feng's mind raced, then his eyes widened. You won't be craving my body, right? Chapter 4. What a good picker of dung. Lin Feng covered his chest with both hands. Don't think nonsense. I won't let you get me so easily. Su Yushu? Su Yushu, who just now had a face of determination, as if she was going to the execution ground, at the moment had a head full of question marks. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh out. I'm looking for a ward to let you rest, simply to let you rest, not to sleep with you. What's going on in your head all day? Give you the key, the 404 ward on the 4th floor. Go, I won't follow, lest you think I'm a pervert again. Su Yushu took the key. Some trance, you. Not everyone is so horny, although I am also horny, but I am a principled wolf. A principled wolf is not to take advantage of the danger of people, coercion and seduction. After Su Yushu went to rest inside the ward, Lin Feng sat down for a while, then continued to study his revenge notebook. Currently, there were 3 main people who needed revenge. One was Lu Shua, one was the high school class president Li Haoyu, and the last one was Prince Hao. In addition to the need for revenge, there is also the love that was not pierced in high school and the same table. All the regrets now I want to make up for all of them one by one. Then one by one, the first, Lu Shua. Junior high school classmates for now has graduated from college. Lin Feng for the age has been relatively long ago. Now Lin Feng, even Lu Shua's contact information are no longer. So Lin Feng called his personal secretary of the board of directors. A group this big, it should not be difficult to check something, right? This is Lin Feng. Is this secretary Lu Xin? Lin Dong? It's you? What are your orders? The voice on the other end of the phone was a full-on imperial voice, making Lin Feng sound like he wanted to conquer. I want to check the information of a person. Can you do that? Who does Lin Dong want to check? What to check and to what extent? Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, the person I want to check is called Lu Shua. I now want to know where he lives now, whether he goes to school or works, and what his family does. Lin Dong, you need to provide a little more detailed information. The name Lu Shua is more popular. Just the people I know, there are 3 Lu Shua. Lin Feng also realized this point. Then I'll go to the company and explain to you the details of the Lu Shua I'm looking for. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng got up and left from the hospital. Su Yushu's contact information, he did not stay. There will certainly be opportunities to meet in the future. Moreover, this does not leave contact information, can also let Su Yushu heart better remember Lin Feng. After calling the car, it was only once that someone quickly took the order. About 20 minutes later, Lin Feng came to one of the landmark buildings in Qizhou, Huarong Building. This entire building is the property of Huarong Group. Unlike some small companies that can only rent 1 or 2 floors of an office building to work, this entire building all belonged to Huarong Group. After stepping into the Huarong Group, now at the peak of the working hours, the building inside the people are really quite a lot. Lin Feng gave Lu Xian a phone call, then find a place to sit down. However, not long after Lin Feng sat down, it seemed like there were several pairs of eyes staring at him. Immediately after, a woman in revealing clothes and heavy makeup stomped on her high heels, leaving a d-d-d-d sound on the floor. The woman was wearing a short black dress. Her body was dimpled and very sexy. Lin Feng also skimmed the woman a few times out of manly instincts, but then Lin Feng realized that something was wrong. The sexy woman was actually walking towards him. Handsome guy, are you alone? Lin Feng frowned. Why are you cursing? You're the one who isn't a person. Sexy beauty. Lin Feng's sentence directly disrupted the woman's rhythm. A little bit to organize a moment, the woman continued, handsome, I mean, are you sitting here alone waiting for someone or something else? Lin Feng looked the woman up and down. What do you want to do? The woman smiled faintly. The sound of high heels clattering continued to ring out, circling around behind Lin Feng, a pair of hands on Lin Feng's shoulders, leaning over slightly, her mouth coming up to Lin Feng's ear. If you're free, do you mind playing with me? Sister can listen to you in every way. Lin Feng instantly got up, his eyes staring at the woman. You really listen to me in every way? The woman smiled gently, licked her lips, her fingers traced on her neck, across the surface of her collarbone. Of course, you want me to do, I will do anything. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Great, then you come with me. My second grandfather just today lack of a moving goods. 50 bags of cement is worried about no one to move it. If you find a porter at least also want a 680, you can help me a big help. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do this, but I'm sure you're going to be able to do it, he said. Lin Feng immediately tugged on the woman's hand and was about to leave. The woman was confused. Are we talking in the same dimension? What's wrong with my ears? Moving cement? I'm dressed like this, I've been flirting with you for a while, and you want me to move cement? Hey, let go of me. I'm not moving cement. Let go of me. How come you're so strong? Brother, I just came here for a date, it's not that bad, is it? Please, let go of me, my hand is red. Not a moment later, Lin Feng let go of the woman's hand, bared his teeth and laughed. Oops, I was just joking with you, you're such a small body, surely cannot carry cement. The woman let out a long breath, rubbed her wrist that was clutched red by Lin Feng, shocked. She was almost going to be dragged to carry cement. But the woman hadn't relaxed for a while. Lin Feng's next words made her even more scared. It's true that it's not appropriate for a small body like yours to move cement, but look at your shoulders, your arms, and your thighs. It's a pity that you don't go to picking up manure. There aren't many people like you who are good at picking up manure these days. If you don't pick shit, it's a shame. When the woman's eyes met with the smiling Lin Feng, she immediately felt a chill down her back, then let out a cry of surprise and took off her high heels and ran. My mamma mia. Lin Feng looked at the back of the woman running away and touched his chin. TSK, this body, this running speed, not picking shit is a real pity. Hey, don't you really want to think about it? It would be a shame to bury a genius like you. I'll pick your grandma's paw. Lin Feng smiled and returned to the place where he had just sat down. And somewhere on the second floor, there was a woman who had been watching Lin Feng, and it wasn't long before the genius who had just picked the turd returned to the woman's side. Chapter 5 800,000, with me for a month. Sister Wei, is that man not quite right in the head? He said one moment that he wanted me to move bricks for his second grandpa, and the next moment he said that I was a genius at picking shit, and it was a pity that I didn't go to pick shit. The woman with a snotty nose and a tearful face told what had just happened downstairs one by one. The woman who was called Sister Wei's mouth spread a smile. Fun, really fun. It has been a long time since I met such a cute and interesting little handsome boy. Whether he is single or not, I will eat it. Jiao, let's go and meet him again. Sister Wei, have you thought it over? I really feel that he's not quite right in the head. Jiao carried her high heels with a bitter look on her face. Li Wei glanced at him. He's just looking at you dressed like a chicken and is deliberately trying to trick you. Jiao froze. Do I dress like a chicken? Li Wei pointed to a few people around. You guys say, does she dress like a chicken? Definitely. These aren't ordinary chickens, they're proper old roasted chickens. Chickens have to learn how to dress from you. Obtuse angle. Li Wei looks at Jiao. See? Everyone is very unanimous about you. Let's go, I'll go and meet that little handsome guy myself. Lin Feng sat downstairs and looked at the time, thinking how come Lu Xian hadn't come down yet, but just as Lin Feng was thinking about it, Li Wei brought a bunch of people over towards Lin Feng with a huge crowd. Someone in the surroundings saw this situation and shook their head slightly at Lin Feng. Did you guys see that? Sister Wei has a new target? It's such a pity that such a pretty little handsome guy, I don't know which department of the company he belongs to. Don't worry about which department, I'm sure he'll have to leave before long. Do you still remember Xiao Zhang from the marketing department? Accompanied Sister Wei 2 days and resigned, before leaving also cursed. Who doesn't know Zhang? He's lucky to last 2 days. I heard Vivian uses steel wool. Keep your voice down. If Sister Wei hears you, you'll be in deep shit. Lin Feng looked at the crowd of Sister Vivi walking over, then saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Yoo-hoo, isn't this Sister Turd? Figured it out? I'd say so, it's a real shame that you're so good not to go picking shit. Elbow, I'll take you to pick shit. Jiao already had a psychological shadow over Lin Feng and hid behind Li Wei, not daring to look directly at Lin Feng. She was afraid that Lin Feng would pull her away again like he just did. She didn't want to pick manure. Li Wei crossed her arms in front of her chest. Little handsome, just now my sister teased you, don't mind it, it's actually me who wants to get to know you. Lin Feng looked Li Wei up and down. She was about 40 years old, but she was well maintained, so maybe her actual age would be a bit older. Li Wei was wearing a gray lady's suit, the lower bodysuit tender with a short skirt, black silk and high heels. The suit is a lot. The worst thing is the upper body chest, although an Ajiao cannot be compared, but it is estimated that it is not warm. Lin Feng looked at her suspiciously. Get acquainted with me? Li Wei nodded. Yes, introduce yourself. I am Li Wei, the financial director of the headquarters of Huarong Group. Are you from Huarong? I have never seen you inside the company before. I am, sort of Huarong Group. You tell me straight, what do you want to do? Li Wei laughed softly. Good, dry. I like you. This kind of talk and do things are dry, little handsome. As long as the key thing is not so dry, everything is good to discuss. I'll be blunt, just after you came in, I noticed you. You're very handsome. Your body is also very good. The most important thing is that your earlobes, very big. I like it very much. Li Wei even licked her lips as she spoke, looking at Lin Feng with intense desire in her eyes. Lin Feng flashed a trace of nausea. Big Mom, how old are you? I'm not even as old as you when I multiply my age by 2, right? It's also a good thing I didn't eat in the morning, otherwise I'd have to throw up my breakfast. Although Lin Feng's attitude was bad, Li Wei didn't care at all. Obviously she had seen this bad attitude of Lin Feng not once or twice. Young man, I know you're scoffing at what I'm saying right now, but I'll make you regret it. Snap. Li Wei clapped her hands and the two people behind her took out a box and brought it to Lin Feng to open. Inside was a neat pile of banknotes. Visually it was at least a few $100,000. Li Wei had a winning smile on her face. Handsome, how hard is it to make money in this world now? How much can you earn now? Thousands or tens of thousands? Here is a whole $800,000. How long does it take for you to earn it if you work hard? And how long does it take to save up? Nowadays, prices and house prices are so high that it may be that when you have worked hard for decades, you finally realize that the money you earn is not as much as the increase in house prices. This world is so realistic and cruel. So people live in this world, must fully utilize their own advantages, just like Ajiao, she is slutty enough. That's her advantage, she fully utilized it. Come on, Ajiao, give this little handsome guy an idea of how much money you can earn in a month now. Ajiao proudly walked out and flung her hemisphere. A month, at least $70,000 to $80,000. If there were more bonuses, there would be more than $100,000 a month. Li Wei smiled and looked at Lin Feng again. Little handsome, if a person wants to earn the first bucket of gold, it's a must to seize the opportunity. You've met me now, your opportunity has come. You're handsome and your body should be good too. As long as you stay with me for a month, the $800,000 in here will all be yours. Even if you perform well, not only this $800,000, follow up, I have a lot of benefits for you. You have to think about it carefully. Lin Feng sighed slightly. He calculated an account, $800,000. His own $10 trillion of interest per minute is $950,000. Now in this Li Wei said an estimated 2 minutes of words, the interest earned 2 million up. She now said to take $800,000 to package himself for a month? I have K fixed secret? Li Wei still does not know the idea of Lin Feng at this moment. She also has a winning expression. You do not have to rush to give me an answer, I give you 3 minutes of thinking time. Just at this moment, the elevator door of the elevator for executives opened, and from it came out a stunning beauty in an OL outfit with waves. After Lu Xian came out of the elevator, she hurriedly ran towards Lin Feng's side. She was late for her first meeting with the chairman of the board, so she would have to apologize to Lin Dong properly in a while. Because it was arranged by the system, so although Lu Xian hadn't met Lin Feng, but for Lin Feng's looks, Lu Xian was imprinted in her head. In no time, Lu Xian arrived in front of Lin Feng, who was surrounded by Li Wei's group. Lin Dong, sorry I'm late. Immediately after that, Lu Xian turned around again and looked at the gathered group of Li Wei. What are you doing here? Very idle, is it? No more work to do? Lu Xian changed the image of a small secretary in front of Lin Feng, and spoke with the momentum of a superior. Just one sentence made Li Wei's group of people almost scared out of their wits. Chapter 6. What kind of cover are you? Lu secretaries, we did not do anything, just casually chatting. Wait, you just called him what? Lu Xian frowned, looking at Lin Feng. Lin Dong, do you know them? Lin Feng with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Just met them, this Ms. Li Wei, right? I heard she's the company's finance director? That's awesome, she just took $800,000 and said she wants to keep me for a month. Secretary Lu, do you think I should say yes or no? Lu Xian didn't hold back, but was directly angry and laughed. Lin Dong is the new chairman of the company, and is also the largest shareholder of Huarong Group nowadays. The voting right in the board of directors is more than 80%. You said you want to take $800,000 to support Lin Dong for a month? Li Wei, is what Lin Dong said true? Li Wei, forehead above crawling with sweat, back has also been all drenched in sweat. Lu secretaries, I do not know. Do not know? You mean if the person you met today is not Lin Dong, but an ordinary employee, you are not wrong? The company has already had many employees reflect to me your behavior of harassing employees. I have already called the police yesterday, and now I am worried about the lack of evidence, and today you have sent me to the door. You dare to molest the chairman, how dare you? Security, get them all under control, the police will be here in a moment. Immediately after, several uniformed security guards subdued all of Li Wei's group. How many young employees of the company have you hurt? You should have a number in your own heart. Wait to be sanctioned by the law. At the same time, because of your criminal behavior, you, Li Wei, have been expelled from Huarong Group. The company will also pursue your responsibility if the subsequent adverse impact on the company's image is caused by this matter of yours. Take them away and wait for the police. None of this group is innocent. Lu Xian is worthy of being a figure under the group. A few words will control the whole scene. The momentum displayed on the body is not at all comparable to a person like Li Wei. Subsequently, Lu Xian turned around. Her body's aura was collected and relaxed. Facing Lin Feng, she was just a small secretary with a big smile on her face. Lin Dong, are you satisfied with this treatment? Lin Feng nodded slightly, then remembered something and called out to the security guard, wait a minute first, big shit sister, come out for a moment. Ajiao's originally desperate face instantly surfaced with a delighted expression, broke away from the security guard and came to Lin Feng. Lin Dong, are you calling me? Look at my body, am I a good hand at picking turds? Lu Xian? What's going on here? What the hell happened to Lin Feng downstairs during the little while he was late? Have you been involved in what that old bitch did? Tell the truth, otherwise the end of lying to me will be very bad. Ajiao looked at Lin Feng's ice-cold eyes, could not help but fight a cold war. Lin Dong, I just entered the company last month, just followed Li Wei this week, I have not done anything, today is the first time, I would like to perform well. The result was almost pulled to pick the big shit. Just followed Li Wei can earn $70,000 to $80,000 a month? Lin Dong, I just bragged, my monthly salary is only $8,000. Lin Feng. Thinking for a while, Lin Feng looked at Lu Xian. If she finally found out that she didn't do anything, she didn't have to be fired for the time being, and it always felt like it would be useful to keep her for later. Thank you, Mr. Lin. If Mr. Lin needs Ajiao, Ajiao is always at the beck and call of Mr. Lin. Even if you let Ajiao sleep with Mr. Lin now, Ajiao will never refuse. Lin Feng. If you talk again, I'll send you to pick a turd right now. I won't talk anymore. Lin Dong, you go slowly. After letting the security guards take Li Wei's group away and hand them over to the police, Lu Xian dispersed the people around her, and all of a sudden only Lin Feng and Lu Xian were left downstairs. Lin Dong, I'll take you to your office, let's also talk in detail about the person you want to investigate. Lin Feng nodded, go, you lead the way. Lin Dong, you follow me, take the elevator for executives, you can go straight to the 33rd floor, that's where your office is. The two walked into the elevator one after the other. After waiting for the elevator doors to close, Lin Feng stood behind Lu Xian and kept sizing her up. When the elevator reached about the 20th floor, Lin Feng finally opened his mouth. Secretary Lu, I have a question I want to ask you, I just don't know if it's appropriate. Lu Xian smiled slightly. Lin Dong, you say this, you have any questions just ask, I will tell you everything, I will not have to hide anything from Lin Dong. I want to ask, what kind of hood are you? Lu Xian froze, then her face flushed slightly, dodging Lin Feng's gaze. I'm an e-cop. E-cowl? Really? Of course it's true, Lin Dong, where would I lie to you? Lu Xian simply turned her head away. Don't look at Lu Xian in front of outsiders, a domineering director-secretary image. Voice is also imperial sister this party, but Lu Xian has never been in love, and even the opportunity to talk to the opposite sex is not much. So Lin Feng's words made her blush and not dare to meet Lin Feng's eyes. I didn't realize that you are an e-cover Lu secret, I still don't believe it a bit, you show me. Lin Feng spoke surprisingly. Lu Xian, face shy like a red apple, said the words also stammered, and just downstairs in the domineering secretary of the image completely inconsistent. Lin Dong, I'm not too good, right? What's not so good? Didn't you say it was an e-cop? Why don't you just show me? Why are you blushing? The blush on Lu Xian's face had spread to her neck, and her hands were at a loss for words and had nowhere to rest. Lin Dong, there's surveillance inside the elevator. Surveillance? You let you take out your driver's license out to see what you care about monitoring. East licenses to drive a motorcycle. Did not see that you also like to ride a motorcycle. Lu Xian seems to be petrified in the local. Lin Dong, you just said the license is. Driver's license. Otherwise? What do you think it is? Lu Xian on the spot, speech blocked. This fucking is also too social deaf. Lin Dong said it was a driver's license. I thought it was a driver's license. Ding. At this moment, the elevator arrived. Lu Xian walked down the elevator as if fleeing. The blush on her face had not disappeared. Looking at Lu Xian's back as she ran out of the elevator, a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Sure enough, it's looks like I'll be blessed in the future. Having such an personal secretary, he. Immediately after, Lin Feng also got off the elevator and followed Lu Xian's back into a huge office. Chapter 7 Sleepy. Huarong Group's chairman's office was huge. To ask how big it was at least so big. In short, it was just a very nice kind of big. The entire office was around 200 square meters, bigger than most buildings. Inside the office, there are 3 rooms in total. One is the office room where you just enter to deal with the documents. There is also a study room and a bedroom. The background wall of the office room is decorated with a geometric structure, while the center part is dominated by ink and wash, and the most conspicuous place inside the whole room is right in front of the door, where a pair of characters hangs, immediately sealed with a marquee. The ceiling is decorated with an integrated ceiling, which is simple and beautiful. The center part of the top is concave and designed as a hollow structure, which is very artistic. The rubber-colored flooring contrasts with the entire original wood-colored space, enhancing the sense of hierarchy of the space. On the left side of the entrance, there are sofa and table, which is the meeting area with tea set on it. Finally, there is the most important thing in the whole office room, the desk. This desk, like this office, is also one word big. Most importantly, this desk is specially customized. From the direction of the door, there is not the slightest difference with an ordinary office, but if you sit on top of the boss chair in front of the desk, you will find that underneath the desk, there is a vast free space. You have to ask what to do with such a vast space. It can't be the kind you're thinking of, can it? The author is just an innocent child who doesn't know what you guys are thinking. Going inwards from the office room was a study room. The top of the bookshelf was filled with all sorts of books. There were world-famous books, and martial arts novels, and autobiographies of celebrities and so on. Lin Feng looked around and said that his favorite book among the bookshelves was one of them. It was called Crazy. What do you call $10 trillion pocket money? I believe that the people who read this book are all talented, right? In addition to the office room and study, the office is also equipped with a bedroom. If you are tired of dealing with official business, you can rest at any time. The bedroom also has a bathroom, toilet, everything. The most important thing was that the bedroom was soundproof. Lu Xian led Lin Feng around the entire office, and at the moment the redness on Lu Xian's face had completely disappeared. As a professional director secretary, this was her professionalism. After strolling around, Lin Feng sat on top of the boss chair. After sitting down, Lin Feng looked around, selectively ignoring the side of the stool and the sofa over there. This office inside the surprisingly only a chair, Lu secretaries, although I'm the boss and you're the secretary, but I was never to engage in the set of oppression of the staff, so absolutely cannot be I'm sitting, you stand. But because there is only one chair here, so, you sit on my lap. Lu Xian glanced at Lin Feng and then at the stool next to him, inwardly surprised at Lin Feng's ability to bullshit. But even if Lin Feng was bullshitting, Lu Xian wouldn't be the slightest bit offended because she was set up to trust Lin Feng 100%. Even if Lin Feng wanted her to die right now, she wouldn't hesitate. Dong Lin, you're so considerate of your subordinates, then I'll be respectful. Lu Xian straightened her OL dress, then with one arm around Lin Feng's neck, she sat sideways on Lin Feng's lap. That what are we going to talk about again? Lin Feng felt a bit disorganized in his thoughts. Although Lu Xian was calm on the surface, she was also very nervous in her heart. It was the first time she had such intimate movements with a person of the opposite sex. It seems like, yes, it's to talk about finding someone, Lu Xian replied. Yes, it seems to be about finding someone. Who is it about? Lin Dong, isn't it you who is looking for someone? How did you forget about it too? Oops, I'm in my 20s, I'm getting older, my memory is a bit bad. Lin Feng made it up as he went along. I seem to remember that Lin Dong told me that the person he was looking for was called Lu Shuo. Yes, that's the name. That's the name, it's Lu Shua. But Lin Feng immediately followed up with a turn of phrase. Suddenly I feel that the matter of finding someone is not so urgent, right? It seems to be late, are you sleepy? If you're sleepy, go inside the bedroom and rest. Lu Xian froze, as if she understood what Lin Feng's words meant. This is close to 10 o'clock, even though it's 10 o'clock in the morning, but if Lin Dong said I'm sleepy, then I must be sleepy. Lin Feng waved his hand. Since you're sleepy, then don't hold on, hurry into the room and go to sleep. I'm a sympathetic boss, I will never allow my employees to go to work tired. Lin Feng said righteously, living up to the image of a good boss. Lu Xian stood up from Lin Feng, stretched and yawned. Oh my dear employee, aren't you sleepy? Why don't you go to bed yet? I'm a good boss, I never do things that oppress my employees. Even if it's work time and you want to sleep, you can sleep anytime. I'm very open-minded. Lin Dong, I might not want to sleep, you do not know. I am a person from childhood is particularly afraid to stay in a strange environment, not to mention sleep this kind of private things. I grew up sleeping is to hold the doll sleep. Today there is no doll, and outside the thunder, I'm afraid of. Day, you apart from the nonsense? When did I have a thunderstorm? I don't want to lose face. Although Lu Xian was an imperial appearance, but when she was petulant, she really made Lin Feng a bit unbearable. Lin Feng holds Lu Xian's hand. Don't be afraid, don't worry, you can sleep inside, I'll guard you outside, I'll be your door god. Don't say it's thundering outside, even if there are demons and ghosts, I won't let them come in. Lin Feng said righteously. Lin Dong is so nice, then I'll go to bed and sleep. After Lu Xian went into the house, Lin Feng stood guard outside the house alone and didn't take a step inside. I don't believe it anyway. Qizhou People's Hospital. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Yusen slowly opened her eyes. The sky was slightly dark. Looking at her cell phone, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Yusen hurriedly got up from the bed, then after simply folding the quilt, she walked out from inside the ward and returned to the entrance of the ICU. Nurse, my father's surgery should be finished soon, right? Almost, it will be over in about an hour or so. The surgery went well, and as long as the patient recuperates properly after the surgery, there won't be any after effects on his body. Nurse, do you know where the man who just paid the bill is? You mean that young man? He seems to have something to do. He left not long after you went to rest. Gone? Gone? Su Yusen felt that after waking up and not seeing Lin Feng, her heart was a little empty. Ask for 5 stars, ask for gifts, ask for flowers. Chapter 8 Unscrupulous boss pit me a McDonald's. So did he leave any contact information or anything? The nurse shook her head. No, he casually helped you pay more than $500,000 in medical expenses, but also paid hundreds of thousands of dollars as Su Xingui's surgery after the convalescence fee. You do not even have his contact information? You don't know him? Su Yushu froze. She and Lin Feng had met a few times in school before, but only to meet. Lin Feng's contact information she really did not. She didn't expect Lin Feng to leave without leaving anything after helping her. As if Lin Feng had just appeared in her world, as if he had been sent from heaven to help himself. Will you come back? If you don't come back, where should I look for you? Su Yushu's heart was empty. Lin Feng's silhouette couldn't be dispersed in her mind. Just like Lin Feng thought, not leaving contact information, than to stay, is more useful. After about an hour. The lights in the operating room dimmed, the doctor came out from inside. Su Yushu rushed over. Doctor, how was the surgery? Is my dad's condition all right? The surgery was successful, and thanks to the timely arrival of the equipment from the second hospital, as long as the follow-up recuperation, there will be no problem. Su Yushu was delighted. Thank you, doctor. After the surgery, Su Xingui still need a period of time to wake up. Su Yushu's heart also seems to put down a big stone. In the time waiting for Su Xingui's anesthesia to pass, Su Yushu always often looked at the stairs, and every time someone came by the stairs, she wanted to see that tall figure, but there has been no. 33rd floor of Huarong Mansion. Lin Feng was still standing at the door, and Lu Xian was lying inside the house. Lin Dong, I just took a nap, and I'm especially tired, so I don't think I'll be able to go to work today. Lu Xian said in a sultry voice. Lin Feng smiled. He didn't expect Lu Xian to sleep for quite a long time. It was 10 o'clock in the morning when it started, and by the time it ended, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Xian touched her stomach. I'm so tired from sleeping just now, I'm hungry. Lin Feng just now his stomach had also protested several times. He hadn't eaten since the morning, but now Lin Feng was working as a door god and couldn't leave. It was a bit unrealistic to let Lin Feng leave now to buy breakfast. How about we order a takeaway? Lu Xian blankly glanced at Lin Feng. So did Lin Dong intend to let someone else bring something to his bedside, or did he intend to go outside without a piece of clothing to get a takeaway? Just as Lin Feng was thinking about how to get some food, he suddenly remembered someone, Ajiao, who we met downstairs just now. Should I ask her to buy some food and bring it up? After Lin Feng told Lu Xian about his idea, Lu Xian raised the blanket upwards. Do we really need to let her deliver the food? I don't see that person as being tight-lipped. Or do you have an assistant? Have your assistant send some rice up. Your assistant isn't an outsider. I don't have an assistant. Don't look at me now. Status seems to be quite high, but I'm still just your private secretary. Really, on the position is very low. Only as the chairman of the board of directors your power is big. I'm a fox, but the position level is there. Still can't have an assistant. What do you care what rank is not rank? You often accompany me in the future. Surely cannot be as often as before to deal with the company's things. In the future to recruit a few more assistants. Things are letting assistants do, just like me. Something are letting the secretary do, nothing. Lin Dong, you bad. I come to the company as work. Now is the office hours. I counted it as not being lazy. Now is not a kind of work. In the future, the whole company to you can. The two chatted and forgot about the hungry thing, until the two again think of the time. It is already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. During this period of time, the two talked a lot. There are about the company's things, the company's new business, about supermarkets and so on, and about smoking things. Lin Feng from the former most often smoked cigarettes as the White General. And so on and so forth. The two chatted a lot about some of these keywords. After this time, the two were indeed too hungry, and no longer entangled. Lu Xian directly found Ajiao's phone number inside the company's information, and asked her to buy something as soon as possible and send it to the chairman's office on the 33rd floor. Ajiao, also really sharp, after the phone call not to 15 minutes, carrying several bags, ran into the office. Lin Dong, I bought burgers, pizza, and fried chicken. Where are you? Bring it in, it's in the bedroom inside. Lin Feng's voice came out. Ajiao hurriedly carried the food into the bedroom. Just inside the bedroom, saw Lu Xian. Ajiao's eyes widened, hurriedly turned around. I didn't see anything. Okay, letting you in is not going to prevent you. Put the food on the bed. Ajiao slowly turned around and closed her eyes at first, but after closing them she quickly realized that she couldn't see. Aren't you talking nonsense? So finally decided to keep one eye open and closed and put all the food on the bed. What are you doing with only one eye open? Reporting to Lin Dong, reason told me that I cannot see, but curiosity drove me to want to see, so under the struggle between reason and curiosity, there is my current look with one eye open and one eye closed. Lin Feng. Lu Xian. Alright, open your eyes, you can look any way you want. By the way, which department of the company are you in now? I'm in the finance department, and I've just been regularized. You can't work in the finance department anymore. Lin Feng words have not finished. Ajiao then wow cry out, and scrupulous boss bullying small employees, obviously said in the morning will not dismiss me, the original is to finally pit me a meal of McDonald's. Lin Feng. You do not howl. Who said that you want to dismiss you? The future you do not want to do the Ministry of Finance. Liu Xin recently want to recruit a few assistants. The future is one of her assistants. The salary treatment doubled. Ajiao howled for half a day or dry eyes. Lin Dong, you really? The salary can really be doubled? I cannot lie to you? Do a good job in the future, less startled. Lin Dong, rest assured. Lu Secretary, rest assured. I Zhouchuanjiao will do a good job. In the future, Lin Dong, you point where I hit. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Alright, go out first, right? Just buy these food, spend how much money, I directly transfer to you. Lin Feng picked up his cell phone. What is Lin Dong saying? What do you need to pay for something like this? I am not a stingy person. This meal, count me as a treat for you. Lin Feng was speechless. TMD, if you hadn't just shouted at me for being an unscrupulous boss to pit you against McDonald's, I would have really believed it. Request 5-star praise, ask for gifts, ask for flowers. Chapter 9 Lin Miao Miao. Alright, you go out. A moment, I will notify the Ministry of Personnel of the change in your position. Ajiao smile, good Lin Dong, you continue to do your own, I go first. Just when Ajiao just walked to the door, Lin Feng suddenly released a fart. Originally, this fart was no big deal, but Ajiao suddenly stopped and turned around. Sorry, it's me who has a bit of a tummy upset. That fart just now was me. It has nothing to do with Lin Dong at all. As soon as the words left her mouth, she also gave Lin Feng a high emotion smile back. Lin Feng? Lu Xian? Are you really going to decide to make her my assistant? I'm kind of regretting it, she doesn't seem to be in her right mind. When Ajiao heard this, she instantly became anxious. Lin Dong, Lu Xian, I'm in my right mind. I've been following a blogger lately. I've been learning about high emotional intelligence, and it says that if one's leader does something embarrassing, one should take the initiative to come forward and take the embarrassment on one's own head. But there are only 3 of us here. Who are you talking to? Lin Feng tortured her soul. Ajiao also froze, as if it made sense. You go, and in the future, look less at these strange bloggers. Of course, it is possible that it is not the problem of people bloggers. Then whose problem is it? Ajiao asked. Lin Feng. My problem, okay? You go. Ajiao didn't even understand why it was Lin Feng's problem. After Ajiao left, Lin Feng continued to talk to Lu Xian about the company's affairs. At present, Lin Feng had a lot of things he didn't understand. He needed to ask Lu Xian. I'll believe the hell out of you. The next day, Lin Feng slept straight through to the middle of the day. If it wasn't for the fact that he was woken up by the ringing of the phone, if no one had disturbed him, I believe he could have slept straight through to the afternoon. Yesterday's discussion about the company was a bit late. Lin Feng, did you rob a bank? How many things did you buy? The courier at home is almost too big to set up. The voice of Lin Feng's mother Jiang Yu on the other end of the phone made Lin Feng instantly awake. Mom, what did you just say? What courier? You're asking me? Didn't you buy the stuff? Now I'll send home, for iPhones 13 Pro Max, and several computers, a dozen tablets, headphones, cameras, and shoes. Hats have piled up all your room. Where did you get the money to buy these things? Lin Feng took a deep breath. He remembered. Yesterday, when he emptied the shopping cart, he left the courier address at home. He didn't expect this to arrive just one day after he bought it. It's really Godspeed. Wait, now doesn't seem to be the time to think about this. Lin Feng rubbed his temples. When he bought it yesterday, he didn't even think about how to explain it to his family. What should I say? Say that he activated the system? That the system gave him $10 trillion of pocket money? Saying that would probably get you sent to a psychiatric hospital, right? If you were sent to a psychiatric hospital, trying to prove that you were a normal person in the middle of a group of psychiatric patients was not a simple matter. No matter what you say, the doctors will dismiss you as psychotic gibberish. Hey, say something. Where the hell did you get the money? Don't scare your mom, you can't do anything illegal. In his haste, Lin Feng suddenly had a flash of light inside his head and thought of a reason. Mom, don't get excited, those things are indeed all bought by me, but the money to buy things are all earned by me. I had wanted to wait for the recent surprise to you guys. I didn't think that I forgot to change the address when I bought the things. Son, you tell Mom the truth. Are you doing something illegal? Don't worry, Mom won't report you. Tell Mom which bank you robbed. Did you let the surveillance camera catch it? You can't be photographed. Lin Feng's face was full of black lines. He seriously suspected that his comic character was inherited from Jiang Yu. Mom, your focus can be really magical. All robbed the bank is still concerned about my photo is not photogenic. You bare child, hurry to tell Mom the truth. In the end, which bank was robbed? How much was robbed? Is it too late to run away? Will our family be able to live a rich life from now on? Mom, you look forward to my good. I did not rob the bank, and did not do other illegal things. I buy things I earned the money. Lin Feng said loudly. You earned it yourself? I guess you can't buy these things without millions of dollars. You haven't even done an internship yet. Where are you going to make millions? You tell you, if you really do something illegal, you must not run away. Never do a smuggling ship to leave, and then turn to Burma, Laos, Cambodia. Jiang Yu obviously didn't believe it, and was convinced inwardly that Lin Feng had robbed the bank, and was already planning to run away in his heart. The idea of going to a foreign country on a smuggling ship is not feasible? The child's father is still at work. It seems that we must hurry to call back the family together to run away. Mom, in fact, to tell you the truth, I just went to college when I followed others to speculate on the stock market, then rely on the stock market to earn a sum of money, and then gradually experienced, and then slowly the money accumulated more than $1 million. Then I heard a gossip. There is a company executives want to short their own company. The stock price will fall wildly. The executives want to wait for the stock to the bottom and then buy back. I smelled that this is a great opportunity. So I bought all the shares of that company when it hit rock bottom with the $1 million I had on hand. After buying a period of time, the company's stock only rose slightly. I thought I was cheated, so I did not pay attention to it. Until recently, I realized that the stock I bought at that time has doubled thousands of times. And because I have not been operating for the past few years, now I became the largest shareholder of that company. Your son is now worth more than $1 billion. Jiang Yu was silent for a few seconds on the other side of the phone. Son, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true, when have I ever lied to you? A few days ago I cashed out part of the money, about a few hundred million, originally thought to tell you after buying the house, but as a result, I forgot to change the address yesterday after buying something. Then what did you buy so many things for? Can you use so many computers, cell phones, tablets, and headphones by yourself? Lin Feng coughed a few times, and quickly thought of a reason. I'm not making money, I plan to buy some gifts for a few roommates, so I bought more. Oh, that's the time to buy more. Jiang Yu initially accepted Lin Feng's statement. Right, almost forgot, you hurry home, pack up those express, Miao Miao with did not tell you, she is coming back today? Lin Feng's eyes snapped, Sister Miao Miao? Are you serious? When is she coming back? She said she'll probably be there this afternoon, and she's having dinner at home today. Then I'll go home now. Lin Feng quickly hung up the phone, his emotions still hadn't slowed down from the excitement of Lin Miao Miao's return that Jiang Yu had just said. The reason why Lin Feng was so excited was naturally because of Lin Miao Miao, his half-sister. Chapter 10 Anchor. There's someone behind you. Lin Miao Miao was the child that Lin Feng's eldest uncle, Lin Yan, had picked up from the trash can when he was 45 years old, and because of his congenital inability to procreate, Lin Yan had never gotten married. After picking up Lin Miao Miao, Lin Yan found out that Lin Miao Miao was sick and needed an operation, which was probably the reason why she was abandoned. So Lin Yan sold his house to give Lin Miao Miao an operation, and fortunately, the operation was successful. At that time, when Lin Miao Miao was abandoned, she was less than 4 years old, but she had already started to remember things, so she also always knew her identity. But the good times didn't last long. When Lin Miao Miao was 10 years old, Lin Yan died because of a car accident. That year, Lin Feng was 7 years old. Since then, Lin Miao Miao became a member of the family. Lin Feng was 7 years old, Lin Miao Miao was 10 years old, and the two of them spent 8 years together. During these 8 years, Lin Miao Miao was like a caring big sister. She could be described as incomparably doting on Lin Feng. Even though they weren't related by blood, the two were even better than an unusual blood-sibling relationship. Lin Tianya and Jiang Yu also didn't treat Lin Miao Miao as patriarchal because she wasn't biologically related. On the contrary, they treated Lin Miao Miao very well, so the family's relationship was unusually good. Lin Miao Miao originally thought that she and Lin Feng can always live like this, but the change appeared in Lin Miao Miao college entrance examination that year. After Lin Miao Miao's entrance examination, a group of people appeared in Lin Feng's house. Those people said they were Lin Miao Miao's real parents, and came to recognize Lin Miao Miao. At that time, it was her grandmother's family who abandoned Lin Miao Miao. At that time, they didn't know, they thought they were lost, so they had been searching for them all these years. It wasn't until Lin Miao Miao's own grandmother was dying that she told the truth of the matter. In the end, after discussions between the two parents, the end result was that Lin Miao Miao returned to her biological parents, but because Lin Miao Miao had already reached adulthood, her biological parents could not restrict her from returning. When Lin Feng was leaving, he was very reluctant to let go of Lin Miao Miao, and at the time of parting, Lin Miao Miao leaned over Lin Feng's ear and agreed that as long as she had time, she would definitely come to see Lin Feng in the future. Lin Miao Miao did not break her word. On average less than 2 months will come back to live a few days, and so Lin Feng went to college, but also every summer and winter vacation often live at home with Lin Feng. Lin Feng has also long been determined in his heart that in the future he will be with Lin Miao Miao as a family member for the rest of his life. That's why Lin Feng was so happy when Jiang Yu said Lin Miao Miao was coming back today. Recently, Lin Miao Miao hadn't come back for several months because she was busy with work, and the last time she came back was during the New Year. After Lin Feng hung up the phone, he realized that there were dozens of more express messages inside his phone, as well as a message that Lin Miao Miao had sent to him. Xiao Feng, I'm going back today, wait for me honestly at home. Lin Feng immediately replied, I'll wait for you to come back, I'm going to pack your bed now, even though you can't use it, you come to sleep in my room every time in the middle of the night. After replying, Lin Feng put his cell phone aside, got dressed and stretched. Yesterday because of working overtime, today Lu Xian hadn't gotten up yet. Lin Feng left her a note saying that he was going home, that he had worked hard overtime yesterday, and gave her a few days off, and that he could go to work whenever he wanted. After leaving the note, Lin Feng called Ah Jiao again and asked her to take care of Lu Xian. After that he took the elevator down and prepared to go home. While inside the elevator, Lin Feng made today's check-in. Check-in. Ding, signing in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the world's limited edition Pagani Zonda tricolor, valued at $16 million, about 100 million RMB. The vehicle has been parked in the underground parking lot of the Huarong mansion for the host, and the keys of the vehicle have been placed in the host's pocket, and in order to allow the host to have a better driving experience, an additional proficient level of driving skills are given away. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. A Pagani sports car? Worth $100 million? Sounds not bad at all. That being said, as a godly tycoon, it really isn't appropriate to not have a proper driver. Now it was just right, there was no shortage. Lin Feng directly rode the elevator down to the underground parking lot. Just as soon as he got out of the elevator, Lin Feng saw the light blue beast from afar that seemed to be shining with light. But when Lin Feng got closer, he realized that there was someone next to the car. It seemed like it was still an anchor. At the moment, next to the Pagani Zonda tricolor, there was a little lowly who was live streaming with a selfie stick. Brothers buddies in the live broadcast room, guess what I saw? I really kinda can't believe my eyes. The sports car ad. It's so cool. Come on, I'll adjust the camera and show it to Bro Mo. By Cherry Rua was a small anchor, and with only over 200 people inside the live room, there weren't even many pop-ups in the first place. But when she pointed the camera at the Pagani in front of her, the pop-ups were instantly lively. Lonling King Fortune, crap, luxury car at, anchor, can you send me one? I'm a student. Daughter of the Void Xiao by Luo, above, don't say you're a student, even if you're an animal can't. Poison in the shit, is there a brother in the live room? Do you know what kind of car this is? How long will I be able to afford it with my monthly salary of 3,000? The bright people do not put dark farts, upstairs do not worry, you this salary or think about how not to starve to death, or set a small goal, to borrow from the sky for another 500 years. The world's first brother knowing, 500 years is not enough, brother knowing is here, hurry up and kick me up. The car in front of the anchor, if I'm not mistaken, is a Pagani Zonda tricolor, limited to 3 units worldwide. Shameless water word count author gentlemen, the price of this car is $16 million, the equivalent of 100 million RMB, just that poison in the shit brother, you earn 3,000 a month, 36,000 a year, about earn 2,777 years can earn enough. Chest cookie, good guy, 2,777 years. Qin Shi Huang's grandfather hasn't even been born yet, and you'll have to start working. World's first understanding brother, this Pagani is expensive, but its performance and value retention level are fully worthy of its price. It is powered by a naturally aspirated AMG 7.3 LV12 engine, which accelerates from 0-100 km/h in just 3.4 seconds, from 0-200 km/h in 9.6 seconds, and has a top speed of more than 350 km/h. Like the acceleration, the braking response time of the Zonda Sync is also amazing, with 100 km/h in just 2.1 seconds, and 200 km/h in just 4.3 seconds. 4.3 seconds. The world's #1 car, who wouldn't want to get their hands on one of these performance beasts? $100 million is worth every penny. It's not particularly expensive. Poison in the shit, 100 million, not particularly expensive. Do you hear what people are saying? I've had to work since the time of Emperor Qin Shi Huang's grandfather to be able to afford something, and you're telling me it's not particularly expensive? Sunshine Xiang Soap, your discussion seems to have scared the anchor a bit. The anchor has taken several steps back. Since the pop-up screen lively up, by Cherry Rua has been curiously staring at the pop-up screen to see, after reading his also tisk TSK, and rushed back several steps, did not expect to casually encountered a car is actually worth 100 million. Brothers Meng, you guys said I'm a little scared. If I casually rub this car, I guess the rest of my life will have to live in the shadow of paying back the money, right? Just at this time, the pop-up screen suddenly came out a sentence. Poison in the shit, anchor careful. Someone is circling around, there's someone behind you, he's getting closer and closer to you. Chapter 11 3 words, let the system give birth to an atmosphere. Toxic in the shit, anchor be careful. Poison in the shit, anchor be careful. Cracker Jack, anchor be careful. Someone's coming around the back, there's someone behind you, he's getting closer and closer to you. Shit comes to life, anchor be careful. Someone's circling back, there's someone behind you, he's getting closer. Handsome to the point of being cut, anchor be careful. Someone is circling back, there's someone behind you, he's getting closer and closer to you. By Cherry Rua looked at the screen full of pop-ups and thought it was the water friends joking around, not taking it seriously because she had been tricked before. Not long ago, when she was live broadcasting at home, the pop-up screen someone said that the cabinet at the back had moved, and then immediately after the pop-up screen, all the water changed into words to remind herself that the cabinet had moved. White Cherry Rua was scared for a while before the pop-up screen finally explained that it was a lie to herself. The same trick twice won't work, Brother Mo. Hey. Poison in the shit, anchor, we really didn't lie to you, don't believe you turn your head to see, that person is standing behind you, from you is only 10 centimeters like. Bai Cherry Rua saw that the pop-up screen said so seriously, thinking that it couldn't be true, so she turned around to take a look. This look didn't matter, it almost scared her soul away. Crap! The selfie stick in Bai Cherry Rua's hand directly threw out, and she herself took several steps back and hid behind the Pagani. Lin Feng saw Bai Cherry Rua's reaction, couldn't help but sigh, so cute girl was surprised, also shouted, "Ah, you will not still poop, right? Hurry up and say you won't, right? White Cherry Rua. You, why are you behind me, intentionally scare me? My cell phone screen is broken." Bai Cherry Rua hurriedly picked up the selfie stick and cell phone on the ground and wiped the dust on it. How did I intentionally scare you? It's you who are scaring yourself, okay? I obviously didn't do anything and you just ran away. Lin Feng looked innocent. Then why are you standing behind me for no reason? And so close to me? You're in my way, you've been standing there and not moving, I want to go over, I can only stand behind you and wait. Lin Feng spread his hands. I believe you, the road here is so wide, I'm not standing in the middle of the road, how can I block you? But you are standing next to my car door, you do not go away, how can I drive? Lin Feng smiled. Bai Cherry Rua's eyes widened, this is your car? Lin Feng took out the key and pressed it, the Pagani's taillight flashed twice, everything was in the air. White Cherry Rua live broadcast room inside more lively. Poison in the shit, anchor, this is to meet the owner of the car? Can you do me a favor and ask the owner if he accepts men? I really want to get in his passenger seat. Or a bra, more point defense, I am also male, I also want, anchor, also help me ask, can never eat alone. I have a very low bottom line, I can accept anything. Shit, sex does not change, the rest of the people are out of the way, the boss, look at me, I'm a woman, can be salt or sweet, can be lowly or sister, or even can be male or female, I can do it all. Handsome being chopped, hey, how come this live screen is only half of it? Did you break your cell phone when you dropped it just now? Also, why are you guys talking so weird? Don't you even want to lose your dignity for the sake of money? What's wrong with the world? Dagger pulling an asshole, you can't even give up money for dignity, can you? I'm a man, and I'm a slut. Mom, my daughter-in-law ran away. Mom, my daughter-in-law ran away, the anchor must not fall. If the anchor must fall because of money, please be sure to bring me, ball. Bai Cherry Rua swept her cell phone, she didn't pay attention to the various pop-ups begging her to match Lin Feng, she only saw the crack on her cell phone, and half the camera popping out. Brother Meng, my phone is broken, today's live broadcast is over, I'm going to go fix my phone. After saying that, Bai Cherry Rua was going to turn off the live broadcast, but Lin Feng interrupted her, wait first. Bai Cherry Rua looked at Lin Feng blankly, what's wrong? What platform are you broadcasting on, and what's your name? Lin Feng came to the side of Bai Cherry Rua, skimmed the LD of her live broadcast, Xiaobai students. I'm partly responsible for your cell phone breaking down, so let's give you a little bit of a gift, just as a way to fix your cell phone. Lin Feng took out his cell phone, opened Douyin, and casually charged 1,000,000 jittery coins. Entered Bai Cherry Rua's live room, found the most expensive carnival among the gifts, and swiped 33 in a row. A carnival is $3,000 and requires 30,000 jitter coins, until 1,000,000 jitter coins is not enough. Lin Feng stopped. He touched Bai Cherry Rua's little head and pinched her little face, the money for brushing the gifts will be taken as money for me to compensate you for your cell phone. After saying that, Lin Feng got into the car and drove off in a rumble. It wasn't until after Lin Feng left that Bai Cherry Rua reacted, he seemed to have just swiped a lot of gifts for himself. And also pinched his face? She hadn't even resisted? Lin Feng drove away with his name hidden deep in his heart, although he didn't leave Bai Cherry Rua's contact information, but there was no hurry. Just like last time in the hospital, Lin Feng didn't leave Su Yushu's contact information. Not leaving, more impressive than leaving, more impressive. I believe that before long Su Yushu will be all kinds of inquiries to come to his WeChat. Bai Cherry Rua was the same, in the future on Shake, she would take the initiative to contact herself. Su Chen stroked his chin in the car, feeling like he was a bit of a scumbag now? Host, you are not a scumbag, you just had your heart broken by someone in the past, and now a different fragment of your heart has fallen in love with a different person, you are still fundamentally different from a scumbag. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, I didn't expect the system to be quite good at this. System, I keep forgetting to ask you, can you become a real person and come out of my mind? What does the host want? It's not possible to be colorful, it's not possible to be colorful, da ba yo, da ba da ba. Lin Feng. Well, I won't tease the host. In fact, the one that the host saw in the dream yesterday is the real body of the system, only now the host doesn't have the ability to manifest the system. As for when it can be manifested, please look forward to it. It doesn't seem to be much to look forward to, manifested or not manifested doesn't seem to have much attraction. Little A cover, ridiculous, ridiculous. Lin Feng said. The system? Host, you explain what you just that sentence means? You speak What do you mean by small A cover is ridiculous and laughable? Why don't you speak? System, voice 60s. After successfully pissing off the system, Lin Feng exited the system as if nothing was wrong with his consciousness and continued to drive. 3 words, let the system give birth to an atmosphere. What does it mean to be a good person? Lin Feng like this after doing good things, waving his hand without leaving a cloud, is a good person. The system should be very thankful to itself, right? In about less than half an hour, Lin Feng drove back to this home where he had lived for more than 20 years, the Yuanshang neighborhood. Chapter 12, All the More Reason to Work When You're Rich. After driving into the marginal life cell, Lin Feng deliberately drove very slowly. As the saying goes, if you're rich and don't return home, it's like walking at night in brocade. If you have money and you don't pretend to be rich, it's like sitting next to a naked woman and you're just showing off that you have clothes. With the Pagani slowly into the district, this cool sports car immediately attracted everyone's attention, unknowingly gathered around at least dozens of people. When did our neighborhood have this kind of car? That seems to be a sports car, right? I think it is. The chassis is so low, but look at the label, does not seem to be a big brand. Do you recognize it? I don't know, I think it's a miscellaneous brand, and those Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Porsche still can't compare. Lin Feng at this time do not know the surrounding people's comments. He parked the car, full of smiles from the car inside came out. He had thought that after he came out of the car, the people around him would rush up to him, and then after seeing himself, they would brag about him, and then finally scramble to marry their own daughters. But when he came out of the car, he realized that the situation did not seem to be the same as what he thought. Egu, it's little Feng just now I saw who I thought it was, so it's you. Lin Feng looked towards the source of the voice. It was Auntie Zhao, who he had known since he was a child. She had also been inside this neighborhood and had lived there for decades. Auntie Zhao, you're out for a walk after dinner again? Yes, when did you buy a car, little Feng? Or a sports car, although it looks just a miscellaneous brand, but you are still in school, can buy a car is really powerful. The smile at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth gradually solidified. Miscellaneous brand. Pagani, miscellaneous brand. Xiao Feng do not blame the aunt, talk too much, you young people like sports car, and can understand, but this kind of car, although good looking, but ultimately still not very practical, not as comfortable as the sedan. Yes, when I drove into the neighborhood, I drove so slowly, and the horsepower is not quite like a sports car, so if you're buying a new car, you'd better reconsider carefully. If you have that kind of money, you might as well have a Mercedes or a BMW. Xiao Feng listen to my sister-in-law, word of advice, the miscellaneous brand sold, down payment of a Mercedes-Benz. My son-in-law is driving a Mercedes-Benz, sitting can be very comfortable. Lin Feng searched around in the crowd, but in the end did not find that he wanted to understand brother. Lin Feng inwardly shouted, why other protagonists driving wherever they go will not be missing understand brother to introduce the car model, price, to their own here there is no it? Obviously $100 million Pagani, but was made as if it was not even as good as a Mercedes-Benz. Woo woo. Lin Feng squeezed out a smile and coped with many Amazons before going up the stairs with a loss of heart. This forced, failed to pretend. Lin Feng's home is on the 5th floor, is the top floor. Now this kind of weather at the end of March is good, not cold, nor hot. If the summer in July and August, the home does not open the air conditioning is simply no way to stay. The outside is not as hot as the inside, it's like a steamer. Lin Feng thought about it when he went upstairs. He had to hurry up and change his house. Pushing open the door, Lin Feng's dad, Lin Tianya, and his mom, Jiang Yu, were sitting on the sofa and had been waiting for Lin Feng for a while. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Lin Feng entered the door and called out towards the sofa, then changed shoes and sat on the sofa. Son, your mom said you robbed a bank, should we run now or at night? Put. Lin Feng drank half a mouthful of water and sprayed it out at once. Cough, cough, cough. After coughing violently for a while, Lin Feng looked at Jiang Yu with a bewildered face. Mom? What did you say to my dad? Jiang Yu's face slightly flushed. When you just called me, didn't I think you went to rob a bank? So at that time I called your dad, and then you explained it inside the phone, but I forgot about calling your dad. Lin Feng rubbed his temples. There is not a single member of his family who does not think outside the box. Then mom from dad back you have not explained? Jiang Yu nodded sheepishly, and then turned to Lin Tianya in confusion. So you've been thinking that your son robbed a bank since you walked in the door just now? Then why did you just sit on the sofa with me so calmly? You didn't even ask? Lin Feng and Jiang Yu cast their eyes towards Lin Tianya at the same time, waiting for him to give an explanation. Lin Tianya's hands are spread out. I heard you say Xiao Feng robbed the bank on the phone and came back right away. I didn't even dare to delay for a second, but as soon as I entered the door, I saw you sitting calmly on the sofa, a bunch of couriers beside you, and you smiled a little bit from time to time, so I thought that you were also involved in it, just waiting for me to run away. So why do I still have to ask? I just sat on the sofa and waited for Xiao Feng, isn't it enough? Lin Feng. Jiang Yu. Lin Feng covered his face. Dad, Mom, you don't expect me to be good at all. Don't you know what kind of person your son is? Of course I know, I've known since you were a kid, you're an ambitious person, that's why I'm not surprised that your mom said you robbed a bank. Nowadays, if you want to rise up the ranks, you can only go by the side of the sword. Lin Tianya's words directly to Lin Feng will not be whole. Slow down for a long time. Lin Feng took a long breath. Just now those things did not happen. I re-entered the door. Let's start again. After re-entering the house, things were finally no longer full of weirdness. Lin Tianya and Jiang Yu also accepted Lin Feng's reasoning, and accepted the fact that Lin Feng was rich. Dad, Mom, I gave your card inside each transferred 100 million. You usually have what you want to buy but limited to the price did not buy it. The house in the near future I will also go to see. The car, you go directly to the Force store to see satisfied directly swipe to pick up the car on the line. Lin Tianya and Jiang Yu looked at each other, and counted the bank card balance above the number. The mood is very excited. So we don't have to work in the future? Lin Tianya said with a smile. However, Lin Feng stood up and shook his head slightly. Dad, this kind of thinking is not right. Can you not work if you have money? I once had a classmate whose family had tens of billions of dollars in assets, but everyone in their family went to school and went to work. The school will not miss a day of school, work will not be late and leave early once, think of them, and then think of you, is not to feel ashamed? A look of shame surfaced on Lin Tianya's face. Xiao Feng, you mean to say, no matter how much money you have, you can't forget your roots or the most basic work. That friend of yours has a family so rich but still works one without fail. Is this the secret of them being able to stay so rich? No, I mean to say, if you don't work, who are you going to pretend to be rich when you are rich? Lin Tianya. Chapter 13 I Met a Liar? Lin Feng laughed. I was just joking. Now you guys are considered to be wealth free. You can go to work or not. You can go if you want to. If you don't want to go you can't, or I can just acquire your unit. If you really take over, the colleagues who scolded the company with me a few days ago will see that I have changed into the boss. How embarrassing will that be? That's right, you guys can do whatever you want. Anyway, now that you're rich, you don't have to be tied down by life anymore. Immediately after Lin Feng's family cleaned up the house, will be a pile of express all organized. Lin Feng half of the house space are filled. After packing up the express boxes, Lin Feng directly opened a few of the express boxes, cell phones, tablets, computers, headphones, sneakers, cameras, a complete set. After replacing all his equipment with new ones, Lin Feng was happy to lie on his bed and play with his new cell phone. Just as Lin Feng was lying on the bed, WeChat had a friend request come in, and the avatar was a girl. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. It couldn't be Su Yushu, right? Finally got someone to ask for my contact info? It's pretty quick. Let's have a good chat with you then. Jing Jing passed your friend request, now you can chat. Jing Jing, hello, do we know each other? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Why was this Su Yushu's opening statement weird? Could it be that he thought he knew her from before he advanced her the surgery fee? But once you come up you should introduce yourself first, otherwise how would people know who you are? Maple, you added me, and now you're asking if we know each other? Jing Jing, I don't know, I suddenly have your friend inside my cell phone. Maybe it's fate, right? Since it's so fateful, let's get to know each other. My name is Jing Jing. What's your name, little brother? Lin Feng suddenly got up. This chatting routine seems like it's not Su Yushu, but like a tea seller? I've met a scammer? Lin Feng's expression changed from a dawning realization to incomparable excitement. I finally met a scammer again. I haven't met a scammer in a long time. I can chat happily with a scammer again. Hey, Jing Jing, right? Let me meet you. Maple Leaf, my last name is Ni, my name is Dam Dam, you can just call me Dam Dam, or you can call me by my nickname, because I've been falling down easily since I was a kid, that's why my nickname is Fall, you can call me Dam Dam or Fall, whatever you want. The opposite party was silent for a moment, but still quickly responded. Jing Jing, little brother, you have a very special name. If you don't mind, how about I call you Ni brother? Maple Leaf, no, I do mind, you can call me Dam Dam or Drop. if you really don't want to be called by these two names, you can also call me by my stage name. Jing Jing, brother has a stage name, that's awesome. What's brother's stage name? Maple Leaf. Because I have had a dream of becoming a singer since I was a child, I practiced diligently on weekdays and often contacted the pronunciation. Do you know what sounds are most appropriate to practice when practicing pronunciation? Jing Jing, wow, brother knows a lot. In the future, brother will definitely become a good singer. Tell my sister quickly. Maple Leaf, when practicing pronunciation I most often practice the sound yeah, that's why I gave myself the stage name Yeah Yeah. You can call me Yeah Yeah from now on. The other party was silent again for a while. This time the silence was longer compared to the last time, about 2 minutes. But the other party should have felt that they had already started chatting and didn't want to give up on Lin Feng as their target, so after 2 minutes, Jing still messaged back. Jing Jing, then I'll call you by your stage name from now on, Yeah Yeah Yeah. Maple, what a good boy. Jing Jing, yay, what do you do for a living? Maple Leaf, my mom is the village headman's daughter, 6 acres of land in her name, and in the future there is a good chance that she will inherit my grandpa's inheritance, and the money that my mom will get a share of, conservatively estimated, 20,000. Maple Leaf, and my father is even more powerful, is the village inside the only high school graduate genius, identity is also extremely noble. I believe that you have heard of in the cattle family home one hand over the sky of the shit egg grain fertilizer factory, right? Now every year the fertilizer factory's profit is at least 40,000. Maple Leaf, and I, known as the prince born with a grain of shit, just 2 days ago just owned the entire village's 3rd tractor. I do not dare to say that I am the richest person in the world, but the strength is not blown out. I just said you see, strength does not allow me to understatement. This time the silence of Jing Jing was far longer than the last 2 times. It even made Lin Feng think at one point that the opposite party had ignored him. 15 minutes later, Jing finally replied. Jing Jing, so yeah you're so rich Jing Jing is pitiful, has been following my grandfather to live, nowadays rely on my grandfather's tea plantation to live. Just now as my grandfather shouted at me to go out to pick tea, I took advantage of my grandfather's not paying attention to reply to the message of yeah you. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, just how many grandfathers do you have? This way should I call her grandpa as my oldest brother? After letting out a laugh, Lin Feng continued to chat with him. He also knew that it was time for her to get to the point when it came to the tea garden. Maple, you're a tea picker? Jing Jing, yeah, I've been picking tea with my grandpa for years. Yeah you won't look down on me, right? Maple, of course I will, huh? I don't just look down on you, I want to laugh at you. You live with your grandfather, so you don't have any parents? Your mom is dead? Your father is gone too? This kind of tea-selling liar Lin Feng scolded up at all without the slightest psychological burden, although the name is Jing Jing, but the opposite side of the cell phone is likely to be a stingy big man or stingy big mother. No, it is likely to be a group of stingy big man and stingy big mother. This kind of liar died out Lin Feng do not bring sympathy for a point. If you sympathize with them, who will sympathize with those who were cheated by them? Surprisingly, Lin Feng just scolded the opposite side of the direct seconds back. It seems to be into the subject after the eager to cheat money. Jing Jing, I grew up without parents, and grandpa has been living in the countryside. Yeah your words just now made me so sad. Maple, you grew up without parents? Are you an orphan then? Hello, orphan. Jing Jing, if you keep talking like that Jing Jing will get angry furious expression. Maple Leaf, even if you get angry will both parents come back? Well, now call you an angry orphan. At the back Lin Feng also matched a anxious, emotic and packet, the degree of mockery pulled full. Dividing line. Requesting 5 stars, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 14 Molesting Liars. Jing Jing, if you keep talking like that Jing Jing will get angry fuming emoji. Maple Leaf, even if you get angry can both parents still come back? Well, now call you an angry orphan. The opposite side was silent again. I guess I was angry enough. This time it was silent for half an hour's time. After half an hour, Jing was presumably trying one last time. Jing Jing, yeah, do you have a girlfriend? Maple Leaf, yes, why do you ask? Jing Jing, I'm really envious of your girlfriend. I can find a boy as good as you. Unlike me, I'm from the countryside, no one wants me all the time crying emoji. Maple Leaf, see, it's true that you're an orphan. No one wants you, ha 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 ha. Jing Jing, I #fuck ## you. Jing Jing, 60s. Jing Jing, FCKU #at. Jing Jing, 60s. Lin Feng took a look at this battle, good guy, 2 60-second voices. Although he knew that it was definitely cursing inside, Lin Feng was curious if the person he was chatting with was a stingy man or not, so he clicked in and listened. Good guy. Guess not wrong at all, listen to the voice, at least also have 40. Alas, now these scammers cannot cheat the full set? For example, send a voice also looking for cute girls, maybe someone will believe it. After that, Lin Feng decided to finally talk to him for a few minutes. Maple, alright, after scolding you just now, I'm very happy. According to the principle of equal exchange, I'd better buy you a few boxes of tea. Jing Jing, are you serious? Maple Leaf, ha, of course it's fake, you believe this? If you're still a liar with this IQ, you might as well be a fool asking for food to earn more. Immediately after that, Lin Feng pulled her black, and then his mood was unbelievably happy. I love these scammers the most. I'm especially happy every time I'm done communicating with them in a friendly and cordial way. I wish I could communicate with these people every day. After pulling Jing Jing black, coincidentally, another friend application popped up. This time it wasn't a scammer, it was Su Yushu. Hello Lin Feng student, I'm Su Yushu. Yesterday you helped me pay for my father's surgery, thank you so much. You left after I woke up yesterday. I asked for a long time before I got your WeChat, can I agree to be friends? I'll pay you back the surgery fee later, thank you so much. With such a paragraph written above the application memo, Su Yushu was indeed worthy of the character that had been circulating during her college years. If Su Yushu only had a good-looking appearance, Lin Feng wouldn't have liked her, and would merely go for the kidneys, not the heart. But now it seemed that Lin Feng hadn't misjudged Su Yushu. Decisively agreeing to Su Yushu's friend application, Lin Feng also wrote her a large paragraph. Hello Su, you don't need to return the money to me. If you definitely want to do something, then live a good life. Actually, I paid attention to you when I was in college. At that time it was probably because you were good looking, but gradually, I realized that you were more than just good looking. Your heart, it's very pure. Even if you are in the school this dye tank, but still be able to clean yourself, I help you as not to get something from you, only you later good life, I will rest assured. Su Yushu, but the operation cost is not a small amount. You not only help me advance the operation cost, even the operation follow-up recuperation money you also pre-deposit. Your great kindness to me, how can I not repay off? How can I not repay your great favor to me? Seeing Su Yushu's look like she wouldn't stop until she returned the money, Lin Feng's eyes rolled and he had an idea in his mind. Lin Feng, you're determined to pay me back, aren't you? Su Yushu, yes, benefactor, I'll find a company to intern with right away, and after I get my first paycheck, I'll return the rest of the money to you every month after my living expenses. Lin Feng, have you found an internship company yet? Su Yushu, not yet, but I'll look for one after my father's situation stabilizes. Lin Feng, if you go for an internship, you should go to Huarong Group, right? After all, your grades are so good, it would be a shame if you don't go to Huarong Group. Su Yushu, my current plan is to go to Huarong Group for an internship. Lin Feng, if you're planning to go to Huarong Group, we can be companions. I'm also planning to go to Huarong Group for an internship. Su Yushu, really? That's great, if it goes well, we'll be co-workers from now on. Starting from the topic of internship together, Lin Feng and Su Yushu talked for a long time. Even during lunch, Lin Feng kept holding his cell phone. The relationship between the two of them had also gotten a lot closer from some of the chats today, but in the end, they still stayed in the friend kind of closeness. Lin Feng also did not care. Su Yushu, such a girl, if you expect a chat to tease away, then she is not Su Yushu. Chatting away, Lin Feng lay down on the bed and fell asleep. I don't know how long it took. Lin Feng turned around in bed and slowly opened his eyes, when a person suddenly appeared beside the bed. Eh? Who? Lin Feng rubbed his eyes, followed by instantly widening his eyes, his sleepiness disappeared. Sister Meow Meow? Lin Feng's entire body sat up violently and got up from the bed. When did you come, Sister Meow Meow? You didn't even tell me to get up? Lin Meow Meow looked at Lin Feng with a doting face. I just got here, I saw you sleeping soundly, so I didn't call you. There's no need to rush. If you're still sleepy, just go back to sleep. If you're still sleepy, you can go back to sleep. I'm not sleepy when I see you. Lin Feng's face was filled with a happy smile. He and Lin Meow Meow had been spending time together for a few months and hadn't seen each other. Now it was hard to see. Could he not be happy? Lin Meow Meow straightened her chest and said with a proud face, come on, look, see if you can see any difference between me and a few months ago? Lin Feng's eyes fell on his breasts. Sister Meow Meow, have you been eating papaya? Hey, I've been eating papaya for dinner every night for the past few months, how's that? Useful, yes, but that's not the most useful. Ha? Do you have something more effective? Lin Feng laughed, came over to Lin Meow Meow's ear and whispered softly. Lin Meow Meow gave him a blank look, just knowing how to be poor. Then the two of them reminisced about many things from the past. After some playing around and reminiscing, Lin Feng and Lin Miao Miao were both happy. Lin Feng, who was tired of playing and laying down, suddenly remembered something. Where were Mom and Dad? They're not outside, are they? Our house isn't soundproof, we just complained about them. Lin Miao Miao knocked Lin Feng's head. What are you thinking? If they were at home, would I dare talk to you about this? When I first came here, I suggested that we go out to eat at night, so they went out and booked a restaurant together. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, but on second thought, so it's just the two of us at home now? Lin Miao Miao pursed her lips and smiled. What do you want? Let's chat for a little while longer. Chapter 15 transferred 1 billion. About close to 2 hours later, Lin Feng and Lin Miao Miao finally went out after half a day of dawdling. After going out, Lin Miao Miao held Lin Feng's arm, very close. The people inside the neighborhood were also used to the actions between the two. After going downstairs, Lin Feng patted Lin Miao Miao's buttocks. Wait for me for a while, I'll go and drive. Have you gotten rich recently? Bought a car? Just now I look at your room inside that big pile of express, just focus on busy other. Forgot to ask you, you really rich? Lin Feng waved the Pagani key in his hand. Of course, in the past it was Miao Miao who supported me, now it's time to change over. Afterwards, Lin Feng told Lin Miao Miao about the process of getting rich by speculating on stocks with a prepared reason. Lin Miao Miao froze for a while. Little Feng, are you serious? You really have several hundred million now? Lin Feng opened his cell phone's bank card balance and handed it to Lin Miao Miao. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Lin Miao Miao hummed, but you often lie to me. Remember last summer vacation, said it was just a kiss and that was it, what happened? Lin Feng hemmed and hawed and laughed. In fact, it's not really a lie to say so, not kissing is not called kissing. Smooth talk, plus now so rich, I do not know who will go to the trouble in the future. Lin Feng immediately raised one hand. I swear, even if I am a scourge in the future, I also want to be the first to scourge Miao Miao you. After all, rabbits don't refuse the grass on the edge of the nest, so sooner or later they will come back to find it. After lightly hitting Lin Feng, Lin Miao Miao gave him a glance. Well, don't be slick, Mom and Dad have been waiting for a long time, just at home has been delayed for quite a long time, hurry up and go. Then my princess, please get in the car. Lin Feng made an inviting gesture. After the two of them got on the car, Lin Miao Miao was astonished. If I'm not mistaken, this is the limited edition Pagani, right? This car isn't cheap. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll buy you a similar one. Things are so unpredictable. Previously, I have been worried that you later earn enough money to spend how to do, but also you in the bank inside the deposit of a sum of money, every month will be to that bank card remittance of money into the original waiting to give you after your graduation. Did not think that you are now casually as a few hundred million, it seems that I deposited that sum of money is not to be used. Lin Miao Miao generalized. Lin Feng's heart warmed up, Lin Miao Miao was really no match for him. From the past, when she hadn't left home yet, she thought of giving herself the first thing to eat, and the first thing to play with was to give herself the first thing to play with. Now that she's working, she's still thinking about saving money for her future, and with such a good sister, she has no regrets in this life. Miao Miao, can you show me the bank card you saved for me? No, here you go. It's a coincidence that the last 4 digits of this card happen to be your birthday. I really thought it was destined to be when I first finished it. Lin Feng took the bank card whose last 4 digits were his birthday. How much money is in this card now? Probably more than 200,000. This year is my 4th year of saving money. Every year my second father to give me pocket money when I will save a little, and then deposit it into this card. I remember I also asked my 2 dads local bride prices generally how much. He said that the bride price is generally to 300,000. At that time I just saved money when I was still thinking, must save enough 300,000, let you marry me. Now think about it, should think too much, as long as I want, which still need what bride price ah. So then this money will be taken as the money I saved for your future. Lin Feng played with the bank card, memorized the card number, and then transferred $999,980,000 into it. Rounded it up. Then he returned the card to Lin Miao Miao. I just transferred some more money to the card, it's just enough to make a whole number, take it back, as a bride price for me to marry you in the future. How much did you transfer? $800,000? Didn't I just tell you? As long as I like it, I don't need any bride price. My mom and dad are very open-minded, those old feudal remnants are not needed at all. Lin Feng smiled, do not need, then this money is I transfer to you pocket money, anyway, I have transferred to you, not 800,000, you can open the cell phone bank to check. Lin Miao Miao was also curious in her heart, but after checking she directly froze in place. The long string of numbers on that cell phone was like a dream. She rubbed her eyes several times, but the numbers on the phone remained the same. Xiao phone you this is to me transferred. Not much, counting your original card inside the 200,000, I made up a whole number, 1 billion. If there's anything you want to buy in the future, just buy it directly. Lin Miaomia wanted to shrug it off, but Lin Feng directly blocked her mouth, with the look of a domineering president. If I give it to you, you take it. If you don't take it, I'll get angry. Lin Miaomia was in a bit of a trance for a while. That Lin Feng, who he had always treated as a child, had grown up. Grown up in every sense of the word. Okay, I'm going to drive. You can empty your shopping cart now. You also saw that big pile of express boxes inside my room just now. That's the loot I emptied my shopping cart. Saying that, Lin Feng started the blue beast under his feet, the rumbling sound rang out, and drove in the direction of the hotel. After driving for a while, the traffic in Qizhou really didn't disappoint Lin Feng. It was jammed. Just now when Lin Tianya and Jiang Yu called Lin Feng, he used the traffic jam as an excuse. He didn't expect to really encounter a traffic jam now. Just when the traffic jam was boring, Lin Miaomia took out her cell phone and handed it to Lin Feng. Recently found a new job. These people send me messages every day. Some have confessed to me several times. Working in a department is not quite convenient to delete, or you help me talk about it. Lin Feng directly took the phone. Anyway, the traffic jam is also boring. Then chat, not to mention that Lin Feng most liked to chat with people. Reference to the morning of the scammer. Wang Fugue, hello Miao Miao, a new day, please allow me to greet you. Today I still like you very much. Lin Feng, thank you. Wang Fugue, I really like you. Lin Feng, I really thank you. Li Ming, are you free today? Can we go to a movie? Lin Feng, but it's almost 6 o'clock now, so if we eat again, it'll be pretty late, right? Li Ming, can't we go back after the movie? Bad smile. Lin Feng, yeah, forget it then. Chapter 16 The Chatty Jean Lei. After Lin Feng smiled and took care of the first two, he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping and continued to click on the chat box of the third person. This person's name was Mei Wenhua, and he sounded very cultured. Mei Wenhua, do you mind if I just call you Miao Miao from now on? Lin Feng, of course I mind, he. I know there are a lot of people are chasing after you, there is no shortage of rich people, but I'm not the same as those who are vulgar. I'm a reader. I've read the 4 great masterpieces no less than 10 times. If you don't believe me, you can just ask any question. As long as it's something inside the 4 great masterpieces, I can definitely answer it correctly. Oh, really? Really? Of course. If I can't answer any of them, I'll eat poop upside down. Okay, if the Monkey King and Lin Daiyu had a baby, would it be a man, a monkey, or a rock? Mei Wenhua, heir. What did Cao Cao say to the Tang monk when he went to Liangshan? Mui Manhua, what? Does Sima Yi like Lu Lu Lu? Why hasn't Wu Chenzhen published any books lately? What did Lu Guanzhang worship when he was in the peach garden? Guangong? What are the days of Lin Daiyu's physiological period? Is Erlang God Yang Jian's third eye single or double? Does the 8 trigrams furnace of Lord Taishang burn coal or gas? What size is the Tang monk's robe? Mei Wenhua. Finally, in Lin Feng's layers of questions, Mei Wenhua silently logged out of WeChat. Probably feeling ashamed. Followed by a Zhang Wei, very loud mouth, said he memorized the entire criminal law, civil law, called the Great Master, said that anything can consult him. Lin Feng took a look, good guy, such a big mouth? Then if you don't go through the tricks, it is really a pity in this life. If a pig's kidneys are weak, is its waist still tonic? Does getting caught on the way to surrender still count as surrender? Does a pregnant woman's beating count as assault? My uncle was in the army. Does that mean I'll go to jail? If a person's grandfather was a traitor, his maternal grandfather was an interpreter for the devils, his third uncle was a bandit, and his second uncle's husband was a loan shark, can he be a soldier in this situation? Zhang Wei was silent, and then, there was no then. Immediately after that, Lin Feng treated the rest of Lin Miaomiao's suitors as he did, and waited until the front was finally no longer stuck in traffic before returning the cell phone to Lin Miaomia. After Lin Miaomia took the phone, she directly deleted all of the contacts in a large wave inside the phone. How did you delete so many people at once? Lin Feng asked curiously. Just now Lin Miaomia had deleted at least dozens of people one after another, and hadn't stopped until Lin Feng asked. They are all new colleagues, before because they worked together, so I didn't refuse when they added me, now I decided to quit and quit, there is no need for these co-workers to continue to stay and go. Lin Feng nodded slightly, resignation is good, you don't need to work now. I remember you told me before, your dream is to travel the world one day, right? You can go if you have time these days. Lin Meow Meow deflated her mouth. You still remember everything I casually said before? That's for sure, I'm Sister Meow Meow's sweet little brother. I want to kiss and hug and lift high. Humph, such a sweet mouth, smooth talking, I don't know who I learned it from. Lin Meow Meow deflated her mouth. I'll testify that Mom and Dad taught me well. Are you proud of yourself? I'll tell Mom and Dad later. Lin Feng smiled. It's okay, I'll say it in front of Mom and Dad. Aren't you afraid of being heard by Mom and Dad? Isn't that more exciting? Lin Meow Meow, what? It didn't take long for Lin Feng to drive into the address given by Lin Tianya and Zhang Yu, which is a very famous local private restaurant in Qizhou. Lin Feng's family used to come here to eat often before, so gradually this place became an exclusive place for the family to eat after Lin Meow Meow came back. The name of the restaurant was called Sidiu Xian, and it specialized in light small dishes. If it's the first time you come here, see the cheap prices on the menu, and only order a few dishes. I believe he will be dumbfounded when he waits for the food to be served. Because every single dish here is a very small portion, almost every member of the family will bottom out after a few pinches. After Lin Feng parked the car, he and Lin Meow Meow walked through the door on their arms. Lin Tianya and Zhang Yu had already opened the private room and were waiting. After the four of them were seated, the food slowly came up. The family was happy, the smiles on their faces were all from the bottom of their hearts. Inside the general manager's office on the 33rd floor of Huarong Group, Zhang Lei was holding his cell phone at this moment, with a sad face. If there were employees of the company here at this moment, they would definitely be dumbfounded by Zhang Lei's expression at this moment. Zhang Lei, who usually has an expression like a robot and never shows his sadness or happiness on his face, is now showing a sad face. Zhang Lei looked at the red exclamation mark on the chat box of his cell phone and let out a long sigh. Am I really not suitable for online dating? I feel that there is nothing wrong with this chat. How come I was deleted? The screen turned to the chat interface. The chat between Zhang Lei and the opposite girl is as follows. Girl, I tell you, I felt like dying last night. It felt like there was an electric drill drilling inside my stomach. Zhang Lei, electric drill? You've been drilled by an electric drill? Before? I'm just a description, I'm on my aunt. It's said that women who are on their period are prone to be cranky, and now it seems to be true. Does it hurt a lot? Of course it hurts. I was in pain until 2 o'clock yesterday, and I'm still in pain. Did it hurt until 2 o'clock? Is that so amazing? It stops at 2 o'clock? Is there an on-off switch? A girl's body is really amazing. What's wrong with you? I'm having a stomachache and you're still talking nonsense. Do you know that my blanket and pillow were wet last night and my head was sweaty? You don't want to comfort me, but you're still saying there's no switch? Is it that serious? Luckily, I didn't. Scram. The other party has turned on friend verification. You are not yet her friend. Please send a friend verification request first. The other party verified through before chatting. Just as Zhang Lei was worried, a phone call came in to interrupt his emo. Zhang Lei's expression changed instantly, as if what had just happened hadn't happened at all, and he returned to the expression of the general manager of that company. Secretary Lu, what's the matter? I met the chairman today. Lin Dong wants to check the information of a person. Originally I was responsible for doing it, but I have something to do today. This matter will be given to you. I will give you the chairman's number. You come to contact Lin Dong. Okay, I will send the number over. I will go and do it. Chapter 17. Want a parking space? Give it to you. After Lu Xian sent Lin Feng's number over, Zhang Lei immediately contacted Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was eating, walked out from inside the private room and picked up the phone. Lin Dong, I'm Zhang Lei, the general manager of Huarong Group. Secretary Lu told me that you want to find the information of a person. She doesn't have time today, so she gave this task to me. Who are you looking for, Lin Dong? Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He was about to forget about investigating Lu Shua. Originally he went to the company yesterday to let Lu Xian investigate Lu Shua, but when he arrived at the company, he was fine. He got high and forgot about the main event. It's a good thing that Lu Xian didn't forget about this matter even though she was a bit inconvenient in bed. The name of the person I'm looking for is called Lu Shua. Elementary school is in the Spring Breeze Elementary School. Junior high school is in the second middle school in Qizhou. Home seems to be Qizhou Linchang. Only this information can be found? Zhang Lei immediately responded, Lin Dong, this information is still a little less, may not be accurate. You still have the rest of the clues, such as his cell phone number or document number, or photos, and other clues? Lin Feng murmured, cell phone number? Cell phone number? Can a photo from 7 years ago work? Yes, as long as the person hasn't changed too much, it will help in the search. Good, I'll send you the photo now. It's a graduation photo from junior high school. Lin Feng didn't hang up the phone directly, but found his junior high school graduation photo from the QQ collection, circled Lu Shuo alone, and then sent it to Zhang Lei. I sent it over, see if you got it? I received, I now go to check. If it goes well, probably tomorrow morning can have the results. Zhang Lei speaks and works cleanly. Lin Feng is very satisfied. Good, go and do it, and inform me directly after you have the result. After hanging up Zhang Lei's phone, Lin Feng returned to the private room. The 4 members of the family talked and laughed, and the time passed quietly. After dinner, Jiang Yu and Lin Tianya went to the mall. Jiang Yu said that she had seen a lot of clothes when she was shopping at the mall, but she didn't bother to buy them at the time, so now she's going to buy them all. Jiang Yu knows that Lin Feng and Lin Miaomiao have a good relationship, so this also gives them the opportunity to spend time alone. Buy clothes she and Lin Tianya to go just fine. The 2 young people want to go to wear their own decision. After Jiang Yu and the 2 left, Lin Feng looked at the map. There happened to be a movie theater nearby. Why don't we go watch a movie? There seems to be a good movie released recently. It's just as well that after we watch it we'll continue chatting to go and discuss the problem. Lin Miaomiao tilted her head to look at Lin Feng. Discuss problems? Discuss what problems? Is it the kind of problems I think of? Lin Feng smiled. What kind of problems are you thinking of? Lin Miaomiao took a step forward and said with a smile, what I think about is the same kind as what you have in mind. Then aren't we thinking the same thing? Then what are we waiting for? I'm buying a movie ticket now. Forget it, do not go to the cinema to see the movie. Tired, find a hotel, go to the hotel to see. The cinema seats I sit uncomfortable. I am used to lying on the bed to see. I'm used to lying on the bed. Well, I'll listen to you. Immediately after, the 2 did not delay, drove to a nearby hotel. But in the middle, Lin Miaomiao got off the car. She said she was going to buy one thing and asked Lin Feng to go first. Lin Feng asked her what she was going to buy. Lin Miaomiao only left him with a mysterious smile. You'll know in a moment. Lin Miaomiao's words made Lin Feng's heart itch and filled with curiosity. With a belly full of curiosity, Lin Feng drove fast and rushed to a nearby hotel. He didn't expect that just after Lin Feng drove his car into the hotel, he saw 2 ghostly people, a man and a woman, discussing something at the door. Lin Feng's body was strengthened by the system, so his hearing was also very sensitive. Even through the glass, he could hear it. Originally, Lin Feng could hear that he wasn't interested in other people's business, but when he heard those 2 people talking about targeting themselves, Lin Feng instantly became interested and let go of the gas pedal. The car's speed instantly slowed down, and that man and woman's conversation Lin Feng also listened to a clear picture. Brother, do you really think about it? This $200 is all the money we have now. Are you sure you can do it? If we eat a few meals, we won't have any more money. If we don't use it to earn money, we won't even have a penny in a few days. But don't worry, there is no way back now. The most important thing is to earn enough money to go abroad, otherwise those creditors will find us sooner or later. We've done fraud before. Why do you worry about this little thing? There's no time for hesitation. Wait for me here. Keep an eye on this Pagani, the richest person driving this kind of car. Wait for me to take care of the Porsche over there, then we'll deal with this Pagani together. Okay, then brother, you be careful. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth showed a smile. His heart was filled with curiosity. Is this a robbery or what? Through the window of the car, Lin Feng saw that the man among the 2 men was holding 2 red bills in his hand, strutting towards a Porsche that had just come to a stop. He opened the window of the Porsche, said something, and threw the $200 in his hand in a humiliating manner. Immediately after, the Porsche also has a bunch of bills thrown out, directly smashed in the boy's face. After the Porsche inside, a few people cursed out of the car into the hotel. The boy joyfully picked up the bills on the ground, gestured to the girl at the gate, after which the 2 converged and walked towards Lin Feng's car. Lin Feng smiled and understood the 2 men's trick. Just as Lin Feng had just parked his car, the 2 came. The boy had his arm around the girl and rushed at Lin Feng with his nostrils, knocking on the window of Lin Feng's car with an arrogant look. Hey, who told you to park here? Don't you know that this parking space is the one young master I'm looking at? Take this money and go find another parking space. I'm not poor, take the money and hurry up. After that, the boy threw a bunch of banknotes into the car. Looking at the number, he should have thrown in all the money that the Porsche had just thrown to him. The 2 arrogantly looked at Lin Feng, expecting Lin Feng to explode and then take the money to smash people, but Lin Feng had a calm face. You want this parking space? Give you good, anyway, there are so many empty spaces, these money thanks. Requesting 5-star reviews, gifts, flowers, rolling for you guys. Chapter 18 New Rewards for Signing In. The boy and the girl were dumbfounded and stood straight in place until Lin Feng drove the car to another parking space and still didn't come to their senses. A few moments later, Lin Feng parked his car, picked up all the money just now and counted it. It was close to 2,000. When Lin Feng left, he waved his hand towards the two men. Thank you really generous The boy hurriedly chased up. You stop. Lin Feng smiled and turned back. Why? What's the matter? Do you want to give me some more money? The boy was silent for a moment, barely squeezed out a smile, gritted his teeth and said, No, nothing. After walking into the hotel, Lin Feng did not bother with the two small crooks, listening to their words just now. The two have swindled others before, so Lin Feng pit them a little bit without any psychological burden. Walking to the front desk, Lin Feng directly opened a presidential suite, then sent the room number to Lin Miao. Not long after, Lin Miao carried a box and came back. What's in here? You didn't snatch another daughter-in-law back for me, did you? Lin Feng had just finished showering and came out from inside the bathroom. Lin Miao gave Lin Feng a blank look. What are you thinking? If you want another daughter-in-law, go find one yourself. What I have here is serious stuff. Lin Feng couldn't wait to open the box, wanting to see how serious the stuff inside could be. Just after opening the box, Lin Feng's eyes widened. This is really serious Various kinds of discs are some of the previous classic films, in which the majority of the East Japan. This is Lin Feng's favorite, which has several teachers every time a new movie comes out. Lin Feng is the first to support. This was all art. True works of art. Looking at Lin Feng's surprised look, Lin Miao smiled lightly. Isn't it complete? Don't you like it? I remember you used to love watching all kinds of movies. These discs are enough for you to watch for a long time. Lin Feng excitedly hugged Lin Miao. Sister Miao, I love you to death. I've been collecting these for a long time. Think of it as a belated New Year's gift. I love this gift so much. When we watch a movie later, let's pick from these. They're all classics, any one of them can be watched over and over again. Okay, let's watch Mr. Momonoke's movie. I like that one better. Okay, I'll listen to Ms. Momochi. I first go to the bath, you go to put the disc. Remember not to put the wrong. A moment we watch together, right? Do not forget to make a phone call to say that we go to the internet cafe all night. Today does not go back. Lin Miao instructed. I know, I am familiar with the road, and, if you feel the need to scrub, call me at any time. Lin Miao white Lin Feng a glance, directly closed the bathroom door. Just no poor mouth, I do not need to rub bath. The two were used to talking. Lin Feng didn't care, he fiddled with the movie discs on the floor. These movie discs can be roughly divided into two types, this type and that type. Laughs. Lin Feng lightly screened that classic motion picture on top of the hotel's TV, then sat down on the bed and enjoyed the essence of these human arts first. About half an hour later, Lin Miao also finished her shower and came out. Aya, why don't you wait for me? Didn't we agree to watch it together? Hurry up and pause, go back, I want to watch it from the beginning. I'm going to watch it from the beginning. Lin Feng is also rare as a spoiled monster. The two watched the movie until the middle of the night, and then because they were too sleepy, they fell into a deep sleep. The next day. Yesterday's movie was still playing on top of the TV. Yesterday, the two people had watched a total of 4 classic movies and had a full harvest. It wasn't until close to 3 o'clock in the morning that they watched and fell asleep. They didn't even have time to turn off the TV. When Lin Feng woke up, it was already 1 o'clock at noon. Lin Feng woke up and took a look at his cell phone. There were a few messages from Su Yushu, and there were also 2 phone calls and text messages from Zhang Lei. After a cursory glance, Su Yushu was asking when she was going to come to Huarong Group for an internship. Her resume had been approved and she was going for an interview today. Zhang Lei, on the other hand, sent himself a message from Lu Shuo. Lin Feng didn't reply right away. He got up from the bed, moved his body, and called out to Lin Miao, the little lazy pig still doesn't get up? I can't get up. I have to sleep all day today, I'm exhausted. Lin Miao said in a daze. Then, are you still eating? Eat. I'm starving. Lin Miao directly got up. If you should eat, you should eat. Sleeping and stuff is not as important as eating. Lin Feng called the front desk of the hotel and had the waiter send over a meal for 2 people. The two quickly replenished their strength. While eating, Lin Feng's consciousness entered the middle of the system space. The number of check-ins for today had been refreshed again. Sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the poisoned milk skill. Poisoned milk, the words the host says using this skill will have the exact opposite effect. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth rose slightly. This was something good. The sign-in rewards had finally come to a good thing. Currently sign-in rewards anything that money could buy, Lin Feng didn't like. Money currently Lin Feng is not lacking at all, $10 trillion is already rich, now he is looking forward to some rewards that can't be bought with money. This poisonous milk skill was a good thing that couldn't be bought with money. With this, in the future, whoever offended Lin Feng, he would have to wish the family of the person who offended him peace and happiness. Whoever helps Lin Feng, then he'll wish him bad luck every day. As if that sounded strange. Lin Feng's eyes fell on Lin Miaomia, who was eating at the side. Lin Feng happened to want to try out his new skill, so in his mind he read, using the poisonous milk skill, Lin Miaomia will get more and more tired after eating, she won't have any spirit at all, and she won't even be able to walk. Ask for 5-star praise, ask for gifts, ask for flowers. Chapter 19 Xingxin, do me a favor. Lin Miaomiao, who was eating, suddenly felt that the fatigue in her body was slowly disappearing, and her waist, which was still a bit sore just now, was actually not hurting now. When Lin Miaomiao swallowed the last mouthful of rice, all her fatigue was swept away, her waist was not sore, her hands did not hurt, and she felt refreshed. After moving her body, Lin Miaomiao's face was full of amazement. Just now the rice is too magical, I'm not tired at all after eating it, is there any magic medicine added in it? Originally, I wanted to eat and then go to sleep, but now I don't think I need it at all. Lin Feng was amazed that it was so effective. Then wouldn't he be invincible in the world just by talking? But just as Lin Feng was thinking about it, the system had a sound. Host, please note that the poisonous milk skill is not as powerful as the host thinks. The smaller the thing, the faster and more obvious the feedback of the poisonous milk skill is. The bigger the thing the host milks, the time limit of the effect will be correspondingly longer, and the effect that comes from the feedback will be weakened as well. Lin Feng nodded slightly, so that was it. Come to think of it, if everything was really like what just acted on Lin Miaomiao, then he would really be completely invincible. If one day he was in a bad mood and blessed the earth to get better and better, and tomorrow he got lucky, wouldn't it all be over? Although the role is not as good as he thought, but Lin Feng is also very satisfied. The role of big things is not big, but in some small things discussed others is not bad. After Lin Feng and Lin Miaomiao ate, because they were no longer tired, they didn't continue to sleep, but started to clean up the room. Although it was possible to just walk away and leave it to the hotel's housekeeping to do these things, Lin Miaomiao insisted on doing it herself. Sister Miaomiao, can't you just let the cleaning ants clean up these things? What kind of person comes out to live in a hotel and cleans up by themselves? Lin Feng said. Just no poor mouth, hurry up and clean up, I sympathize with the cleaning ants, can't I? Lin Miaomiao glared at Lin Feng. The two of them cleaned up for close to an hour, and put all the things that should be cleaned up into the garbage bag. After cleaning up, the two came out of the hotel. Lin Feng remembered that Su Yushu went to Huarong Group for an interview today, as well as Zhang Lei found Lu Shua's information and thought about going to Huarong Group. So Lin Feng let Lin Miaomiao go and Lin Tianya Jiangyu together to look at the house. After looking good, Lin Feng directly go to pay. Lin Feng then drove to Huarong Group alone. Before driving, Lin Feng replied to Su Yushu's message. I just overslept. What time is your interview today? Is it too late for me to rush over? The message had just been sent out and Su Yushu replied almost in seconds. Did you stay up late yesterday? Staying up late is not good for your body, try not to stay up late in the future. I just arrived at Huarong Group now, the interview is at 3 o'clock, there are still more than 40 minutes. I'm going to find you now, so that you can teach me after the interview. Okay, then I'll wait for you at the entrance of the company. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then returned, I have not yet left, may arrive a little late, do not delay your interview, you still do not come to the door, your interview is important, if I get to the company before 3 o'clock, I will send you a message. Aha, well, then send me a message when you arrive, I'll come to you. Lin Feng could obviously feel that the tone of Su Yushu's chat with himself was a lot closer compared to yesterday, and the relationship between the two was one step closer. It seems to go to the company in advance to give the company's employees a reminder, in the future I have to have one more identity in the company, the intern. After making up his mind, Lin Feng fastened his seatbelt, kicked the gas and drove in the direction of Huarong Group. About 20 minutes later, Lin Feng parked his car in the underground parking lot, then directly took the elevator to the 33rd floor. Inside the chairman's office, Lu Xian and Ajiao were lying on the sofa in a kudzu-like manner. The small table on the side was full of snacks. Lin Feng pushed the door in, the two of them had a jolt, then a surprised expression appeared on both of their faces. Lin Dong? You're back? Lin Feng saw that Lu Xian's walking was still a little less agile, so he launched the poisonous milk again. Blessing Lu Xian now immediately hurts so much that she can't even stand, her whole body doesn't have any strength at all, her spirit is depressed, and she has no appetite. Kindness blessing immediately took effect. Lin Feng hadn't noticed when he blessed Lin Miaomiao in the hotel, and as soon as his own words fell in his mind, a halo appeared above Lu Xian's head and then slowly integrated into Lu Xian's body. After the halo entered, Lu Xian's face improved with the naked eye, and her eyes were filled with shock. Lin Dong, you may not believe me when I say it, as soon as I just saw you, I felt like my whole body wasn't uncomfortable anywhere, I wasn't tired anywhere. Lin Feng smiled, actually I can do magic. As soon as you get close to me, all the tiredness in your body will be swept away and turn into full of vigor. Lu Xian's eyes were wide open. Lin Dong, you know magic? You really believe I can do magic? Of course, as long as it's what Lin Dong said, I believe it. Lu Xian had seen Lin Feng's magic with her own eyes, so she naturally believed it. Right, this time I came to find you for something very important. Ajiao was a bit restless on top of the sofa when she heard that the two of them were going to talk about something important. Am I going? Or not? If I leave, will I disturb them now? If I don't leave, if I accidentally overhear them talking about something confidential, I won't be silenced, right? In the end, Lin Feng gave her a look, only then did Ajiao quietly slip away as if relieved, and closed the door for the two people. After Ajiao left, Lin Feng finally said his plan. I need you to do me a favor? Ask for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 20 Zhang Lei's Internet Love. After Lin Feng gave Lu Xian his idea of playing the role of an intern at the company to get close to Su Yushu, Lu Xian first thought about the feasibility of the plan. But then she realized that she was going to be jealous today. Although in her heart she didn't feel any feelings of revulsion towards Lin Feng having another woman, instead she felt it was very normal, but the rebelliousness in her heart told her that she was going to pamper herself and get jealous. Immediately after that, Lu Xian raised her mouth and turned her head with a grunt. Carrot. Lin Dong wanted to pick up a girl and asked me to help you, I'm jealous. Lin Feng smiled slightly and pinched Lu Xian's little face, you're such a snacker. Lu Xian? Lin Dong, you're bad, humph, won't help you, you go find Zhang Lei to arrange it, humph, angry, humph humph. Lu Xian pushed Lin Feng out from inside the office and went back to the bedroom. Lin Feng deflated and could only go to Zhang Lei's office in a grayish manner. However, he had just pushed open the door of Zhang Lei's office, but he found Zhang Lei looking at his cell phone with a sad face. Zhang Lei was so focused on his cell phone that he didn't even notice that Lin Feng had pushed the door in. Lin Feng quietly walked behind Zhang Lei, and then suddenly patted Zhang Lei's shoulder. Zhang Lei stood up with a jolt, then after seeing that it was Lin Feng, he regained his composure. Lin Dong? When did you come in? I just came in, what were you looking at? What were you looking at just now? Zhang Lei smiled awkwardly, nothing, it's not a work thing. Lin Dong, did you come over to see that Lu Shua's information? Lin Feng waved his hand, there is no hurry, I came to find you for something else this time. Lin Feng quickly stated his plan to Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei nodded his head slightly. Lin Dong, you mean for me to give an order to the whole company, so that all the people in the company pretend that they don't know you? It's easy to give an order, but there are too many people in the company, it's hard to guarantee that no one will leak the information out. Lin Feng stroked his chin, there were close to several thousand people at the headquarters of the Huarong group of companies. When there were too many people, their mouths were mixed. Trying to make everyone keep it a secret was really not an easy thing to do. A few moments later, Zhang Lei continued, I suggest that Lin Dong, your identity as a trainee in the company should not be spread on a large scale in the company, only let a small number of people know. The fewer people who know, the smaller the possibility of your identity leaking out. When you come to the company in the future, try to cover your face, or a mask and a hat, try to downplay your appearance within the company. It just so happens that originally the people inside the company who know you are the chairman of the board of directors are not particularly many. Lin Feng nodded, good idea, then you go and arrange it, right? Is there an interview today? Zhang Lei froze, I'm going to ask the HR department now. No need to ask, directly tell the personnel department, today's interview has a called Su Yushu, let the personnel department do not make it difficult for her, tomorrow we'll notify her to go to the entry, in addition to the entry after her wages and benefits to all raise a standard, in order not to let her new indifferent, and her interns at the same time all in accordance with the same standard as her. Good, Lin Dong, I will go to do it. When Zhang Lei went to notify, Lin Feng took out his cell phone and looked at the time, it was already 2:55. So Lin Feng sent a message to Su Yushu, let her prepare for the interview, he may be stuck in a traffic jam on the road, will be a little late to arrive. Su Yushu replied in seconds, She should have been looking at her phone waiting for Lin Feng's message. Aha, then be careful on the road, I'm going to the interview. The ninth floor of the company. Su Yushu looked at Lin Feng's chat box and revealed a shallow smile, then clenched her fists as if she was cheering herself up. Must be okay. The interview must pass. Immediately after, Su Yushu turned off her cell phone and walked to the interview room. Zhang Lei worked quickly sent the message to the head of several departments, and then notified the Ministry of Personnel. Su Yushu interviews do not make it difficult, directly recruited in. After finishing his business, Zhang Lei returned to the office. Lin Feng was sitting on Zhang Lei's chair. Lin Dong, I've done everything you ordered. Lin Feng nodded. Good, I will come over tomorrow to go through an interview process, and then go directly to work the day after tomorrow. Where did you arrange my position? Lin Dong, your position is an intern secretary in the secretarial department. The superior is Zhou Chuanjiao. This is the advice given by Secretary Liu. The secretarial department is also the department that Secretary Liu has just proposed to build. The location is on the 32nd floor. You can take the elevator exclusively for the executives, so that you see fewer people. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Lu Xian is really a knife mouth and tofu heart. Her mouth says she is angry and doesn't care, but her body is still very honest. Jiao had actually become her own top boss. I wonder what her expression will be when she finds out. Good, let's do it. After that, Lin Feng suddenly changed his words. Right, just now when I just came into your office, you were full of sadness. What was it about? I seemed to see you being deleted at that time? Zhang Lei's face showed an awkward expression. Yes, Lin Dong, I'm not hiding it from you. I'm in an online relationship, but as a result, this time I was deleted just after I started chatting. Lin Feng instantly became interested. You have an online relationship? Yu Hall Huarong Group's general manager, not to mention just 30 years old, people are also quite handsome, still need to use online dating? Lin Dong, you don't know, I've been in love a few times before, but except for that one time in high school which was very pure, the rest of the time every other person was looking for me with a purpose, some for money, some for me to do things for her, so I've always wanted to talk about a relationship that doesn't have any interests mixed in it, so from about half a year ago I've been trying to cybersex. So how are the results of your online dating? Zhang Lei faced like a bitter gourd. Once did not succeed, the most once only talked about a month and a half, the results finally deleted me. Today's this record, only just chat a few minutes to delete me. You give me Kong Kong, how do you chat? Zhang Lei handed the chat page of his cell phone to Lin Feng. Hello, my name is Zhang Lei, I am very happy to be friends with you. After reading the first sentence, Zhang Lei cried, Lin Dong, you see that I greeted no problem, right? Indeed there is no problem, continue to read down. Hello, my name is Li Liang. Your name is so special. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Come to think of it, it is a song inside. Unity is Li Lian, unity is Li Lian. The other party opened the friend verification. You are not yet her friend. Please send a friend verification request. The other party to verify the pass before chatting. Chapter 21 is her. Lin Dong, that is not thinking that I just met to make a joke can be better to draw close to the relationship? As a result, she directly deleted me. Zhang Lei was aggrieved like a 150-pound child, not the slightest bit of his thunderous general manager appearance just now. Lin Feng forced himself not to laugh. How many times have you been deleted in total now? Haven't counted, but at least a dozen times. You show me all the chat records before they were deleted. Zhang Lei found various screenshots and handed his cell phone to Lin Feng. Baby, we've been chatting for such a long time, isn't it time to meet up? Zhang Lei, good, I want to see what you look like too. In that case, why don't you come to my house tonight? I don't want to be a virgin anymore. You still believe in horoscopes, but things like horoscopes can't be changed. The other party has turned on friend verification. You are not her friend yet, please send a friend verification request first, and the other party can only chat after verification is passed. Zhang Lei, have you arrived home yet? You should be very tired after traveling for a few days, right? I'm still in the car now. Ouch, I hate sleeping on the train, it's hard to feel good. I'll buy you a station next time. I'll buy you a standing ticket next time. You won't be able to sleep standing up. The other party has turned on friend verification. You are not her friend, please send a friend verification request first. After the other party passes the verification, you can chat. We have been chatting for almost a month. We've been chatting for almost a month now, and we happen to be in the same city. Do you want to come out and meet? It just so happens that recently there is a pretty good movie, eh? Zhang Lei, yes, yes, yes. But the movie is rare. But the movie is very small. Today there is only a 10 o'clock show. It's 12 o'clock after the movie. There are no cars on the street. I can't go back. How can I do it? I'm not going. You're a bastard, right? The other party has opened the friend verification. You are not her friend. Please send a friend verification request. The other party verified by the chat. Zhang Lei, I'm not working today. I think we can meet up, can we? I also want to meet you, but I don't have time tonight. I have to have dinner with my dad. Dinner with your dad? I want to have dinner with my dad. I remember you told me last time that you had eaten 3 bowls of rice in one meal. What I'm saying is, compare me, Dad, to eat. Are you out of your mind? The other party has turned on friend verification. You're not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first. The other party can chat only after the verification is passed. After Lin Feng read it, he held himself back from laughing out loud. Lin Dong, what do you think the problems are? I feel like I've been deleted somehow. I've tried my best to learn from every lesson. Lin Feng touched his chin. In fact, this cannot be completely blamed on you. Some of your words are not particularly appropriate, but also not to delete you. In fact, I feel that you online dating this road a little crooked. Go ask you? Lin Dong, what do you mean? Since you want to find unadulterated feelings of interest, in fact, you can look back, just like you just said you had a relationship in high school, you and that she still have contact? As Lin Feng's words fell, Zhang Lei suddenly fell silent. A few moments later, Zhang Lei seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were actually flooded with tears. Lin Dong, in fact, I cannot forget her until now. High school we broke up because of early love was found by the school, and then called the parents. At that time I was too weak. If I was a little tougher at that time, maybe that relationship can continue, but... Lin Feng looked at Zhang Lei, so in the heart of the heart silently used the poisonous milk skills. I wish that Zhang Lei's future relationship path will directly die, and his high school girlfriend will never be able to go together, and will be missed forever and ever. After the poisonous milk, Lin Feng opened his mouth and said, Do you know when the best time to plant a tree is? Zhang Lei raised his head and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Lin Dong, why are you asking this? The best time to plant a tree is 10 years ago, and secondly, now. The best time for you to go and get her back is when you are in high school. This time, it is now. Zhang Lei froze, his eyes looking out the window, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, remembering the little moments with his girlfriend from before. But then he deflated. But I and she before a long time have not contacted. Remember when I was in college, when there was still her QQ, and then look at her space every day, and then she may be aware of it, I block me, and now it's passed for years, and maybe she has been married also maybe. How do you know she must be married if you don't look for it? She might be as single as you are now and still have you in her heart. If that's really the case, wouldn't it be too bad for you guys? Lin Feng continued to persuade. Zhang Lei was still hesitating. Lin Feng directly handed him his cell phone. Do you still have her contact information? Come on, be bold and contact her. Zhang Lei took the cell phone, but was slow to move. Lin Dong, why don't you forget it? I still can't do it. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Lei with hatred. What are you afraid of? If she really got married or had a boyfriend, wouldn't you simply give your blessing? I still don't want to face it. If I really personally learn from her mouth that she has someone else by her side, I will collapse. Zhang Lei let out a long sigh. Lin Feng also sighed when he saw this. Although he hadn't experienced what Zhang Lei had gone through, he understood. Since Zhang Lei was unwilling, Lin Feng didn't continue to push him. Everyone had everyone's choice and couldn't be forced. However, just when Lin Feng decided to give up, Zhang Lei's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Feng skimmed the name on it, you. Zhang Lei also saw that name on top of his cell phone, and for a moment, his eyes seemed to be tightly hooked by that name. In that instant, Zhang Lei seemed to be out of his body, his eyes were empty and his body froze. Lin Feng hurriedly pushed him. Hey, what's wrong with you? Only then did Zhang Lei come to his senses. Lin Dong, it's her. It's her. That girlfriend of yours from high school? Right. I'll never forget that name. Then pick up the phone quickly, or I'll hang up later. Zhang Lei afterward panicked to pick up the phone, and then opened the speakerphone, with a trembling voice to say a sentence. Hey. The opposite side seems to be with a crying voice. I want to find you to borrow some money, can you? Chapter 22. I'm holding you for fear that you'll get lost. Can you lend me some money? I really have no way. The voice on the other end of the phone was obviously with a crying tone, and his voice was mute. Zhang Lei's heart seemed to be tightly gripped. After slightly relieving his emotions, Zhang Lei opened his mouth and said, What happened? How much money do you want? My father did business was cheated, more than 1 million were all rolled away, and now the debt collectors have lived in the house does not go. I have all the people who can contact, I really have no way. Where are you now? Those debt collectors didn't do anything to you, did they? Zhang Lei asked anxiously.
I am fine now. Our family is now living in the basement of my uncle's house inside. For the time being, no one has found us, but those debt collectors are too well informed. We have lived a few times before the place was found. In fact, cannot be blamed on others. They were because of the belief in my father, have invested quite a lot of money, the most of which is more than $800,000.
I am really desperate. I want to borrow some money from you for emergency. You don't have to worry about the money now. You send me the address, I'll rush over right away.
After Zhang Yu said the address with a sobbing voice, Zhang Lei hurriedly hung up the phone and didn't even have time to say hello to Lin Feng. He directly rushed out of the office. Lin Feng hurriedly called out to him, "Don't be in too much of a hurry. The way you look now, I don't think it's suitable to drive at all. It takes at least an hour or so to drive to her place. Letting your driver take you there. What will she do if something happens to you on the way?"
Safety first, got it?
Zhang Lei nodded heavily, then bowed to Lin Feng. "Lin Dong, thank you."
Why are you thanking me?
You remember, there are regrets. The best time to make up for them is before they happen, and secondly, now.
Go on, don't keep her waiting. I'll pay for the money. I'll make up for the holes of all those people who were cheated.
No way, Mr. Lin, I'll pay for this myself.
Zhang Lei is resolute. We will talk about the money later. Hurry up and go. I am waiting to drink your wedding wine. Zhang Lei didn't say anything, turned around and got on the elevator. Lin Feng watched Zhang Lei's departing back and revealed a smile.
Letting a pair of people who missed each other come back together again, a lot of merit.
Shortly after Zhang Lei left, Lin Feng received a call from Su Yushu. Su Yushu's tone was tinged with surprise. I passed the interview. And HR asked me to come to work tomorrow.
Really? That's great. I'll tell you the good news. I just got a notification to go to the interview tomorrow. If tomorrow's interview goes well, we'll be co-workers from now on.
Really? You got the interview too? Are you in the company now? Let me tell you what the interviewer asked me today. What floor are you on? I'll go find you now.
Lin Feng took the executive special elevator from the 33rd floor and went down to the first floor first, then went up to the regular employee elevator. Inside the elevator, Lin Feng purposely put on a hat and mask to try not to be recognized. Although there weren't many people who knew him inside the company now, most of them were people who had seen him that day in the lobby where Li Wei wanted to bag herself to watch the fun. But now, since Lin Feng had made up his mind to go to the company as an employee, it was necessary to reduce the possibility of him being recognized. There weren't many people inside the elevator. Besides Lin Feng, there were two groups of people, both girls. One of the girls standing in front of Lin Feng's left side to the girl next to her. Why do you think people's physiques are all so weak nowadays? When I was playing ball with my friends yesterday, I accidentally smashed a ball player's back, and he even fainted straight away.
He's still in the hospital. Maybe he's just weak. Is he okay?
No big deal. He woke up after a few hours, and the doctor said it's not a big deal, but fortunately it was a bit off.
That's good. By the way, I don't remember you playing basketball. Did you play soccer?
No, I play shot put.
The girl next to me?
And the two girls in front of Lin Feng's right are also good candidates to be funny girls.
Xiaobei, you have a flexible brain, help me analyze it. Just now I told the supervisor, can you let me leave work early?
I want to go home and sleep, but the supervisor said let me dream. Do you think he agrees with me to leave work earlier or not?
Xiaobei touched the girl's head.
Xiao Jia, you may be able to go to bed earlier every day from now on.
Really? Is that what the supervisor meant?
Lin Feng held back his laughter and got off the elevator. Once there are more people inside the company, you can meet any kind of talent. Just like the old saying, when the bird gets big, any kind of forest can be entered.
Eh? Why is this old saying a bit wrong, Yazzie?
Forget it.
Gotta go meet Su Yushu.
Lin Feng walked around a corner, took off his mask and hat, and saw from afar that Su Yushu was the most dazzling wherever she went.
Today's Su Yushu wore a lady's suit. Although the fabric didn't look very good and had a cheap feel to it, Su Yushu's face value brought this cheap suit to a temperament that didn't belong to it. Su Yushu also deliberately put on a makeup for today's interview. Her hair was sharply tied, the spring breeze brushed her face, and the beauty smiled lightly, and Lin Feng was a little bit in a trance the moment he saw Su Yushu. We meet again.
Although the exchange inside the phone was smooth, when Su Yushu saw Lin Feng again, she still couldn't help but be a little nervous.
Hello again, today you look better than last time.
Lin Feng smiled. Su Yushu blushed slightly, and after a long time found a topic. I'll tell you what the interviewer asked today.
Then don't stand here dry. When I came, I saw that there is a cafe opposite the company. Why don't we go there and drink coffee while we talk? Okay, I'll buy you a coffee. Let's go then.
Lin Feng naturally took Su Yushu's small hand, and when the two people's hands just touched for a moment, Su Yushu froze in place.
What are you doing?
Su Yushu's face quickly flushed red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the redness gradually spread from her cheeks to her neck.
Lin Feng has a serious face. You don't know where the cafe is, so I will take you there.
Su Yushu for a moment surprisingly cannot tell whether Lin Feng is deliberately playing dumb or really simple intentions. He wanted to pull his hand out of Lin Feng's hand, but Lin Feng tightly clenched. She cannot move in the slightest.
I'll just follow you. I don't need you to lead me.
Lin Feng tilted his head. That won't do. How do you look good? What if I don't hold you and you get snatched by someone else or get lost?
Listen to me, just lead.
Chapter 23. Looking at each other without words, but with 1,000 tears. Su Yushu did not know how to refute Lin Feng, and could only let Lin Feng hold his hand. And because it was the 4th floor, Lin Feng didn't choose to take the elevator, but held Su Yushu's hand and walked down the stairs.
Su Yushu was like a little daughter-in-law. With her mouth agape, being held by Lin Feng, she walked out of the company building, crossed the street, and walked to the opposite side of the cafe.
Just walk to the door of the cafe. Su Yushu stopped, said weakly, Can you let go of my hand? Lin Feng still had a smile on his face and casually blurted out, this cafe is huge, what if you get lost inside?
It's better if I hold your hand. Su Yushu was pulled into the cafe by Lin Feng.
Just after going in, Su Yushu whispered, chatting on the cell phone, you are not like this, need changed.
Lin Feng stopped his steps, turned around, looked at Su Yushu, what did you say?
Su Yushu was like a child caught doing something wrong, her eyes fluttered, her hands and feet were not natural. I didn't say anything.
Didn't say anything? I've heard it all, and I'm punishing you for buying me dinner after my successful interview. Do you remember?
Yes, actually, I wanted to buy you a meal even if you didn't tell me.
Okay, then the punishment is cancelled, and you'll be punished for letting me hold your hand for the whole afternoon. Su Yushu. After the two of them walked into the cafe, they instantly attracted the attention of half of the people inside the cafe. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, it's just too eye-catching. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Feng ordered a latte and a caramel macchiato. Su Yushu was coming to the cafe for the first time and was very unfamiliar with the various names. So after Lin Feng finished ordering, she came over to Lin Feng's side and asked in a low voice, what's a latte? What a strange name, why latte? Lin Feng smiled. Su Yushu herself didn't even realize that the current her was very dorky and cute. Latte is actually milk, it is translated from Italian latte. Latte coffee is milk and coffee mixed together. Su Yushu slowly nodded her head, oh, so that's how it is. Lin Feng and Su Yushu's whispered discussion was somehow heard by a clerk at the front desk. The clerk, who was already jealous of Su Yushu's beauty, said sourly, even if you don't know this, what kind of coffee do you drink? Lin Feng frowned and looked at the clerk. What did you just say? If you don't know what a latte is, you don't deserve to come into your store, right? Is that what you just said? The clerk was startled and waved his hands in a panic. No, sir, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that just now. Then what did you mean? Please explain it to me. Lin Feng's face was gloomy. I. The shopkeeper stammered and couldn't say anything. Lin Feng propped up his hands. Call your store manager over. Since you can't give me an explanation, then let your store manager personally explain it to me. The clerk was completely shocked. She knew that if she let the store manager come, she wouldn't have a good time. Sir, I apologize. I'll waive your bill today. I'll buy you a drink. Don't go to the store manager, okay? My family still depends on me for this job. The clerk was also a liar who didn't make any drafts. He could tell lies at the drop of a hat. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth rose slightly. Just what she said, a glance fake. The family is in trouble, right? Well then, I won't look for you, store manager. I'll wish you good luck all the time in your life from now on. Shun feng shui shun fortune. The shopkeeper's hanging heart is finally put down. Thank you, sir, thank you, you are really a good man. Thank you for your generosity. No need to thank you, there's nothing to thank you for. Lin Feng said lightly. Indeed, there's nothing to thank you for. Because of those words just now, Lin Feng used the poison milk skill. Just then, Lin Feng's coffee was also ready. The receptionist smiled and handed Lin Feng a latte and a caramel macchiato. Sir, your coffee, these 2 coffees are on me. I'll buy you these 2 coffees. No need, isn't your family in trouble? If you have this kind of money, you'd better subsidize your family more.
Lin Feng held Su Yushu's hand and walked towards an empty seat in the corner of the store. Just 2 steps, Lin Feng suddenly stopped and returned to the front of the clerk.
By the way, let me ask you something. Has anyone ever said that you are very beautiful today?
The clerk was very surprised, thinking that it was his own beauty that attracted Lin Feng. In her heart, she also thought that the original plot inside the idol drama really existed.
She hurriedly covered her face and said, "Not yet."
Lin Feng smiled. It seems that no one is willing to lie. Wish you good luck tomorrow and meet someone who can lie. After saying that, Lin Feng turned around and walked towards his seat, leaving behind the clerk with a cloudy face. After taking his seat, Lin Feng finally let go of Su Yushu's hand.
The two of them started talking about the interview and ended up talking about hobbies, songs, movies, food, etc. Except for the lack of too much intimacy, the two of them weren't too different from an ordinary couple. Happy times are always short, so that's why you're quick?
Without realizing it, the time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was already somewhat dark outside.
Su Yushu looked at the sky. It was time to go back.
Lin Feng offered to send Su Yushu home, but was rejected by Su Yushu. Besides, Lin Feng thought for a second, he was about to play the role of a small employee of the company. Driving a Pagani was really not very appropriate. Now Lin Feng in front of Su Yushu image is an ordinary family children, only recently and friends do business with a fortune, probably a few million, because more kind so that day to Su Yushu advance the operating costs.
It is not appropriate for an ordinary family to drive a Pagani.
Seeing Su Yushu leave on the bus, Lin Feng just wanted to go back to the company. The system had a sound.
Ding, Zhang Lei and his first girlfriend have met. Does the host want to watch their reactions when they meet? Lin Feng froze. How do I watch? Fly over there now?
No, the system can open God's perspective for the host. It's kind of a benefit the system gives to the host.
That's a good feeling. Open it.
As soon as the words fell, a light screen about the size of a TV screen appeared in front of Lin Feng's eyes, and on it was none other than Zhang Lei and his first love, Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu stood at the entrance of a dilapidated neighborhood. Zhang Lei got down from his car and slowly walked towards Zhang Yu. At a distance of about 3 or 4 meters from Zhang Yu, Zhang Lei stopped. Zhang Lei's eyes were already full of tears, and teardrops fell from the corners of Zhang Yu's eyes. The love they had when they were 16 or 17 years old had passed over 10 years, and both of them were 30 years old. At this moment, all the thoughts, regrets, excitement, and joy in their hearts all turned into tears in their eyes. The two of them just looked at each other without words, only 1,000 lines of tears.
Chapter 24 All Bought.
Lin Feng watched for a while before taking the initiative to let the system close the God's perspective. It was good to know that Zhang Lei had gotten to Zhang Yu safely. The next thing Zhang Lei would take care of, and it was not good for Lin Feng to continue prying into their privacy. Just when Lin Feng was about to go back to the company, Lin Miaomia sent him a message saying that the house had been looked after, the deposit had been paid, and the family was waiting for Lin Feng to go over. Lin Feng tapped his head and remembered that before he went back to Huarong Group, he seemed to have asked Lin Miaomia to look at the house with her parents. Lin Feng called Lin Miaomia back and asked for the name of the property, then immediately went to the underground parking lot to drive. The name of the property was called Maple Forest Landscape. It was one of the top few local properties in Qizhou. Around 6 o'clock, Lin Feng arrived at Maple Forest Landscape. 6 o'clock is usually the time when the sales office gets off work, but at the moment, Maple Forest Landscape is still brightly lit, with no intention of getting off work. Lin Feng walked into the sales office, just came in and saw Lin Miaomia. 3 people are sitting on a sofa, 3 beautiful saleswomen are piling up smiles on the side. Lin Miaomia saw Lin Feng come, quickly stood up, gave Lin Feng a big hug. Brother, you can finally come. We have shopped for several properties in the afternoon, picking out a lot of models, before finally confirming this set. Zhang Yu and Lin Tianya are used to the hugs of the two of them. Brother and sister, what's wrong with a hug? The staff here is also very good. Originally this time they already want to close, but because of our single specially extended the closing time.
Zhang Yu said. Mr. Hello, I am the sales office of the Maplewood Waters Sales. My name is Li Xiaotong. You call me Li on it. Please ask, you still need to go to take a look at the house?
Li Xiaotong's attitude is very respectful. Sales are like this. As long as you buy a house, you are the master.
There are even some real estate sales that specialize in thanking owners with dumplings. Some sales champions are responsible for the neighborhood. Maybe half of the neighborhood is a comrade in arms.
Lin Feng turned around and looked at Lin Miaomia's 3 people. Have you guys gone to see it?
Are you satisfied?
Quite satisfied, but I still think the price is a bit expensive. You just made money. Buy such an expensive house, is not the step a bit too big? Zhang Yu was really shocked when she heard the salesman say that the price of the house was more than $100 million.
But naturally Lin Feng didn't care about the price. Mom, you don't have to worry about the money, since you've all looked at it and are happy with it. I'm not going to look at it, just swipe the card.
Li Xiaotong wore a smile. This single became a boost of several $100,000 for her. Mr. This house is our current king of Maplewood Hillside, with a total price of $180 million. Just now this lady has already paid a deposit of $10 million. Do you want to pay the full amount now? Our property has a kind of activity. After you pay the deposit, you can experience the house for about 2 weeks before you pay the rest of the fee. Lin Feng waved his hand. No, just use your credit card. It's only $100 million. There's no need.
Good, sir. Wait a moment, I'll go prepare the contract for you.
Li Xiaotong left with a smile on her face, and at the same time instructed a few people to serve Lin Feng's family a few cups of tea and coffee, snacks, and other things. Right after Li Xiaotong left, the system suddenly had a sound. Ding! It was detected that the host once had a dream of being a rent-a-guy when he was young, and now triggers the task of realizing his childhood dream. Realize childhood dream, host to charter all the vacant houses in Maplewood Hillside nowadays, and then rent them out. Mission reward, a double cashback card for purchasing a house. The money spent by the host to buy all the houses can be directly doubled back. Lin Feng nodded slightly. It seemed like the system still understood him. He did used to have this kind of dream when he was a kid. At that time, Lin Feng thought, if he had dozens of houses to rent out and remove them, and then he didn't have to work or go to school every day, he would spend his days drinking. Wouldn't that be great? Now there was really a chance to realize it. And the money spent can be doubled back. It was really two good things rushing together. After his consciousness came out of the system, Lin Feng came in front of Lin Miaomia's 3 people. Mom and Dad, Sister Miao Miao, I have a new idea. I think that buying one house is a bit low. Why don't we buy a few more? That's fine, one house is not enough. If you get married in the future, you can't continue to live with us, right? Just now that set is your future wedding room, then buy a small set of it. John, you said. Mom, I don't mean that. I want to buy another one, not one. How many sets do you want to buy? Why do you want to buy so many? Rent it out? Lin Feng smiled slightly. I want to buy the whole neighborhood. What? All 3 of them were shocked. You're not kidding, right? Buy an entire neighborhood? Jiang Yu looked at Lin Feng incredulously. Of course I'm not joking. In fact, let me be honest with you guys, this property will appreciate a lot over the next period of time, so I'm not actually buying a house, but investing. Lin Feng made up a reason, and couldn't convince the Jiang Yu trio without a reasonable excuse. Where did you get the news that it's going to appreciate? Is the news fidelity ah? Lin Tianya looked at Lin Feng with a skeptical gaze. Originally, several people didn't believe Lin Feng's words, but in the end, Lin Feng's words made them all change their minds. The house is a fixed asset. Even if it doesn't appreciate in value after you buy it, it won't crash, and even if I run out of money in the future, at least there's still a house in the neighborhood, don't you think so? Under the persuasion of Lin Feng's theory, several people finally accepted Lin Feng's crazy idea of buying a whole neighborhood. It didn't take long. Li Xiaotong came back with the contract. Sir, this is the purchase contract, take a look. If there's no problem, you can sign it directly. Lin Feng didn't take the contract directly. The matter of buying a house, I changed my mind. Li Xiaotong's expression lurched, thinking it was because Lin Feng didn't want to buy it. Sir, is there something wrong? Or is there something about our service that you're not satisfied with? You say it, we will do our best to correct it. Every house here is very precious. If you give up today, someone else may book it tomorrow. Li Xiaotong's attitude was still respectful. She didn't think that Lin Feng had blackened his face if he didn't buy. She still had basic professionalism. However, Lin Feng shook his head. No. It's not that I'm not going to buy the house I just bought. I want to buy more. Want to be a chartered house. Li Xiaotong mood in just a few tens of seconds experienced a great ups and downs. Just now the disappointment in the heart immediately swept away. Mister, you want to buy a set? How many empty houses are there in the neighborhood? The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. The 25th chapter of their own. Look at how much money in my card. Li Xiaotong, a brain of question marks. What did you say, sir? I said how many unsold houses are there in your neighborhood? Li Xiaotong had a premonition in her heart, but she couldn't believe such an outrageous thing. Sir, you come with me. The top of this sandboard can show the houses in Maplewood Hillside that don't have an owner yet. Li Xiaotong came to the side of the sand table and pressed something underneath the sand table, then the lights above the sand table suddenly turned off. 2 seconds later. Scattered lights started to light up. The villa area was lit up piece by piece because it had just opened not long ago, and the high-rise side was lit up, although not as much as the villa area, but more than half of them were also lit up.
Sir, these lit ones are all houses that don't have owners yet.
Lin Feng nodded slightly. Okay, I'll take them all.
Go prepare the contract.
Okay, sir, I'll go now. Li Xiaotong suddenly got stuck in the middle of her sentence. A shocked expression stayed on her face for more than a minute.
Sir, what did you just say?
I said I'll take all these lighted ones. What?
You don't want to sell?
No, sir, I don't mean that. This matter is not for me to decide. You wait for a moment, I'll go call the manager over. Li Xiaotong let out a long breath. She instinctively thought that Lin Feng was here to mess things up, but the $10 million deposit they took out when they just bought the king of the building had already arrived.
Would someone who could casually take out $10 million play such a joke?
But if Li Xiaotong had to choose between Lin Feng messing around and Lin Feng really wanting to buy all the remaining houses to believe, she would choose the first without hesitation.
Fenglin Shanshui was not an ordinary neighborhood, it was a ranking property in the entire Qizhou and even the entire Annan province.
At the time of the opening, the average price of maple forest landscape houses was above 30,000 per square meter.
Recently opened shortly after the villa area, the price is a new high.
The lowest price is more than 150,000 per square meter.
It's a high-end residence. But it's such a high-end neighborhood, Lin Feng even said he wants to buy all the remaining houses? What's this if it's not messing around?
If it was the rest of the people, Li Xiaotong would probably just let the security guards kick them out, but Lin Feng had just paid a $10 million deposit, so he obviously wasn't a person of ordinary wealth, so she could only choose to let the manager handle it.
About a few minutes later,
a middle-aged man wearing a suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses above his ears hurriedly arrived at the sales office lobby.
Led by Li Xiaotong, the manager arrived in front of Lin Feng.
The manager ran all the way and was already panting when he arrived in front of Lin Feng.
Hoo-hoo.
After panting for several minutes, the manager finally opened his mouth. First, sir, my name is Song Xian, I'm the manager of the sales office of Maplewood Landscape. You have something to say to me directly. Lin Feng will want to buy all of the remaining houses in Maplewood Waters to Song Xian.
Song Xian smiled imperceptibly. Obviously, he also subconsciously thought of Lin Feng as coming to make trouble. Sir, I want to confirm with you again, you really want to buy all of our remaining houses?
Lin Feng frowned slightly. Yes, how many times have I already said that?
Can't you understand the words?
Sir, you probably don't quite understand the positioning of our maple forest landscape. We are one of the top upscale properties in the entire Annan province. The current average price of the high-rise is around 30,000 per square meter, and the average price of the villa area is over 200,000 per square meter.
Now the remaining houses, at least a few hundred, have you really thought it through? Lin Feng is a bit impatient. Do you think I'm here to make trouble?
Song Xian face hanging professional smile. Sir, you joke. I just want to remind you, if you want to buy all the remaining houses, it will require a very large sum of money, even if it is all installments. The bank may not be able to eat such a list. You should reconsider. The meaning of Song Xian's words is also very obvious. Do not believe that Lin Feng has so much money. Even if it is a loan, the bank will not give you a loan. Lin Feng smiled lightly. Song Xian and Li Xiaotong's reaction was considered normal. After all, anyone who rashly said they wanted to buy an entire neighborhood would be taken as bragging.
Without coming up with something substantial, others wouldn't believe it.
Just like some novels inside the protagonist, wearing some shabby clothes every day to go out to all kinds of high-end places, the name of the cheap clothes to wear comfortable.
I believe you a ghost.
Expensive clothes are not necessarily good, but cheap clothes must not be too good.
The price is there, the material of the clothes will be good to wear?
So when a protagonist like that gets mocked, half of it has to be blamed on the villain, and the other half has to be blamed on the protagonist himself. Thinking about this, Lin Feng suddenly also remembered, since he had money, he hadn't shopped at the mall to buy some new clothes, he still wore his old clothes. Only in the past, Lin Feng bought clothes are not stall goods, and Lin Feng face value is too high, and then ordinary clothes can also wear out the temperament on the body of Lin Feng.
Isn't that where the sense of immersion comes from?
Facing Song Xian's disbelief, Lin Feng directly took out a card. This card is not the black card with $10 trillion. That card Lin Feng will not use directly, our first part of the money transferred to the rest of the card before spending. After all, $10 trillion is too shocking. If that long string of zeros were to be seen by others, they would think that Lin Feng had directly robbed the money printing plant. So Lin Feng had prepared a few cards. One card with 10 billion, one with 2 billion, one with 100 million, and one with 5 million.
Different cards could be used in different places.
The one Lin Feng took out now was the $10 billion card.
You guys should have a POS machine here, right?
Check how much money is in this card and then we'll talk about whether I have enough to buy a house or not.
Song Xian suspiciously took the card in Lin Feng's hand as he began to drum in his heart. A guess appeared in his mind. It couldn't be that Lin Feng was really rich, right?
As soon as this guess popped up, he immediately dismissed it. In order to take all the remaining houses in Maple Forest landscape, Song Xian roughly calculated that he needed at least $5 billion or more. Don't look at the rich list above. The rich easily worth tens of billions of dollars, but if you let a rich man worth $100 billion to take out $5 billion cash flow at once, he 80% is not come out.
That's why Song Xian didn't trust Lin Feng so much.
The person who can take out $5 billion at once is certainly not going to use it to buy a house. Although the price of housing is still rising, but the chances of a further substantial increase in prices are almost equal to zero. The $5 billion put in the financial field a little manipulation. The return is definitely higher than buying a house. For Lin Feng's request, Song Xian did not refuse. He let Li Xiaotong bring the POS machine. But the next moment, Li Xiaotong's face changed.
Chapter 26. What's wrong? Can't I be here? Snapped.
The POS machine came off Li Xiaotong's hand and fell to the ground. Li Xiaotong also looked like she was frozen in place.
Song Xian frowned. What's going on? What's wrong with you? Why don't you pick it up quickly?
Li Xiaotong stiffly turned around, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After, manager, this card inside.
Song Xian saw Li Xiaotong's appearance. There is a bad feeling in his heart. What happened to the card? Song Xian hurriedly inquired.
Li Xiaotong took a deep breath, and then directly bar on the floor of the POS machine picked up and handed to Song Xian. The manager, you see it yourself, this card inside, there is a lot of money.
Song Xian listened to Li Xiaotong's this, just now relaxing the heart suddenly hung up. It can't be. How is this possible? With apprehension, Song Xian took the POS machine, and then his eyes fell on the numbers above. Hiss. Song Xian almost lost his breath.
10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million, a million, a million, a billion, finished.
10 billion. There's a whole $10 billion in this card. This shows that Lin Feng has the strength to do what he said he would do. Buying the rest of the houses in Maple Forest landscape could be said to be easy. What's more, a person who could take out $10 billion of cash flow at once wouldn't be an ordinary person. Song Xian then thought about his attitude just now. Although he didn't say anything to mock him, but explicitly or implicitly, he never believed that Lin Feng was telling the truth. If a person of such stature wanted to casually target himself, then his life would be over. Thinking of this, Song Xian was trembling. His back was already soaked in sweat, and sweat was coming out of his forehead. First, sir, your card. Song Xian tremblingly handed the card back to Lin Feng, and then sat on his butt on the ground, as if he had already seen his miserable end in his eyes. Lin Feng took the card and looked at him condescendingly. Now believe that I have money to buy a house? Phase, I believe that Song Xian's face was ashen. Then why don't you go prepare the contract? I am waiting impatiently. Hurry up and get it done. You guys can also get off work quickly. Lin Feng faintly said. Song Xian stared with wide eyes, did not expect Lin Feng to be so not to target their own meaning. Mister, you, do not blame me for not believing you just now. You don't believe me, but at least your attitude isn't bad, not to mention that anyone who puts out the word that they're going to buy an entire upscale neighborhood will be disbelieved by everyone else, and you've kind of done everything you're supposed to do. Although Lin Feng held a grudge, he was by no means an unreasonable person. If Song Xian had just made a mockery of himself, he might have gotten a little angry and ended up buying the house without wanting him to handle it. However, Song Xian did not do anything out of the ordinary. Lin Feng naturally will not deliberately hold a grudge. Song Xian was relieved and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His hanging heart was finally released. Life was really up and down. Sir, thank you. People like you really deserve to be rich. I will go to prepare the contract and formalities for you to buy a house. Just at this time, the door of the sales office came in. 2 more people. Song Xian saw the situation and hurriedly walked over, bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, our property is now no longer accepting guests. Please forgive me. No longer accepting guests? What? You're afraid I can't afford it? Is this the way you treat your guests? Obviously, the door is still open, but you drive the guests out. Is it a big store? Song Xian hurriedly tried to explain to him, Sir, you've got it wrong, it's because. Song Xian hadn't finished speaking when the man suddenly looked in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng? Lin Feng? Why are you here? Then the man looked at Song Xin again. Didn't you say you don't accept guests anymore? Then who is he? He's not your guest here, is he still your sales here? The voice at the door also attracted Lin Feng's attention. He looked at the man at the door and narrowed his eyes. Zhang Haowen? Interesting. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curved up. The world was really interesting. Lin Feng waved his hand at Song Xian before walking to the door. What? Can't I be here? Lin Feng, can you afford a house here? The most expensive house here costs $5 million, right? With the little money your parents make, if you want to buy a house here, borrow another 500 years from the sky first. Zhang Haowen tilted his head and looked at people with his nostrils. Next to him, there was also a woman wearing a light blue short skirt. Her face seemed to be coated with a pound of chemical material. This woman Lin Feng also recognized, called Chang Wenwen. Like Zhang Haowen, she was Lin Feng's high school classmate. At that time, Chang Wenwen also confessed to Lin Feng, but was rejected by Lin Feng. So Chang Wenwen got angry and got together with Zhang Haowen, because at that time Zhang Haowen was a gangster in the school, and wanted Zhang Haowen to teach Lin Feng a lesson. However, Zhang Haowen, the small gangster, is followed by a big gangster Feng Zhan under the hands of the school, and that big gangster Feng Zhan is Lin Feng's hardcore. Since junior high school, Feng Zhan and Lin Feng were very close. So Chang Wenwen and Zhang Haowen came looking for Lin Feng with a lot of bravado and ended up leaving in a mess. So Zhang Haowen wasn't worthy of being in Lin Feng's grudge book, he didn't deserve it. From in Lin Feng thereafter eating a defeat, Zhang Haowen in front of Lin Feng is like a transparent. After graduating from high school seems to hear the news that Zhang Haowen's family has been lucky, the family demolition, all of a sudden divided into several sets of houses plus a few million. I didn't expect to have the money after not kicking off Chang Wenwen, it seems to be an obsessive person. Lin Feng came to Zhang Haowen's front and smiled faintly. What? What do you mean you want to buy the house here? Zhang Haowen had a hideous smile on his face. Lin Feng. I'm telling you, I'm here to buy a house today. You think you're so cool just because you know a few gangsters in high school? Outside of school you're nothing. You think you're a big shot when you're in school? Now that you don't have money, you're at the bottom of the social ladder. You're the bottom of the social ladder. You're the bottom of the social ladder. Yes, you're better than me, you're better looking than me, you're better than me in school, but now that you've graduated, when you're out in the world, all your old aura is just shit, only money is king now. I have money, you don't have money, you are nothing in front of me. Zhang Haowen's face expression was hideous, he said a whole bunch of words in one breath, as if he had exploded all the grievances of several years. Chang Wenwen on the side also seemed to have poured out all of her full of grievances. It's a good thing I wasn't with you before, look at you, now you're nothing but good looking? What else is there? Even if you graduated from Qizhou University, what's the point? Haowen is now starting to accept the family business, can buy a house in Maple Forest Chanshui, and then look at you, nothing. Facing the two people's various accusations, Lin Feng spread his hands. I say you guys, at least ask me what I'm doing here, right? Aren't you afraid of being slapped in the face with the old high school? Chapter 27. What do you know? Single dog. I say you guys, at least ask me what I'm doing here, right? I'm not afraid of being punched in the face as I was in high school. Lin Feng's face was helpless, just now he was spitting on the oddball protagonists and retarded villains in some oddball novels, and then in the blink of an eye he met them. He was really speechless. But Zhang Haowen and Chang Wenwen really perfectly fit the persona of the mentally retarded villain and didn't let Lin Feng down at all. It's really stupid. What are you doing here? What can you do here? You can't afford a house here, so you must be working here. Ha 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 ha. Chang Wenwen covered her mouth and laughed arrogantly. Lin Feng waved his hand at Song Xian, tell him why he wasn't allowed to come in just now. After Song Xian received Lin Feng's instructions, he nodded and came in front of the two Chang Haowen. He also read the relationship between Lin Feng and Zhang Haowen and could see that Lin Feng didn't like the two Zhang Haowen. Lin Feng didn't hold him accountable just now for having eyes and not recognizing him to Tai, he had to have eyes too. Hello sir, just now when I said I couldn't entertain the two of you, there was indeed a reason. Just now all the remaining houses we have here have been bought by this gentleman, so we don't have any spare houses anymore. As Song Xian's words fell, Zhang Haowen directly laughed out. Are you hoodwinking the fools here? Bagging all the vacant houses in your place? Do you believe it yourself? How many houses are left here? If there's only one left and he happens to buy it, is that also called all-inclusive? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Haowen still doesn't believe it, he always believes what he believes.
Song Xian replied indifferently, of course not, there are still about less than 200 sets of large flat floors left in the high-rise area of our property, and there are still more than 100 sets in the villa area. All of these now belong to this gentleman. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do about it. Zhang Haowen narrowed his eyes and swept a glance at Lin Feng and Song Xian, then nodded slightly. Oh, I see, Lin Feng, in order to find a sense of superiority in front of me, you're really going through a lot of trouble.
Finding someone to act in front of me? But I'll let you know, no, you've, today, run into an iron plate. Zhang Haowen took out his cell phone. This property belongs to the Fei Yang Group, right? My dad happens to know one of the bosses of Fei Yang Group. If you dare to put on a show in front of me, you should think about the consequences from the very beginning. After a cold snort, Zhang Haowen dialed a number. Lin Miaomiao and Lin Tianya couple also came to Lin Feng's side. What happened? Lin Miaomiao inquired with concern.
Lin Feng waved his hand. Nothing happened, he met a brainwashed person, he should be able to solve it in a while. After Zhang Haowen's call was answered, he called Mr. Lu one by one, then after a few minutes, he finally got to the point. Mr. Lu, I recently want to buy a set of houses, because my father in your relationship, so I want to buy a set in the Fonglin Shanshui. If you buy one, I'll give you the cheapest internal price. Mr. Lu, I am now in the sales office, but your manager here does not seem to be very willing to entertain me, but also said that your remaining houses here are all wrapped up by a person. Mr. Lu, this is not true,
Is that true, Mr. Lu? Is that true? Why didn't he say that all the houses in the world were sold out? I remember the manager of the sales office is Song Xian, right? You give him the phone, I'll ask him.
The corners of Zhang Haowen's mouth rose, then he turned his look in Song Xian's direction.
You should be the Song Xian that Mr. Lu is talking about, right? Here, Mr. Lu's phone. Song Xian took the cell phone in Zhang Haowen's hand with a normal face. Hello, Mr. Lu, this is Song Xian.
What Xiao Zhang said just now is true.
Is that what you said? That all the remaining houses in the development have been rounded up by someone else? That Mr. Lu spoke very nonchalantly.
It's what I said, and what I said is true. I've just checked the capital, there's no problem with that gentleman's funds. If it wasn't for the delay of the gentleman who just came in, I'd be preparing the contract by now.
Don't bullshit me. You are at least a manager, don't you know how much money is needed to get to the point you are talking about? That's at least a few billion. Can even our group come up with that kind of money?
Song Xian is still that sentence. What I said are the facts. If Mr. Lu you think I said is a lie, you can personally come to see. In addition, Mr. Lu, you are the company inside the financial department, the sales department of the matter is not the turn of you to dictate. Mr. Lu on the other end of the phone was on fire at once.
What kind of attitude is this? You wait, I cannot control you, right?
I'll see if Mr. Zhou can handle you. Even if Mr. Zhou comes, I will say the same thing.
After saying that, Song Xian directly hung up the phone, then threw the phone back to Zhang Haowen.
This gentleman, if there is no matter, you can go out, our property is now temporarily closed, no longer accept new customers.
Saying that, Song Xian respectfully walked in front of Lin Feng.
Sir, you wait here for a moment, I will go to prepare the contract for you. If there is not enough tea here, directly call any one of the sales to add it for you.
Then Song Xian left to prepare the contract. Zhang Haowen faced gloomy, he did not expect to move out of Mr. Lu, Song Xian even did not give him face.
I'll wait here, when Mr. Lu comes over, I'll let him poke you in the face. Zhang Haowen and Chang Wenwen found a place to sit down, Lin Feng didn't want to bother with him and returned to the sofa as well. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Feng made a call to Lu Xian, the phone was quickly picked up.
Humph, carrot bad Lin Dong, still knows to call me.
Lin Feng sweated profusely. Luckily he didn't put it on speakerphone, otherwise he would have died. Lin Feng coughed twice. I'm outside right now, help me check which company Maplewood Shanshui belongs to, and then notify that company that I'm here at their building. Lin Feng informed Lu Xian one by one of all the things that just happened. Lu Xian on the other end of the phone was blushing. It was rare for Lin Feng to be so serious on the phone, it must be inconvenient to talk.
What she said just now wouldn't be heard by others, right? Lin Dong, I'll go and do it, right, Lin Feng, there are some things I need to report to you about the company, is it okay for the night? Lu Xian whispered.
Lin Feng skimmed over Lin Miaomiao and Lin Tianya, and replied without changing color, well, I'll go over then, but it might be a little late. Then I'll wait for you at night, oh Lin Dong.
Lu Xian smiled and hung up the phone, and then went to check the information beautifully. Out of the office, Lu Xian met Ajiao. Ajiao curiously came to Lu Xian, Sister Xian, what's wrong with you, so happy? Lu Xian's chin rose. What do you know? You're a single dog. Ah Jiao? Chapter 28 Torn to Shreds. Ah Jiao looked at Lu Xian with a grudge and left, then deflated her mouth. Only the weak are called single dogs, I should be called a lone wolf. Lin Feng's family of 4 were talking and laughing, while Zhang Haowen and Chang Wenwen were staring at them with frowns. Brother Wen, why do you think they're still so relaxed? Aren't they afraid that Mr. Lu will come over and directly poke them? Chang Wenwen asked in a puzzled voice. The pussy has started pretending, so he has to finish it even if he's in tears. Maybe he's already crying and begging us to let them go. Zhang Haowen is still so confident. Lin Feng received another phone call from Lu Xian while he was waiting. He let someone go to check. Feng Lin Shanshui belongs to Fei Yang Group, and Zhang Lei knows this matter. Combined with Lin Feng said that the financial department of the general manager Lu, but also found out an interesting thing. The people from Fei Yang Group and Lu Xian were also rushing over to the sales office. After about an hour, Song Xian reappeared, still holding the contract in his hand. Sir, the contract is ready, can I sign it now? Lin Feng nodded. Good, sign it now. After working for a while, Lin Feng finally finished all the formalities and honorably became a future charterer. Mr. Lin, congratulations. It's been hard on you too. No hard work, it's all part of my job, it's my honor to serve you. All the houses, a total of more than 5.6 billion was spent, and Song Xian just wiped out the zeros at the back, so a total of 5.6 billion was spent. Just after making the payment, the system's voice rang in Lin Feng's head. Ding, mission completed. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task, spent 5.6 billion, is doubling the cashback. Ding, cashback 11.2 billion, has been deposited in the black card for the host. Lin Feng smiled slightly, he had easily earned several $billion. Not long after Lin Feng signed the contract, a car suddenly stopped outside the sales office, then 2 people inside burst in furiously. Zhang Haowen hurriedly greeted them with a big smile. Uncle Lu, you're here. Lu Ha and a thin man next to him came in front of Zhang Haowen. Where is Song Xian? Dare to talk to me like that on the phone. Are you looking for death? Song Xian slowly came in front of Lu Ha, but he directly swept past Lu Ha and came in front of the skinny middle-aged man behind him. Mr. Zhou, good day. Song Xian's action made Louis' fire even bigger. Old Zhou, look at the people under your hand. This is how you treat your superiors. You just spoke out against me on the phone and hung up on me. Now you don't even greet me, Song Xian. You don't have to come to work tomorrow. Zhou Rui behind Lu Ha looks uncertain. Song Xian, what the hell just happened? Just now I heard Mr. Lu say that you've been pushing customers out? And you said the house is all wrapped up? Mr. Zhou, I didn't drive the customers outside, it's just because before this gentleman came in, I talked to Mr. Lin Feng over there, he wants all the remaining houses in Maplewood Hillside. Just a moment ago, we had already finished signing the contract. Song Xian handed Zhou Rui the contract he had just finished signing, but before Zhou Rui could take it, it was snatched by Lu Ha in the center. What nonsense! I'm really not what you are smoking. If he really buys all the remaining houses, I'll eat all the poop from all the toilets in Qizhou. With that, Lu Ha tore the contract to shreds, the fragments were raised by him as if they were snow drifting down. All of a sudden, the entire sales floor was quiet, as if everyone's heartbeat could be heard clearly. The period was also accompanied by Lu He's heavy breathing. Song Xian stared wide-eyed, staring blankly at the debris on the ground, unbelievably looking at Lu Ha. You. You what you? Take a bunch of broken paper and say it is a contract, fooling the ghost? Didn't you hear what I just said? You don't have to come to work from tomorrow, you are fired. Song Xian took a deep breath. I'm not sure if I'm fired or not, but you're in big trouble. At this time, outside suddenly came a dozen cars, neatly parked in the front door of the sales office, although this dozen is not a luxury car, sports car, but without exception are black Audi A8, which is a unified company car. A few moments later, dozens of people came down from above the car and walked in aggressively. The moment this big bunch of people walked in, Lu Ha felt a deadly sense of oppression coming. Although Lu Ha didn't recognize the first few people in the crowd, he recognized all of the people following behind. Wang Lin, chairman of Flying Real Estate Group. Hua Haiying, general manager of Flyer Real Estate Group. Feng Fei, deputy general manager of Flyer Real Estate Group. Huiying Jie, CFO of Flyer Group. And the slightly larger shareholders of Flying Realty Group. All came. Lu Ha and Zhou Rui glanced at each other. This battle, do you know what's happening? Zhou Rui has a bad feeling in his heart. It's not directed at us, is it? Aimed at us? How could it be? We didn't do anything.
However, after saying this, Lu Ha suddenly looked at the scattered debris on the ground, and a guess surfaced in his heart.
It can't be right? It can't be that unlucky, right?
Zhang Haowen was also startled by this sudden battle, but he only knew one Lu Ha in the Fei Yang group, and he didn't know the identity of any of those people, so even though he was initially startled by those people, he still didn't wimp out, and directly went up recklessly.
What are you guys doing? Who are you looking for?
But that a large group of people did not even pay attention to Zhang Haowen. Both sides of the bodyguards wearing sunglasses directly pushed Zhang Haowen away. The leader of the Lu Xian and the group's deputy general manager Han Jun walked straight to the front of Lin Feng. Lin Dong, Flyer Group people heard about the situation we reflected. All shareholders and executives spontaneously came to deal with the company inside the adverse factors.
Lu Xian was wearing a dark gray suit with a white shirt inside the suit. Lu Xian's lower body was wearing a knee-length black skirt. The skirt was very well fitted and showed off Lu Xian's diminutive figure to the fullest. At this moment, she had a strong aura. Shortly after Lu Xian and her group walked in front of Lin Feng, Zhang Haowen, who had just been pushed away, walked back, anger written all over his face. Request 5 stars, request gifts, request flowers. Chapter 29 Fighting. You guys still dare to push me? I'm not sure if you know who I am, but I'm not sure if you know what I'm talking about. I was just looking for who so many people are. It turned out to be Lin Feng. You find helpers. Do not think that there are more of you. I am afraid of you. Snapping.
Before Zhang Haowen could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a slap.
Shut up. You think I haven't lived long enough? The one who hit him was Lu Ha.
After hitting Zhang Haowen, Lu Ha slowly walked to the front of the crowd, and then fell to his knees. From what Lu Xian had just said to Lin Feng, he knew that he had kicked the iron plate.
Lu Xian and Lin Feng didn't say anything as Wang Lin, the chairman of Fei Yang Group, came to Lui's front. Snap. Slap. 3 slaps slapped Lu Ha dizzy, but he didn't dare to resist. Know who you have offended? Huarong Group Lin Dong.
Lin Dong came over to our property to buy a house as to give us face. What the hell do you want to do?
Lu Ha opened his mouth and didn't say anything.
Also, if it is not Huarong Group informed, I still do not know that you even in the eating, greedy company so much money. Wang Lin's words were like a thunderbolt ringing in Louis's ears. Just now he knew that offending the chairman of Huarong Group didn't even have such a big reaction. If you say that you have offended Lin Feng, you may be dismissed from the company in the future, and there will not be a company that wants him in Qizhou or even in Annan province, but he can still go outside the province, or even abroad, because he has secretly saved a lot of money over the years. But Wang Lin's words just now really made him lose his temper.
Corruption.
This was something he had thought he had done seamlessly, but now it had been directly stabbed out by Wang Lin.
Wolf Dong, I don't know what you are talking about. Lu Ha is still struggling. Still don't want to admit it, do you? Then I will let you understand.
Manager Hua, bring over the account book and the evidence so he can die. Hua Haiying, the general manager of the flying group, took out a bunch of documents and threw them in front of Lu Ha. Take a look for yourself. What a nerve.
Lu Ha panicked, hands and feet messy, looking at the information on the ground. The more you look at, the more shocked. The more you look at, the heart cold. In the end, Lu Ha went crazy and tore all the information on the ground to pieces. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Wang Lin and Hua Haiying looked at him condescendingly. It's really thanks to Huarong Group, otherwise, we really don't know that the company's head of the finance department is the company's biggest assholes. I said these years why the company's profit growth is so slow, so it is you, in the middle of the eat, take, and ask for money, fictitious position, embezzlement of assets, these years, count up to several hundred million, right? This money is enough for you to squat in prison until after you are 60 years old. Louis's face was pale, then as if he remembered something, as if he used all of his strength to crawl towards where Zhang Haowen was, it was him. I did all these things because their family encouraged me. It was also them who pulled me in at the beginning, it was all them. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth rose slightly, looking towards Lu Xian. There's still Zhang Haowen's business here? Lu Xian nodded slightly. Yes, according to our investigation, when Lu Ha started embezzling the group's assets within the Fei Yang Group, he was in partnership with a person called Zhang Yanhe, and that Zhang Yanhe is Zhang Haowen's father.
Lin Feng smiled. So this is how these two families know each other? It's true that things come together and people come together. So that Zhang Yanhe you were talking about, is he going to go in as well?
Yes, and Zhang Yanhe committed something more serious than Lu Ha. I guess the sentence will be heavier than Lu Ha. When Zhang Haowen heard this, he was dumbfounded. No way, this is impossible.
How could something happen to my dad?
If you don't believe me, you can make a phone call now to confirm, but you have to be quick, the police are probably already on their way to find your dad.
Lin Feng laughed.
Zhang Haowen panicked and flipped out his cell phone, hurriedly finding out Zhang Yanhe's number. His hands kept trembling, and his mouth kept chanting, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, impossible." The phone rang for a while before it was finally picked up, but it wasn't Zhang Yanhe's voice. "I'm Wei Yu, the head of the Qizhou Public Security Bureau. Zhang Yanhe has been arrested according to the law. His personal belongings will be seized. If you are a family member, wait for the notification to retrieve his audited belongings." Zhang Haowen was struck by lightning, no light in the eyes, their family, finished. The side of the Chang Wenwen saw the situation, directly changed face. "Did not expect your family is such a person, I really blind, delayed the old lady so many years." Chang Wenwen wanted to leave, but a fire in Zhang Haowen's heart was immediately ignited. "You're a bitch, you've seen our family in trouble and you've shown your true colors. If you want to leave, I've spent so much money on you over the years, so spit it out. Or else you can't leave." Zhang Haowen shouted hysterically.
"What do you mean by that? You spent all that money on me willingly, you didn't lend it to me, so who am I to pay it back? If you don't let me go, I'll call the police and let them take you in too, so that you two can be reunited as father and son." Chang Wenwen wasn't an easy target either. Chang Wenwen's words completely enraged Zhang Haowen. "You bitch, looking for death."
As he spoke, Zhang Haowen swung a fist at Chang Wenwen.
Boom!
After receiving a punch, Chang Wenwen also transformed into a shrew and wrestled with Zhang Haowen. Although Zhang Haowen's strength was great, Chang Wenwen also had sharp nails, so for a while the two fought a bit of a battle. Just as the two were entangled, a figure ran over and joined the fray as well.
It was Lu He.
Lu He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists and ran towards Zhang Haowen's direction. While running, his mouth was still cursing. "Your mom's a son of a bitch. If it wasn't for your father encouraging me at that time, I wouldn't be in such a state now. Anyway, my life is also wasted, so I'll just pull a cushion." All of a sudden, the scene was incomparably chaotic. The original battle between the two people who were indistinguishable from each other changed dramatically with Lu He's sudden joining. Zhang Haowen instantly fell into an absolute disadvantage. However, Lu He had lost control of his emotions, and the target of his attack was no longer limited to Zhang Haowen. Even Chang Wenwen was not spared. Watching the three of them fight to a standstill, Lin Feng watched with relish.
"Lin Dong, should we pull the three of them apart? The police are about to arrive." Lu Xian asked. "How long before the police arrive?" "About 10 minutes or so."
"Then there is no need to pull them apart, let them continue to fight. When they have no strength left from beating each other, it will also be convenient for the police to take them away."
Chapter 30 Maple Forest Landscape King Villa.
In this way, a group of people watched a mixed three-person fight for 10 minutes like monkeys. Zhang Haowen was bulky, but young and strong. Chang Wenwen is insidious, specializing in greeting towards the lower three ways, and her nails don't know when to pinch on your body. Lu He is older, but not past his prime. His strength is second only to Zhang Haowen, but he should have had experience in fighting before, and has always been in the upper hand.
10 minutes later. The police bell rang loudly. The police came.
3 police cars parked behind those dozen or so Audi A8s, then a total of 7 police officers walked in one after another.
Wang Lin directly greeted them. "It's Captain Jiang, isn't it?"
"I'm Wang Lin, the chairman of Fei Yang Group. You've worked hard all the way. I'm the one who called the police." Jiang Feng nodded at Wang Lin. "Mr. Wang is polite. Calling the police is what we should do. Where is the person?" Mr. Wang nudged his mouth. "There, it's the one at the top of the 3. Only then did the police notice the 3 people who were still fighting. The 3 people have completely fought red eyes. Even the police just came and they did not stop.
Hey, stop fighting, let go.
It took several policemen a lot of effort to pull the 3 people apart completely.
"Don't pull me, keep fighting. Think I'm afraid of you? I'll kill you all. Come on. You think I'm afraid of you? A bitch. Give me a minute, and I'll raise your ashes. The 2 little ones, and your father's old man, all die for me." Captain Jiang Feng looks at Wang Lin. "Mr. Wang, what's the deal with these 3?
Wang Lin spread his hands. "Maybe there is a conflict between them, we don't dare to stop them, and we can't stop them." Jiang Feng rubbed his temples. "Then thank you, Mr. Wang, for taking the initiative to report the case. If there is no rest of the matter, we will close the team." Captain Jiang, wait a minute, these are the various evidences of Louis's crime, very detailed, it will be of great help to his interrogation after he goes in.
Wang Lin handed a large pile of information to Zhang Feng.
These documents are the same as the ones Lu had just looked at, although Lu had tore up a copy, there is a backup. Zhang Feng took the documents, good, then I'll thank Mr. Wang. The police came fast and left fast, taking away Lu Ha, Zheng Haowen and Chang Wenwen.
Why did they take away Lu Ha, Zheng Haowen and Chang Wenwen, you ask?
Because when the police pulled them away, none of them stopped fighting, and even the police dared to beat them up.
Assaulting a police officer is against the law. After the police took all three away.
Inside the sales hall there was still a group of people from the Fei Yang group left, as well as Lin Feng's family of 4 and Lu Xian, a few people from the Huarong group.
Wang Linyi and others respectfully said to Lin Feng, Lin Dong, thanks to you, otherwise I still don't know that there is such a worm in our company, you are really a great benefactor of our company.
Lin Feng waved his hand, it's okay, if you want to thank you should thank Zhang Lei, all these things are he found out, only he is not free to come over now, right, I came over to buy a house, but the contract was torn by that Lu Ha, prepare another contract.
Lin Feng paused, and then said, by the way, Song Xian is the manager of this sales office, right? He is not bad, you can promote the promotion.
Song Xian, who was in the corner of the crowd, stared with wide eyes, he didn't expect Lin Feng to say good things for himself.
Thank you Lin Dong, thank you Lin Dong. Song Xian hurriedly bowed and thanked. After re-signing the contract, the time also came to more than 8 o'clock in the evening.
Lin Feng proposed that the family go and live in the newly bought house. A total of hundreds of houses naturally cannot all live, Lin Feng family, stay a set of king of the house to live on the good, the rest, Lin Feng intends to rent out, over a chartered public addiction.
Lin Feng's decision to live in the new house was immediately approved by the family. So the family rushed to the new house together. Maple Forest Villa.
This is one of the most upscale local villa area in Shizhou. The villa area is built on the mountain, each villa is a single house, a single courtyard, the price is there, at least a few tens of millions of dollars in price, but also deserves this configuration. Lin Feng's family of 4 walked on foot to the location of the king of the building. The combination of Chinese and Western architecture is so harmonious, the basic flavor of Chinese style and Western architectural symbols and details complement each other, not only aesthetic pleasure, but also more importantly, make living comfortable and close to nature. The layout of the exterior space has the feeling of enclosure of Chinese-style residence, and the whole reflects the advantage of small but exquisite. The entrance door of the villa is in Dai Tai style, which is very innovative and original. Dense and green bamboo stands in 2 rows along the path in a staggered manner, and the green bamboo leaves gradually merge at the top to form a domed roof. The intense sunlight and the scorching heat of the late summer are thus isolated from the outside, and no matter where you go in the park, you can't see the landscape beyond the 10 meters in front of the road, and the emerald green and tall bamboo forests hide the whole park, in which there is a passageway at the twists and turns, and the
passageway is also full of bamboo forests. The pathway is full of bamboo forests.
Romantic and solemn temperament, high foyer and grandeur, round arched windows and cornerstone masonry, showing the elegance and nobility. Refreshing and unconventional, white stucco walls combined with light red roof tiles, continuous arches and corridors, and a living room with high ceiling and large windows, make the heart swell. Elegant and refined but not lacking in comfort, the porch and foyer stretch to the north and south. The living room and bedroom are set with low windows and hexagonal convex windows for viewing. The dining room is connected to the north and south, and the indoor and outdoor scenes are blended. Into the door is a long aisle, both sides of the aisle, planted with a variety of flowers and greenery. Walking in the aisle above are fragrant and fresh. Request 5-star praise, ask for gifts, ask for flowers.
Chapter 31 Sleepless Nights.
Used to sucking the air of the city center, came here to purify it. It feels very good. Lin Feng walked through the time to inhale several mouthfuls. Through the aisle turning the corner, is the door into the house. The door is 50-50 open type, 2 doors open together. The space is very large, do not have to be afraid of any large furniture is not convenient to come in the worry. Walking into the house at first glance, Lin Feng saw a jade screen, light and elegant but not lose the nobility.
Coming into the living room, Lin Feng's first feeling was big. Well, the same as Lin Feng.
Just this one living room alone felt as big as a whole previous home to Lin Feng. Don't look at the living room as big, but the decoration inside didn't look empty. A set of sofa was placed on the side against the door, next to the sofa was the coffee table. The east side of the living room is the TV wall. Usually when you don't watch TV, the TV is hidden. If you want to watch TV, just one button, the TV can slowly appear. In addition to the regular configuration like TV sofa, there are some ornaments and potted plants. The window on the south side of the living room made a whole floor-to-ceiling window design. Outside the window is the swimming pool. Summertime, as long as you want to swim, anytime you can jump into the pool in a few steps.
One wall away from the living room is where the dining kitchen is located. There are 2 sets of dining tables in the home.
One set of dining table is inside the house. There are more than a dozen seats on it. Even if it is a gathering of friends, it is enough. There is also a set of dining table is outside the large terrace. Summer nights, blowing the evening breeze, eating barbecue, how is a beautiful thing. The entire first floor, in addition to the living room and dining kitchen, there is a suite, guest bedroom. If the family to come to friends, you can live here. Each room is a wet and dry separation of independent bathrooms, to avoid the embarrassment of going out to the toilet and share one. The whole villa plus the underground, a total of 5 floors, so the interior is equipped with an elevator. Take the elevator. Lin Feng came to the second floor.
The second floor is where the master bedroom is.
The second floor had a total area of more than 200 square meters, and only 3 bedrooms were made in total, one of which was the master bedroom, with the largest area, suitable for the villa's young couples to live in.
The remaining 2, one is a children's room and one is an old people's room. The family is just right.
On the third floor was a small paradise that combined entertainment, with a small KTV for singing, a private movie theater, a toy room, a hand puppet room, and a gym. Immediately after coming to the fourth floor, Lin Feng was like coming to a small library. Inside there were several large bookshelves filled with all kinds of books, in addition to a set of tables and chairs. If you like to read, you probably won't get tired of staying here for a day.
Unfortunately, Lin Feng didn't like reading too much. You have to ask Lin Feng what he liked? Sorry, I like Nico.
After looking at all 4 floors, Lin Feng ended up on the first floor.
Lin Feng rode the elevator to the underground floor of the villa.
The underground floor, besides being a parking lot, had a massive wine cellar and was stocked with a lot of expensive red wines right now. Although Lin Feng wasn't an alcoholic, but once upon a time he still had some research on red wine, he could see that the red wine inside the wine cellar wasn't cheap. The cheapest was a few $1,000s a bottle. After strolling through the entire villa, Lin Feng generalized, TMD, rich is really TM good. It's hard not to be corrupted by the evil money. After Lin Feng's family finished the villa, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening.
The family did not want to cook, directly called a takeaway. After eating dinner around 10 o'clock, Lin Feng brought up the tempo.
Said that sleeping late is not good for the body. It is not easy to live in a new house for the first time, just try not to stay up late. It just so happens that in a day of looking at the house, Lin Tianya couple looking at the house is also a little tired, so also did not refute Lin Feng's advice, went to sleep in the bedroom on the second floor. Lin Feng did this naturally because he wanted his parents to go to bed early. He will go to Huarong Group in a while, Lu Xian, to find himself some company things need to be dealt with. The company's matters were more urgent, so Lin Feng had to make a trip. Lin Tianya and his wife heard Lin Feng's words, then went directly to the bedroom. After half a day of choosing a house, they are also a little tired. Middle-aged people's physical strength is not compared to young people.
So they also went straight to bed.
After Lin Feng and Lin Miaomia took care of some things, Lin Feng drove away from Maple Forest Landscape and went towards Huarong Group.
Inside the chairman's office on the 33rd floor of Huarong Group, Lu Xian was lazily lying on the bed, waiting to report to Lin Feng.
Picking up her cell phone, Lu Xian looked at the time. It was 12 o'clock. Lu Xian picked up the big bear on the bed and hammered it several times. Humph, stinking Lindong, clearly said that he would come over tonight. The company's business is very urgent. Big liar, I'm angry. Humph, the next time directly ignore him. You say nothing but ignore. Do not give him as a secretary. Do not report to him. Who let her promise me and then stood me up?
Not coming to this office next time either, huh? Right, not here anymore, leaving now. Carrot.
But just when Lu Xian wanted to get up, her cell phone suddenly came with a message from Lin Feng.
There's been a delay, I'll be at the office in about half an hour, long wait?
When Lu Xian saw Lin Feng's message, the corner of her mouth involuntarily rose, and she hurriedly replied, I'm already waiting for you in the office, waiting to report on the work.
Oh. I don't want to ignore him either, but he returned my message. Who could refuse Lin Feng to return a message? Just like that, Lu Xian, who was just full of resentment, was giggling after a message from Lin Feng. Her eyes fell on the door every moment, waiting for Lin Feng to come back and report some things about the company to him.
Half an hour later, Lin Feng pushed open the door of his office as promised. Lu Xian excitedly ran straight over and jumped into Lin Feng's arms at once.
Lin Feng felt the softness from Lu Xian. Coach, I'm reporting that someone hit someone with the ball.
Lin Dong, you finally came. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The company is in a hurry.
Lu Xian feigned displeasure. There were some things delayed, now is not here.
As the chairman of the company, I definitely can't ignore the company's matters. Well, let's go inside the office and talk. It took a long time to report on the work. In addition to Lin Feng's sleepless night, there were several other people who also had a sleepless night. Zhang Lei and his first love, Zhang Yu, also had a sleepless night. Of course, what they did wasn't about reporting work. Request 5-star praise, request gifts, request flowers. Chapter 32. It's raining so hard. After Zhang Lei settled all the things to Zhang Yu, at night, the two of them ate a meal, lay on the hotel bed, and reminisced about the past. The first time the two spoke was in the class. Zhang Yu asked Zhang Lei a question. In fact, Zhang Yu later told Zhang Lei, when Zhang Lei gave her a lecture, Zhang Yu did not listen at all, the whole time was looking at Zhang Lei. The first time their relationship became better was when they were transferred to the same table. Later, Zhang Lei told Zhang Yu, in fact, it was he who approached the teacher, so that the two had the same table. The first time the two held hands was when they were not yet together. The two people at the same table, Zhang Lei class deliberately take Zhang Yu's things, and then put into the hole in the table, until Zhang Yu put his hand inside the hole in the table, then grabbed Zhang Yu's hand not to let go, because the class is still in session, so Zhang Yu can only stare at Zhang Lei, the two so a class are holding hands. This method is careful to imitate, only applies in the ambiguous between the two. If rashly imitate, maybe in front of the class face reveal you play hooligan. Two people officially together, is together in the playground running suddenly rained, but the two looked at each other, did not care about the rain, continue to run. Gradually, the rain got heavier and heavier, and the clothes on both of them were drenched. The two men held up a school uniform and seemed to be running in the rain like idiots. Zhang Yu. Is it okay if I want to be with you? What did you say? I said this rain can be too heavy. I'm willing. What did you say? I said it's raining really hard too. The two of them then smiled at each other. Maybe that time was the happiest and most joyful time for both of them? Zhang Lei and Zhang Yu cried for a while, and laughed for a while. Those bits and pieces seemed to have happened yesterday, and the two of them only went back home after school, and didn't see each other for one night. In addition to Zhang Lei and Zhang Yu, there were a few other people who didn't sleep at all this night. They were Zhang Haowen's father, Lu He. Just after being locked up in the police station, a few people were severely taught a lesson by the prison guards inside. This was also purposely arranged by Wang Lin. After being taught a lesson, the three of them lay on their beds, covering their asses and staring at the sky. The next day, Lin Feng slept until noon. Yesterday he was a bit late dealing with the company and it made sense to get up a bit late. Lu Xian was also reporting on her work and worked late and was very dedicated. The reason why Lin Feng woke up was because he felt hungry. After intense work, not replenishing calories was really not an option. After stretching, Lin Feng asked Lu Xian, "Are you hungry? Do you want Ajiao to buy something for you?" Lu Xian, who was still asleep, subconsciously replied, "Well, eat, hungry, so hungry." Lin Feng directly called Ajiao and asked her to buy more fried chicken and send it up, and then buy some coffee to wake up. Ajiao, after the last time, was also more light-hearted and agreed with a pat on the back. It didn't take long for Ajiao to knock on the door holding a large pile of food. "Dong Lin, Ajiao is walking in with fried chicken, am I particularly capable?" Ajiao held her neck high as if she was asking for credit from Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at her and raised his eyebrows. "Of course I can do it, I ran back and didn't spill a drop of coffee. Since I can do it, come on." "Ajiao, what? Are we talking about the same thing?" "Okay, just kidding with you, give me the stuff." Lin Feng took a big bag of fried chicken. Ajiao deflated her mouth. "Che Lin Dong, you made me happy for nothing, no fun, let's go." Lin Feng? After Lin Feng and Lu Xian ate the fried chicken, Lu Xian rubbed her eyes and yawned again. "Lin Dong, I went on to sleep, I'll take a vacation today, I don't want to deal with the company's business anymore." Lu Xian said lethargically. Lin Feng smiled, "It's fine, if you don't work, it's fine, I'm granting leave." After Lu Xian went to bed, Lin Feng called Ajiao to take care of Lu Xian again, then walked out of the office. Taking out his cell phone that was muted last night, Lin Feng took a look. Well, Su Yushu called herself 8 times and sent a dozen messages. Lin Feng took a look and slapped his head. Yesterday, Lin Feng and Su Yushu said that he was coming to Huarong Group for an interview today. I forgot all about it. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Feng walked back and forth in the corridor with his cell phone, trying to find a very reasonable excuse to explain to Su Yushu why he didn't answer the phone. But after thinking for half a day, he couldn't come up with a reasonable excuse. Today's sign-in hasn't been signed yet, sign in first, just in case there's something good. maybe it's just the right thing to fix this. After saying this, Lin Feng suddenly realized something. It seemed like he had poisonous milk.
Blah blah blah. Gotta re-say it.
Wish my reward for signing in this time is nothing, it won't solve my problem of not replying to Su Yushu's messages for 5 hours at all. After silently chanting for a while, Lin Feng's consciousness entered the system space.
Sign in.
Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining 100 million jittery coins. The jittery coins have been deposited into the host's jittery account for the host can use it without worry.
Lin Feng? System, you come out and explain this to me. Why is there still no corresponding reward after I poisoned the milk?
Because the system's rewards don't have that kind of thing at all, reversing reality, too unrealistic, and the host is too smooth, it should give the host a chance to experience the feeling of frustration.
Lin Feng.
But the system can give you a suggestion. You can explain it by saying that you've been staying up all night preparing for the interview and then shutting down your phone because she cares about you, she won't be too angry.
Yoo-hoo, the system kinda gets it, rewarded with a big pussy pocket. System, why don't you say anything? System? System, how you ignore me, ah?
After shouting for a while, the system didn't pay any attention to Lin Feng. Lin Feng also made a fool of himself and retreated his consciousness from the system. Maybe it's feasible to use the method that the system just said, I can't put it off any longer, just do it.
Lin Feng dialed Su Yushu's phone. Su Yushu answered in seconds, did you oversleep again? Today is the day of your interview.
Ask for 5 stars, ask for gifts, ask for flowers.
Chapter 33. Finally remembering Lu Shua.
Su Yushu's tone was urgent, but what was carried in her words was concern, not anger. Lin Feng softly explained, I prepared for the interview in the morning, and then turned off my phone, and now I just turned on my cell phone. I'm sorry, let you anxious.
Su Yushu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I've just been worried that you won't miss the interview, right? What time is your interview?
Lin Feng's eyes rolled back. 3 o'clock. I'm leaving now to come to the company. You've already come to work today, right? Yes, today is my first day of work. I originally interviewed for the financial aspects of the work, but today when I went to work, but told me that the work position temporary change, the company has just set up a secretarial department, so I was assigned to that department.
Lin Feng froze. Secretarial department? It seems that Lu Xin has a heart. It seems that the whole night yesterday didn't hurt her for nothing.
I'm interviewing for a job in the finance department as well. According to you, there's a good chance we'll be in the same department.
I don't want to be in the same department as you. You deliberately held my hand last time we had coffee, humph.
Lin Feng froze.
Su Yushu just that was pampering him? This showed that Su Yushu didn't take Lin Feng as an outsider anymore. The relationship between the two of them had gotten a step closer. Don't worry, even if we're not in the same department, I'll still come to your department every day to look for you. You won't be able to escape my clutches. Che, yesterday it was me who was inexperienced. After I went back yesterday I purposely searched the internet. Next time if you hold my hand again, I will bite you. Lin Feng's heart moved. Bite me? Isn't that a bit too fast? We haven't finalized our relationship after all. Su Yushu? What are you talking about? Why do I feel like we're not on the same channel?
Lin Feng coughed, cough, nothing. Su Yushu didn't pursue it any further, so you come to the company now. Don't be late for your first interview. I wish you success in your interview. I believe that with your words, my interview will definitely go well. Lin Feng smiled and hung up the phone, then went to Zhang Lei's office. Although Zhang Lei and Zhang Yu hadn't slept all night last night, Zhang Lei, who was a workaholic, wouldn't easily leave his workplace as long as there was nothing necessary.
Lin Feng just entered the door. Zhang Lei immediately stood up. Lin Dong, you came? Are things settled?
All solved. The probability of recovering the money that was rolled away is not high, so I used my own money to fill all those holes. Those people took the money and left.
Lin Feng nodded. The money thing is solved. There is still your thing, you and her, how is it? Zhang Lei smiled. Together. Lin Feng patted his shoulder. Not bad, right? What is your annual salary now?
Annual salary of 20 million, but I also have 0.45% of the company's shares. Every year can be dividends. The end of the year all the annual salary, year-end awards, bonuses, dividends all together if, about close to 1 billion or so.
Lin Dongyu suddenly asked this to do what? Zhang Lei was a bit strange.
Lin Feng nodded slightly. Originally also wanted to give you a little increase in salary. Did not expect you to earn a lot, then forget it, only verbally give you encouragement. I am very light on money. My attitude towards money is as long as it can satisfy me enough is good, beyond the part of the dispensable can be. Zhang Lei said is the truth. Usually look at his dress can also be seen, watches, belts, luxury cars and such things he did not, either cannot afford, is simply not interested. In the past, you can be like this, but in the future, you have one more person in your life. Although money is not everything, but enough money can solve 99.999% of the problems in life. If you get married with her in the future, you should not have a wedding house, right? You can't live in an old house when you get married. I've recently bought some houses, so I'll give you one, in the Maplewood Villa. You can just pick it out at any time. Since Lin Dong you say so, then I am not polite. By the way, Lin Dong, this thing you seem to have not been looking at that time you let me check the information, that called Lu Shua. Lin Feng tapped his head. Good guy. Forgot all about it. From the time he first got the system, he thought about checking Lu Shua's information, but as a result, because of the interference of all sorts of things, until now Lin Feng hadn't even bothered to look at Lu Shua's current information. In fact, right now Lin Feng's mindset had shifted a lot compared to the other day. When he first activated the system, he felt like he had to take revenge on Lu Shua, but now that he thought about it, there wasn't really much of a need for it. But since I finished checking, let's take a look at it. As for revenge or not, it depends on Lin Feng's mood.
Where's his information? Give me a look.
Zhang Lei immediately went back to the computer and pulled up a file. Lin Dong you see. Lin Feng looked at the file on the computer. Lu Shua has now come out to mingle. At that time, with Lu Shua's results, can only barely go to a college, but Lu Shua his father at that time to trust the relationship into a second school, and can be guaranteed graduate school. But his father gave him a good road. He did not want to go, think too meaningless, so do not go. It is found that he did not go in part of Lu Shua in the university inside the reputation is too bad cause. Lu Shua light was burst out of the girl's stomach to get big things there are 5 times, as well as countless fights and assaults. Lu Shua has reached the point of everyone shouting. After coming out, Lu Shua just started to open his own company, the results of the loss of a mess, what to do what not, and now go to his father's company inside the mix. After Lin Feng briefly read, the heart of the idea of generosity just now instantly put away, this kind of scum, do not retaliate, too cheap him. Lin Feng is not sympathetic to those girls who were Lu Shua get pregnant, those people do not say absolutely deserved, but Lu Shua on the first time after being burst out of the person's stomach irresponsible, but also willing to be with Lu Shua, and also Wu Tao, figure is what? It can't be those few seconds of Lu Shua, right? Lu Shua in them, a figure of color, a figure of money, only in the end because the money cannot be negotiated, so it burst out. The reason Lin Feng found Lu Shua hateful was still in the fact that he fought inside the university and put someone in the hospital. This kind of scum, they should be dealt with to death. Lin Feng had just finished reading. Zhang Lei's sentence attracted Lin Feng's attention. Lin Dong, this Lu Shua his father Lu Ping's Chengyi company, and our group cooperation is very deep.
Chapter 34 Just call me Shaolin. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Lei, and our group cooperation is deep?
Zhang Lei nodded. Sincerity in the company's main business is a large supermarket, now has opened more than 30 stores in the province, and our Huarong Group main financial business, some banks are not willing to do business, others will find us. In recent years, because some big internet manufacturers also started to enter the field of brick-and-mortar retailing, the efficiency of Chenghe supermarket has decreased quite a lot, so the financial situation has not a small problem, so much so that the banks are no longer willing to lend them money. So since last year, the source of funding for Chenghe supermarket has always come from us, Huarong Group.
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The banks don't dare to do business, our group does? Aren't you afraid that all this money will go down the drain?
Lin Dong is too worried. Of course our group cannot do business at a loss. The bank is not willing to give Chang'an supermarket loans. It is because they have a single shareholding structure, by Lu Shua his father Lu Ping single all holdings. And their rules for suppliers is the annual pressure of a year's money, to the end of the year unified settlement, sincere and supermarket credit is not very good, before there are several times are owed to the bank's interest did not pay. So the bank after multiple evaluations, decided not to give the sincere and supermarket loans, but we are willing to give them money. There are conditions, we Huarong Group to share in the sincere and supermarkets, and send people to participate in the management, to take over a part of the suppliers and supermarkets, so that even if Lu Ping rolled the money to run away, we will not have too much loss. And the reason why I was shot to receive the Changha Group this hot potato, but also want to expand the industrial line of Huarong Group, into the supermarket retail industry. Lin Feng nodded as he listened to Zhang Lei's headlong conversation, not bad for a professional. Then since Lu Shua and his family's company has a deep cooperation with our group, let's find a way to turn Chenghe supermarket into Huarong Groups.
It just so happens that you didn't say you want to enter the supermarket retail industry?
This is ready-made right here.
Well, I'm going to make a plan right now.
If you want the Lu family to hand over their shares, then you have to make the signboard of Changhe supermarket completely destroyed.
There's no hurry.
I see you have heavy circles under your eyes.
Didn't you get a good night's rest last night?
I talked to Xiaoyu all night last night, but it's okay, I'm not sleepy now, I still have no problem working.
How can you work well without a good rest?
I'm not some evil capitalist who squeezes his employees. I'm giving you a vacation today. It's the first day you and your girlfriend get back together, so you should have a good reunion. Lin Feng increased the tone of his voice on the word reunion. Zhang Lei is not an innocent teenager. Naturally, he understood the meaning of Lin Feng's words at once.
Lin Dong, we actually already had a reunion yesterday. Yesterday was yesterday. What's today got to do with it?
It is settled. You do not have to go to work this afternoon. You are called a paid relationship. Other people cannot envy it. You do not want it. Then Lin Dong, I will respectfully follow your order. Just when Zhang Lei wanted to call Zhang Yu, Lin Feng suddenly remembered something.
Almost forgot to come to you for the main thing. Don't rush to swing the whip first. You first arrange an interview for me. I want to officially join Huarong Group as an employee to come.
Oh, this is good. I'll just make a phone call.
After a phone call was arranged, Zhang Lei went off with a paid romance.
Lin Feng, after a while, looking at the time, came to 2:20, from the special elevator down, and then take the ordinary upstairs to come.
After finding Su Yushu, the two chatted for a while. Lin Feng went to hold her hand again. Su Yushu said on the phone though that if Lin Feng held it again, she was going to bite Lin Feng.
However, she is also powerful on the mouth, and so really see Lin Feng after the goat, can only let Lin Feng pinch her that seems to be tender and smooth without bone chin jade hand.
You are about to go to the interview, it is 2:45.
Su Yushu said weakly, want to pull back the hand, but the strength is not as big as Lin Feng.
I'm not in a hurry, I'll just touch it again. Oh no, I'm not in a hurry to talk for another 5 minutes.
Su Yushu. After another 5 minutes, Lin Feng could only be reluctant to let go of his hand, and then made a show of going to the interview. Said it was an interview, but in fact it was Lin Feng going to sit inside for a while. The interviewers that Zhang Lei arranged were aware of Lin Feng's identity. After sitting inside for about half an hour, Lin Feng looked at his watch and thought that it was about time, so he called Ajiao and asked her to come over and bring herself to the secretary's position.
Now Ajiao was Lin Feng's nominal superior.
It didn't take long to call Ajiao and she came running over with her ass in the air. Lin Dong, Lin Dong. In the future, outside, don't call me Lin Dong. My current identity is the company secretary department intern. You just call me Xiao Lin, otherwise people heard you care about a trainee called Lin Dong. Surely have to reveal not.
Ajiao looked strange. Lin Dong, I really have to call you Xiao Lin? You will not be angry, right? Do I look like such a petty person? It's just calling me Xiao Lin? If I were to talk to you in front of other people, could I talk to you in an arrogant manner? Like ordering you to do something. You're my superior now, isn't it right to order me around?
Lin Feng said carelessly.
Then I'm relieved, so is it okay for me to start now, Lin Dong? Ajiao asked again. Fine, just call me Xiao Lin from now on.
After getting an affirmative reply from Lin Feng, Ajiao smiled, then opened her palm, raised it and dropped it. One slapped on top of Lin Feng's ass. Xiao Lin, let me con you if you're developing properly.
Lin Feng?
Lin Feng froze in place, dumbfounded, looking at Ajiao.
For a long time, Lin Feng only slowed down. What are you doing? Lin Dong, didn't you say you could call you Xiao Lin? Are you angry? Ajiao asked with some fear.
This is not a question of what to call Xiao Lin or not Xiao Lin anymore. What did you just slap my butt for?
And what did you say in your mouth? Kong Kong, am I developing properly? You are Jia. Ajiao, hands hanging in front of her body, slightly lowering her head. This cannot? Of course not, just treat me normally like a superior to a subordinate. Ajiao nodded. Oh, then I understand. Do you really understand? Then you rehearse it. Now that you are my superior, how should you speak to me?
Ajiao's eyes became bland and she put her hands behind her back. Xiao Lin, go get me a glass of water. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. That's right, very good.
Why are you smiling?
I told you to go get me some water, don't be playful. Ajiao said with a cold face.
Lin Feng.
Okay, now you're the superior, bear with me.
Sister Jiao, wait a bit, I'll go get you some water.
Not long after, Lin Feng carried a cup of water and handed it to Ajiao. Sister Jiao, the water is here.
Ajiao took the cup, then frowned. Why is it hot? How many months has it been? Still pouring hot water?
Lin Feng clenched his fists, his breathing was a little short.
You're the superior, I'll hold back again. Okay, I'll pour cool water. Lin Feng was busy again and replaced the hot water with cool water, but Ajiao still frowned. Why is it so cold? You won't get diarrhea if you drink this? Then what kind do you want to drink? Hot won't do, cool won't do?
Lin Feng said in a muffled voice.
The hot one is too hot, the cool one is too cool, won't you combine it, pour half of the hot one and half of the cool one, combine it? As soon as Ajiao's words fell, Lin Feng pulled her into a meeting room with no one in it. Come over here for a minute, it pisses me off, I'm looking for you for something. Snap.
Requesting 5 stars, gifts, and flowers.
Chapter 35. The company's welfare is too good, isn't it?
Lin Feng taught Ajiao hard inside the conference room what a normal superior should really do.
After nearly an hour, Lin Feng looked at Ajiao. Understand? What should a normal superior do? Ajiao nodded, as if she understood. As if? It seems like you still don't understand, let me tell you more. Close the door to the conference room. After giving Ajiao a lesson for more than an hour, Ajiao finally understood what a normal superior should be like.
Lin Dong, there are still a lot of things I don't understand inside the company, you can teach me again.
Ajiao looked at Lin Feng with expectant eyes.
Lin Feng gave her a blank look, think quite beautiful, next time, when I have time, now it's time to do business.
Don't worry Lin Dong, I'll definitely behave myself when I'm doing my job. Definitely won't let anyone find out who you are. Ajiao has never been so serious.
Hurry up, take me to the secretarial department, introduce me as a new employee, and explain the good things, don't give me a bad job. Lin Feng knocked Ajiao's little head. Ajiao hemmed and hawed and laughed. Lin Dong, don't worry, I am now very good at playing the superior, playing the normal superior. Lin Feng thought about what he had just taught and nodded, there should be no problem. Alright, don't think about those things, it's time to get down to business, hurry up. Then Lin Feng and Ajiao arrived at the 23rd floor, which had been changed to house the secretarial department. Before entering, Ajiao suddenly remembered something and stopped in her tracks.
What's wrong? Why don't you go in?
Lin Feng asked strangely. Lin Dong, no, Xiao Lin, I remembered something, it was Sister Xan who instructed me. Sister Xan said that the benefits you gave to the secretarial department were too high, there was a gap between it and the employees of the other departments of the company. Sister Xan was afraid that if the benefits of the secretarial department were spread out, the other departments of the company would be dissatisfied. What's the matter? Then the other departments of the company's welfare also adjusted to the same high as the secretary department. Anyway, the company is so profitable, spend more on the staff is not it should be?
Lin Dong, you are so generous.
Ajiao praised from the bottom of her heart. Lin Feng waved his hand, money as long as enough to spend on the line, not to mention that now my money is still special enough to spend, simply cannot be spent. Well, do not say, hurry to go in, you go ahead. Ajiao hurriedly entered the state of leadership, walking in front, Lin Feng followed behind, just like a small employee. It didn't take long for the two to arrive at the office area. Because the secretarial department had just been established, there weren't many people in the department. Lu Xian had transferred a few old employees from the rest of the department, plus Su Yushu's 2 interns from the same period, and Lin Feng. Together there were less than 10 people. Ajiao brought Lin Feng in front of all the current employees of the secretarial department and then clapped her hands. Everyone stop the work at hand first, introduce a new colleague to you, because our secretary department is short of manpower recently, so I chose one from the latest company interns to join our secretary department. In the future we will all be colleagues. Xiao Lin, introduce yourself. Lin Feng had a smile on his face, his eyes swept through the crowd, and when he swept over to Su Yushu, he slightly raised an eyebrow at her.
Hello everyone, my name is Lin Feng, Maple of Maple Leaves, please take care of me in the future. It's Handsome A, does Handsome have a girlfriend? If you don't have one, you can think about me. From now on, we're all co-workers, so if there's anything you don't understand, just come and ask us directly, especially if it's a handsome guy, I'm very welcoming. Suddenly I realized that Lin Feng is the only guy in our department, you're in luck Lin Feng. Lin Feng heard the words just now and also noticed that the entire secretary department is really only a male secretary. This kind of work is really more inclined to recruit girls, and Lu Xian also deliberately greeted. Lin Feng himself was sort of an accident, otherwise the secretarial department would be an all-girls site. Lin Feng, you and Su Yushu both graduated from Qizhou University, and you two seem to know each other, right? Then arrange your workstation next to her and work well in the future.
Ajiao said with a flat face. If Lin Feng didn't know that she was acting, he really couldn't notice anything strange.
It seems to go back and reward her properly.
Ajiao said and left, and Lin Feng came to sit next to Su Yushu.
Lin Feng just came over, Su Yushu excitedly greeted him, you really came to the secretary department? And you just came over after the interview? How did you do it?
Lin Feng spread his hands. After my interview, HR said that the secretarial department had just been formed and was short of people, so he asked me if I was willing to come here, where the salary was better, so of course I agreed, and applied to work directly today.
Su Yushu face smile, great, this way we will be able to see every day.
After the two of them chatted for a while, Ajiao suddenly came back again and then held a box in her hand. Everyone's eyes to me, because the secretarial department has just been formed. Our sister XIN applied to the group for a lot of benefits. In the future, everyone will have 3 meals a day, there will be a meal subsidy, the standard for each meal is 50 yuan, there is also a taxi subsidy, the standard $100 per day, the weekend holidays are also the normal subsidies, the housing allowance, the standard of 4,000 per month. In addition to this, the overtime pay is calculated according to the original hourly rate of 3 times.
When Ajiao's words fell, all the employees let out deafening cheers. This welfare, did they hear it right? $50 per meal, 3 meals a day, 30 days a month is $4,500. Taxi allowance of $100 a day, 30 days a month is $3,000. The housing allowance is $4,000. That adds up to over $10,000. It's said that Huarong Group has good treatment, but it's not as good as this, is it?
Several of them are still interns.
After Ajiao finished speaking, someone hurriedly asked, Sister Jiao, is this only for regular employees?
Of course not, interns and regular employees enjoy the same treatment, and all interns can be regularized next month without any accidents, they don't have to wait until 3 months later.
Wow. What kind of company is this? I knew I was in the right place. Sister Jiao, pinch me, I'm not dreaming, am I? Am I really getting this kind of treatment? Are you trying to subterfuge me?
I'll accept the subterfuge.
Sister Jiao, sneak me.
All the employees went crazy, they now felt that the wisest decision they made in their lives was to come to Huarong Group.
Quiet, everyone. Quiet for a moment. I haven't finished yet.
Everyone instantly quieted down, then looked at Ajiao with expectant eyes, waiting for the next perk to come out of her mouth.
Ajiao cleared her throat. Sister XIN has also decided to use one of her private apartments to draw a prize, and one of you will be the luckiest person to get a 5-year right to use a 95 square meter apartment in the Anshou apartments near the company. The market value of this apartment is close to $2 million. Within 5 years, whether you live in it or rent it out, the right to dispose of it is in your hands. You don't need to pay for the utilities and the property, Sister XIN has already paid for them 5 years from now. Chapter 36 I did it on purpose. Ajiao's words fell, and the employees all let out gasps of surprise. Ajiao's words fell, and the employees all let out a gasp of surprise. 5 years of usage rights for a 95 square foot apartment in Anshou apartment?
Anshou apartment is a high-grade apartment, although because of the nature of the property rights of the apartment itself, the price is not comparable to the housing of the community, but the price of Anshou apartment has also reached a staggering nearly 20,000 per square meter.
The monthly rent is at least 5,000. A 5-year license is more than $300,000. If we get it, we'll take off. Sister Joy, how do I draw? Don't worry, everyone. See that box in my hand?
There are 9 of you, and I've put 9 balls in here, 8 of which say 1 free draw and 1 of which says welcome to the lottery. I'll put the box here in a moment, and whoever draws the ball that says welcome to the lottery will have the right to use that apartment for 5 years. After Ajiao finished speaking, she held the box and came to the 9 employees in turn, asking them to take out a ball from inside. When she came to Lin Feng, Ajiao winked at him, signaling that she had done a good job with her hands, and Lin Feng responded cryptically. Out of the 9 people, Ajiao was the last to walk in front of Su Yushu because that was the only way to make sure Su Yushu drew that winning ball. Originally, when Ajiao had just brought the box, in fact, all 9 balls inside the box were drawn once for nothing, but after the first 8 people had finished, Ajiao would stealthily turn a switch inside the box, switching that last ball to welcome the winner. After turning the switch, Ajiao smiled and walked in front of Su Yushu.
Come on, there is only one last ball left. Su Yushu smiled lightly, just so she didn't have to agonize over which one to choose. After taking out the last ball, Ajiao put the box to the side. Everyone open it and see who will be the lucky one. I knew it, I haven't won a single prize since I was a kid, mine was drawn for nothing. Me too, hey, I'm a little disappointed, but I'm satisfied with so many benefits already. Mine was also a wasted draw. I always felt like this was giving me a hint that I could stop quitting today. I'll smoke a box when I get home. One by one, the little balls were unwrapped, and everyone flashed their white smoking ones.
Lin Feng also unwrapped the ball. Just after he unwrapped it, Lin Feng slammed the table. Crikey. Everyone's eyes were instantly attracted to Lin Feng.
Was it little Lin who won the lottery?
Looks like the god of fate chose the boys within our bunch of girls.
Little Lin looks like he's buying dinner today.
But Lin Feng then hemmed and hawed and flashed the note he took out of the little ball, one drawing for nothing.
Disappointed everyone, I didn't win either. Anyone else who didn't unwrap it, the grand prize hasn't appeared yet now. Ajiao looked around the crowd. After Lin Feng finished opening his own, he came to Su Yushu. Why don't you open it?
Su Yushu held the ball in her hand tightly, looking serious. I see that when the main characters win the lottery on TV, they all wait until the end to disclose it, so I'll wait until the end, so I might be able to win it too.
Su Yushu's appearance was exceptionally cute, so Lin Feng couldn't hold back and pinched her face.
You're bullying me again. Last time you held my hand, this time you pinched my face. Humph. Just now it was probably my hand looking at you too cute, so I didn't hold back. Don't worry, I'll make sure to educate it properly when I go back. Su Yushu still wanted to say something, but Lin Feng was the first to speak. Let's not talk about anything else, now it's time to open the ball. You see, now only you have another person who hasn't opened it. The plot of the TV is that at the end of the day, two people open the ball at the same time, and the one who wins the prize is the protagonist, right? Su Yushu heard, also cannot care just by Lin Feng pinch face thing. Anyway, already held hands, pinch face is nothing. Su Yushu herself did not realize that in her heart she had already defaulted to doing some intimate actions with Lin Feng as normal. Inside the 9 employees, there was only Su Yushu and another old employee who hadn't opened the note in the small ball.
The rest of the employees' eyes were all converging on the two of them.
The two of them came to the center of the crowd and opened the small ball at the same time, taking out the note inside. Su Yushu's emotions were tense to the extreme. If she won this prize, she would no longer have to rent a place more than 10 kilometers away from the company. Nor would she have to spend more than an hour and a half just commuting on the road every day. Most importantly, there was no air conditioning inside the house she rented. Su Xinggui's subsequent convalescence was almost over, and after she was discharged from the hospital, the environment of the rented house was not good, and the weather slowly started to get hot, which was detrimental to Su Xinggui's subsequent recovery. She herself can suffer, but if Su Xing does not recover well after being discharged from the hospital, and his condition becomes serious again, that would be a big deal.
In the crowd's hopeful gazes, Su Yushu and the other girl opened the note together. One wrote "White draw once." One wrote "Welcome to the lottery." And the note that welcomed the winner belonged to Su Yushu. The moment everyone saw the note, Lin Feng and Ajiao smiled at each other. No mistakes, the plan worked. Ajiao read in Lin Feng's eyes that Lin Feng would reward himself afterwards. You asked Ajiao how she extracted this information from Lin Feng's eyes. Ajiao said she came up with it herself. After confirming that it was her who had won the lottery, Su Yushu jumped for joy. She jumped and also jumped. Then she hugged Lin Feng tightly. I won the lottery. I won the lottery.
Lin Feng also obediently hugged Su Yushu, feeling the oppressive feeling coming from his chest, and silently ranked them in his mind. Currently Lu Xian's chest, no, its bosom, inside all the girls Lin Feng currently knows, it still belongs to the land of the only one who was 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 the only one. Lin Feng would like to call her a big devil. Apart from Lu Xian, the chest ranked second was Su Yushu. Before Lin Feng hadn't paid too much attention to it, but after hugging her like this today, well, there was material. Lin Miaomia would have to rank third at the moment, temporarily at the bottom. As for Ajiao, it seems like she hasn't felt it yet. It's good to feel it when there's nothing else to do. After hugging Lin Feng for a while, Su Yushu realized her rash action. I didn't mean it just now.
I know you didn't mean it, but I did.
Lin Feng said with a smile.
Su Yushu was full of doubts. What are you doing on purpose? You'll know in a moment. After about a minute, Su Yushu finally realized what Lin Feng had just said. You let go of me? I get it, you didn't let go on purpose, is that what you just said? I'm begging you, everyone is watching, let go. Chapter 37 Are all masters of touching fish ah. After hugging for about 2 minutes, Lin Feng then reluctantly left from Su Yushu. Because the two had just been bouncing around in celebration, they were already some distance away from the rest of the people, so no one else had heard the conversation between them just now. After Lin Feng let go of Su Yushu, the rest of the people also knew about the relationship between the two from the hug they had just given each other. Congratulations Yushu, when you get off work today don't be in a hurry to leave, I'll give you the keys to the apartment. Ajiao said lightly. After learning that Su Yushu had won the lottery, the rest of the people also expressed their congratulations.
Although there was some envy, it was far from the level of jealousy. After all, the benefits Ajiao had just mentioned were already good enough. People, you can't be insatiable. Then Ajiao left with the box she had just raffled off, and the work area returned to calm.
Returning to the workstation, Lin Feng came over to Su Yushu's side and touched Su Yushu with his elbow. You won the lottery, don't forget to treat me to dinner.
Su Yushu with a smile on her face, good, then why don't you get off work? I'll take you to a place I used to go to often, although it's not very expensive, but the flavor is really good.
Good I'm not a picky eater, but when you say it tastes good, shouldn't there be a standard? For example, is it your lips that taste good, or is it the rice there that tastes good? Lin Feng rested his cheeks and looked at Su Yushu.
Su Yushu pouted and hummed, you haven't tasted both, wait until you do before saying which one tastes good.
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, what did you say? Then I'll taste it now?
Su Yushu was startled, she was very confident that Lin Feng would dare to kiss her on the mouth right now. After all, just now when so many people were watching, Lin Feng dared to hold her for a few minutes without letting go.
You don't mess around, this is the company. Lin Feng hemmed and hawed, isn't that more exciting? Su Yushu looked horrified, like an emoticon, don't come over
Fortunately, Lin Feng was just scaring her, it wasn't time for a kiss yet. After fooling around for a while, Su Yushu shook her head, she's still at work, can't talk anymore, I'm going to work.
Hearing Su Yushu say work, Lin Feng froze slightly, work? Do we have work to do? Did Sister Ajiao set up work?
Su Yushu's eyes blinked, that's right it seems like she really didn't set up work. Lin Feng looked at the rest of the employees again strangely, everyone was staring at the computer, frowning every now and then looking very nervous.
Lin Feng pointed at the rest of the employees, so what are they doing? Is it actually setting up the work, but we don't know about it It's possible, I'll go and ask.
Lin Feng walked towards an old employee who was originally from the rest of the company and quietly went over.
Sister, can I have a moment of your time? I want to ask something. Little brother Lin, what do you want to ask, is there something you don't understand? Just come and ask Sister Annie.
Annie said with a smile.
I want to ask, what is our current job?
I see you all working so seriously, I still don't know what to do.
And smiled, because it's true that there's no work assigned yet. Lin Feng was shocked, then I see that you all seem to be particularly serious, what are you doing?
Annie laughed, at a glance you don't have any work experience, if you had more than a few years of work experience like me, you'd be able to understand, it just so happens that you're here today on your first day, I'll teach you too. Annie hooked her hand at Lin Feng and then pointed past everyone in the work area in turn. Look at her, on the surface, she keeps staring at the computer, checking the time from time to time, occasionally frowning and scratching her hair, in fact, she's playing Plants vs. Zombies, frowning, scratching her hair, and checking the time, these are the 3 essential elements in work. Also called the 3 elements of touching the fish. No matter what you are doing, as long as you interspersed with these actions, it will give the appearance of a special effort to be serious.
Get it?
Lin Feng nodded in sudden realization.
Good guy, this stuff isn't taught in school. It's true that one learns from one's old age. But if Annie knew that she was teaching the company's chairman to touch fish, she'd probably have a good expression on her face, right? Annie is still teaching Lin Feng the tricks of the trade, look at the person on the far left, her keyboard voice crackles louder than anyone else, you think she's working? No, she's writing novels on the side. And the one next to her, why is her hair loose? Because it covers the headphones she's wearing, and the one who reads novels, the one who shops at a certain treasure, each one is a good hand at touching fish. Of course, the most important thing about groping fish, you know what it is? Not being discovered by the boss?
Lin Feng replied tentatively.
Annie nodded, yes and no. Why?
Because it's true that you can't be found out by the boss, that's of course the most important thing, but there's something equally important, how can you not be found out by the boss, and that's going to be the introduction of the ancestral treasure of touching the fish, the one key screen cut. And gave Lin Feng a demonstration, look, for example, I'm now on this page as a document, but in fact I was reading a novel when you came, recently I found a novel is quite good, the name is crazy.
You call $10 trillion pocket money? Have you read it?
The main character's name is the same as yours, also called Lin Feng. Lin Feng mused, although I haven't read it, I know from the name that the author of this book must be very handsome.
The readers are even more handsome. And nodded deeply even after hearing Lin Feng's words.
Before you came over just now, I was actually reading a novel, but when I sensed that someone was coming over to my side, I would quickly press a shortcut key and it cut to this page of the file. Lin Feng had opened the door to a new world from Annie, even though this new world wasn't of much use to him. Lin Feng was already somewhat looking forward to Annie's expression when she realized she was the chairman of the company. After going back from Annie, Lin Feng told Su Yushu everything that Annie had just said one by one. Su Yushu was also shocked. This didn't quite fit in with what she had always known.
This isn't too good, is it? The company has already given us a lot of benefits, we're still lazy, isn't that a bit unkind? How could it be? I tell you, we work, the company pays wages, that is called labor in exchange for the company's remuneration, only we are lazy, and then the company gives us wages, that is called making money. And I'll tell you a secret. Lin Feng lowered his voice. I heard that the chairman of this company can be perverted, wool gathering him, but also should be. Chapter 38 Riding a small electric donkey to go. Lin Feng scolded himself, scolded no psychological pressure at all. After all, to some extent, it wasn't really a lie. Lin Miaomio and Lu Xin could both attest to it.
Well, Lin Feng was just so honest. Su Yushu heard Lin Feng's words and disagreed a bit. It's not good to be gullible to rumors. I just won the right to use the apartment for 5 years, and I haven't been working, so I feel a bit overly happy in my heart. Lin Feng waved his hand. There is nothing to be upset about, and it is true that there is no work scheduled now. When there is really work to be done, it is not too late for you to be serious. While there is still no work, we will chat a little.
Lin Feng was the first to open the topic. The apartment you won, how do you plan to use it? Will you live in it or rent it out?
Su Yushu thought for a moment. I still intend to live in my father's condition in the hospital to recover better. About less than 2 weeks will be discharged. If still live in the original house I rented inside, the words of his condition is not good for the recovery, and the original house from the company is too far away. The road commuting time is too long.
Well, it's good to live in. The days will get better and better in the future.
Su Yushu counted up with his fingers. I am now a monthly internship salary is 8,000, after the correct salary is 12,000, plus a variety of benefits every month, a total of 25,000 or so, in addition to the monthly necessary expenses, about to save 23 to 24,000 or so that a year will be able to save close to 300,000. This way almost 3 years I will be able to pay you back. Su Yushu's eyes were filled with hope that life was really getting better. Fate has not favored Su Yushu since she was born. Her mother died of hemorrhage because of her difficult birth. Dad's health has been bad. The family medicine can open a pharmacy. It is not easy for Su Yushu to graduate from college soon to work to earn money. Su Xingue, an accident.
All the way ill-fated, and now finally looking forward to the blossoms.
Lin Feng looked at Su Yushu, whose eyes were full of hope, and the corner of his mouth curved up in an arc. Medical expenses. Lin Feng tried a few times to say do not need to Su Yushu also, but Su Yushu other things are still very good to talk, but only this, say what also do not agree, must be returned to Lin Feng money. Lin Feng has no choice but to think of a way to try to improve Su Yushu's welfare in the company, so that she can return Lin Feng's money as soon as possible.
Yushu, how about discussing something with you? Su Yushu looked at Lin Feng. I'll definitely pay you back, there's no point in you saying anything. Su Yushu had an obstinate expression.
I promised you, I definitely won't go back on it, but you just said that you return almost all of the money to me every month, leaving yourself with almost no money left for other expenses besides the necessary expenses. I feel that there's something wrong with that. I don't eat much, and I don't spend much money on my own cooking every day, and I don't have to pay for my own utilities in the apartment, so I don't have to spend much money at all in a month, and my dad and I spend less than $2,000 a month.
But your dad just had an operation, doesn't he need something nutritious to replenish his body?
$2,000 a month for 2 people is definitely not enough. This way, you listen to me, every month you pay me back $15,000, so that a year is $180,000. I helped you advance $1 million, you said that the pre-deposited money was unspent, about $300,000 left, so you just owe me $700,000. $180,000 per year for 4 years is $720,000, so you'll be able to pay me back in less than 4 years. In fact, every month to pay back $20,000 can also be, our family cannot spend much money.
Su Yushu said weakly.
No, I said every month 15,000 is 15,000, and you must eat better every month, buy more meat. I will go to your home from time to time to supervise you. If you let me find that you do not eat well, then this money, you do not want to pay back.
Su Yushu deflated her mouth. I don't really like eating meat. Don't like eating meat? I don't like meat. How can my body develop? Look at your skinny, come on, let me touch Ow. Why do you hit people?
Lin Feng rubbed his waist. Su Yushu did not lay hands on it. Okay, the first time he struck was to pinch his waist.
Where did you put your hand?
Su Yushu put her hands in front of her chest. Lin Feng's face does not change color, change anything cannot change color, I just want to see how your body is not too thin unhealthy. You words, you obviously rushed to that. That too thin is not too healthy, in fact, my family ancestors are open medical hall, although the medical skills have not been inherited, but there is a set of massage techniques, but has been passed down, if you do not mind, today to go to the apartment, I give you a massage, blood circulation, guarantee that you do not go out for 3 months, you can go up again a cup. Su Yushu heard the last to understand what Lin Feng said, immediately blushed, you forget, ignore you. Su Yushu directly turned her back, Lin Feng deflated, where did he go wrong? Is it not attractive? He was super good at rubbing himself. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was time to get off work. Su Yushu got the key to the apartment from Ma Jiao and the address of the apartment, so she could live there directly. Lin Feng, as if nothing had happened in the afternoon, came back to Su Yushu's face. Where are we going to eat later? Where is that delicious place you mentioned? Su Yushu also tacitly did not mention the afternoon of the massage up cup thing, said, that store is in our university nearby, 7 or 8 kilometers from the company, take the subway in a while to. I don't want to take the subway, why don't we go another way? Take a taxi? Or take the bus? Neither. Wait for me here for a while. You'll see in a minute. About 3 minutes later. In Su Yushu's curious gaze, Lin Feng rode a small pink donkey leisurely in front of Su Yushu. Where did this come from? Is it yours? Su Yushu asked curiously. Of course it's not mine, it's Sister Jiao's. You stole Sister Jiao's car on your first day of work? It's not good, is it? Lin Feng? What kind of brain circuit is this? I borrowed it from Sister Jiao, she didn't need it, so she lent it to me temporarily. Just now Lin Feng rewarded Ajiao several times when he grabbed the car. Let's go then, it'll probably take less than 20 minutes to get there by tram. Su Yushu was just about to get on the back seat of the tram, but was stopped by Lin Feng. Wait, don't get on the back is for me, you sit in the front. Saying that, Lin Feng had already moved from the front seat of the tram to the back. Chapter 39 Sister Autumn. Su Yushu froze when she saw this, I'll ride? Lin Feng nodded, yes, this honorable task will be given to you. Su Yushu didn't say anything, put her bag inside the basket, then mounted the car and rode towards the restaurant, she said. Lin Feng naturally knew how to ride a bike, but riding a bike at this time, Lin Feng wasn't that stupid. Sitting in the back seat, it was clear that the road was flat and the drive was stable, but Lin Feng kept falling over, then after a few minutes, Lin Feng opened his hands and wrapped them around Su Yushu's waist. Su Yushu was startled, the electric car was a bit unstable, what are you doing? It's too upside down, I'll hold it up, do you mind? Yes, a little mind. If you don't mind, then I'll hold it. Su Yushu, what? I said I mind a little, not don't mind. Su Yushu thought it was the wind on the road and Lin Feng didn't hear him, so she repeated it again. What? You said that if your hands are cold, you can still reach inside your clothes to warm them up a bit? How is this a good idea? Then I'll respectfully follow your order. Su Yushu. Su Yushu's cycling speed obviously slowed down, her back stiffened, and even her voice trembled when she spoke, don't move ah. Okay, just kidding with you, it's not like I'm the kind of person who plays tricks on people. Lin Feng made a false move, and in the end, his hand didn't move around, and Su Yushu breathed a sigh of relief. Right now their relationship couldn't support too intimate movements, so Lin Feng didn't take the next step. Just like that, the 20 minutes on the road were spent in such a constant one movement. Finally, the electric car stopped in front of a store called Shaochang Barbecue. After the electric car stopped, Su Yushu didn't get off immediately because Lin Feng's hand hadn't been removed from his waist. Can you take your hand away? Su Yushu's face at this time had been shamed to the extreme, the redness had started to spread to her neck. Oh, to the point? Lin Feng saw the good thing and finally pinched on top of Su Yushu's stomach, then withdrew his hands and got off the car with a smile. Su Yushu also finally breathed a sigh of relief. After parking the car, Su Yushu came to the smiling Lin Feng in front of him in a furious manner, then looked at Lin Feng's right foot and put her own foot on it. Humph. Stinking Lin Feng, bad. So that's why you don't ride your bike, to step on you. Su Yushu's foot stomping was harmless, Lin Feng only thought she was cute. After stopping a few times, Su Yushu just wanted to leave, but after seeing that Lin Feng's shoes were dirty from her stomping, she hesitated for a moment, but still took out wet wipes from her bag, and wiped them again for Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled, if this was considered a punishment, then probably all the bad guys in the world could laugh out loud. After stepping on your shoes, she even helped you wipe them. Su Yushu was such a kind character. If she didn't have Lin Feng by her side in the future, she would definitely suffer. After rubbing Lin Feng's shoes, Su Yushu also feigned anger. Humph, this store is, I like to eat the barbecue here the most, especially the grilled gluten. Grilled leeks are particularly delicious. Lin Feng raised his eyes and swept over the signboard in front of him, Shaochang Barbecue. It is true that the distance from the University of Qizhou is not far, walking is only 10 minutes, riding a bicycle is even faster, only Lin Feng has never come. Although Lin Feng often went out to eat with his roommates, and with girls, but coincidentally, he really hadn't been here before. Then let's go, and also taste how delicious it is here, before Yushu gets so hung up on it. Lin Feng naturally took Su Yushu's hand. At first Su Yushu didn't feel anything wrong, but the two just walked to the door of the barbecue restaurant like this. Su Yushu suddenly stopped in her tracks.
Lin Feng froze and asked, "What's wrong?"
Su Yushu suddenly dragged Lin Feng from the entrance of the store back to the place where he had just parked the electric car, and then flipped his ponytail, grunted, and let go of Lin Feng's hand.
Lin Feng. At least you are almost 22 years old, don't be so childish.
But Lin Feng suddenly thought of a sentence that he had seen before. When a person's frequently show their childish side in front of you, it means that she has begun to treat you as a person who is worth relying on, then it is not far from you being together.
Of course, there is a kind of person except, that is every moment childish people, that kind of person is not dependent on you, is owed a beating.
The corner of Lin Feng's mouth surged with a smile. Su Yushu naturally wasn't someone who was childish at every moment, then that meant that his relationship with Su Yushu went further.
Following behind Su Yushu, Lin Feng also stepped into the barbecue restaurant.
As soon as Su Yushu entered, there was a young woman around 30 years old who greeted her. The young woman had an apron around her, her face was covered with two shallow dimples, her appearance was superior. The key to this was a young woman's temperament that added a lot of points. Girls in their early 20s are like cherries, good looking, but not necessarily delicious. A woman in her 30s is like a ripe grape, both good looking and delicious. Even though Lin Feng had seen such world-rare stunning beauties like Su Yushu, Lin Miaomiao, and Lu Xian, he still couldn't help but look at that beautiful young woman for a few moments. Don't think too much, Lin Feng just saw that her apron was very nice. So white, ah shucks, so big, ah shucks. Su Yushu and the beautiful young woman seemed to know each other. The relationship was not bad looking. As soon as Su Yushu came in, the young woman eagerly greeted her. "Yushu? You're here? I just wanted to go see your father recently. How is uncle's body? How is uncle's health? Do you still need medical expenses? The money I gave you the other day, you transferred it back to me." Sister Chiao, I've already taken care of the medical expenses. My dad's surgery was very successful. He can be discharged after recuperating in the hospital for a while more, and I've already joined Huarong Group as an intern now. The salary and benefits are especially good. Don't worry, Sister Chiao. That's good. It's good that it's okay. Huarong Group is a big company. In the future, when Yushu becomes a rich woman, don't forget about my sister Ah. My sister will be waiting for Yushu to adopt me. Request 5-star praise, ask for a gift, ask for flowers.
Chapter 40, Sister Autumn's Past.
After Lin Feng came to Su Yushu's side, that person Su Yushu called Sister Autumn's pair of Danfang eyes swirling back and forth on Lin Feng.
"Yushu, this is? Your boyfriend?"
Su Yushu, a meal. No, he is my colleague. We happen to be in the same company, so we came out to eat a meal.
Cheng Yanqiu beauty eyes slightly turn. "Yushu, our relationship is so good. This kind of thing you still intend to cheat you, Autumn's sister, not? Your relationship must be more than just an ordinary colleague, so simple, right?"
Su Yushu's mouth wanted to say something to explain, but the words came to his throat, but how can not say out? Su Yushu found that she now seems to be unable to say that she and Lin Feng are just ordinary colleagues, there is no other relationship at all. This kind of words, she herself didn't believe. Just when Su Yushu was stuck, Lin Feng opened his mouth. "In fact, I am chasing Yushu, only she has not yet agreed. If you want to ask the current words, I and Yushu indeed still only stay in the relationship of colleagues, but the future is not sure." Oh. Su Yushu breathed a sigh of relief, and then grunted at Lin Feng, "Which is not sure, you're so bad, often bullying me, do not want to agree to you." Cheng Yanqiu smiled. "So you want to chase Yushu, then you have to work hard. I remember in the past Yushu once told me that she easily will not fall in love. Until now, she has not been in love. Then, Sister Chiao, you just wait for the good news. When I succeed, I will invite you to drink the wedding wine. Then I'll wait for that day. Well, don't chat, you guys find a place to sit down. Eating is the main thing. What do you want to eat?" Lin Feng and Su Yushu casually found a seat and sat down. Su Yushu didn't take the menu, lightly said, "It's the same old thing, my taste is still the same." "Lin Feng, what do you like to eat?" Lin Feng looked at the menu, then his eyes looked at Cheng Yanqiu. "Boss lady, what do you recommend?"
The pancetta kebabs inside the store are good, how about this?
Lin Feng nodded, that's good, then 25 flour meat kebabs, 10 lamb kebabs, squid, shark's fin, leek, gluten, waste, 2 kebabs each.
Cheng Yanqiu's beautiful eyes flickered at Lin Feng, you ordered so much, can you finish it?
I am not a store that lacks pounds here, the portions can be very full. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand, it's okay, I have a big appetite, it doesn't matter if I can't finish it, there's also Yushu, Yushu has a bigger appetite, she ate 8 bowls of rice at lunch today.
Lin Feng made it up as he went along. Cheng Yanqiu looked at Su Yushu with wide eyes. Su Yushu's face was full of questions, what are you talking about? Sister Autumn, you don't believe what he said, do you? This is simply not possible. My usual meal size eating a bowl of rice will hold me up. Well, I won't get involved in your quarrel, I'm going to hurry up the food for you. Sister Autumn, what are you talking about? Who is two with him? But Cheng Yanqiu was already far away and couldn't hear Su Yushu's chatter. When Cheng Yanqiu left, Lin Feng asked curiously, you and this Autumn sister, what is the relationship? Su Yushu slowly told Lin Feng about the process of her getting to know Cheng Yanqiu. In Su Yushu's freshman year, after military training, she wanted to find a part-time job near the school to earn living expenses and tuition, but it is really not very easy for freshman students to find a part-time job. Because of the part-time job to take care of classes, Su Yushu looked for more than a week, but did not find a suitable until she came to Cheng Yanqiu's store. Cheng Yanqiu saw Su Yushu as if she saw her sister, directly left her in the store. To her work requirements are also very flexible, when there are classes do not use, no classes try to come, something cannot come, give her a phone call on the line. So Su Yushu here part-time work is more than 3 years. The relationship between the two has been and pro sisters have no difference. New Year's festivals, Su Yushu will come to see Cheng Yanqiu, and the two also agreed, at least 1 month to see a face. Once Su Yushu in the store, a lot of wine people suddenly stop Su Yushu, to let her accompany their own piece of wine, otherwise not let Su Yushu go. Cheng Yanqiu did not even hesitate, a bottle of wine smashed over. Afterwards, that person brought people to the store to threaten, but let Cheng Yanqiu brother strong block back. Cheng Yanqiu since then also to some of the store coveted Su Yushu people put words, if there is not afraid of death again dare to molest Su Yushu, she dared a life for a life. No one dares to bet on whether she is bluffing, after all, there is only one life, you can gamble and win countless times, but as long as a gamble is lost, you are gone. Lin Feng listened and also nodded his head in praise of Cheng Yanqiu's behavior, no wonder you came here as soon as you said dinner, so there is such a story. Then Lin Feng asked curiously, Autumn's sister so beautiful, but listening to you guys just talk, she does not have a boyfriend? At his age he should already be married. Sister Autumn is indeed single now, and she also told me that she won't even look for another one in the future, and she wants to live this life alone. Why? Isn't it nice to have a partner? Just like us. Su Yushu glared at Lin Feng, did not refute, but continued to say, Sister Autumn was also Qizhou University, and 10 years ago, when the college students are not now so full of streets, or some gold, when Sister Autumn also fell in love once, but it is that love, the Autumn sister completely hurt. At that time, the Autumn sister and that person's feelings are very good, but there is a school inside a quota to go abroad, the Autumn sister's grades are very good, that quota if she competes, it is very likely to fall in the hands of the Autumn sister, but at that time the Autumn sister at that time boyfriend pretend an Autumn sister that they want to be together all the time, who do not want to be in that quota. In the end, Sister Chiu was tricked into not applying, and the spot fell into that person's hands. When she learned of this, she was very angry and went to question him, but she found him and realized that he had a woman by his side. It turns out that he had a girlfriend a long time ago, when he contacted Sister Chiu as for that quota to go abroad, a few months he has been acting. Autumn's sister knew the truth after the instant collapse, especially that person before leaving, but also put down a sentence, is some regret, too conservative, did not too sorry, ha ha ha. Autumn's sister cried all night that night, the next day eyes swollen a large area. After that, the Autumn sister is not willing to talk about love, she said that every time someone else to chase their own, she will think of that person, after the person to live well, lonely old age is also quite good. Lin Feng didn't think that Sister Chiu, who looked so charming on the surface, even had this kind of past. Just as the two were talking, Sister Chiu came over with a few plates. Chapter 41 Fei. Seeing Sister Autumn come over, Su Yushu coughed and signaled Lin Feng not to say these things in front of Sister Autumn. Come on, first I'll give you a plate of peanuts and rice, mixed with cucumber, hairy beans, you guys eat first, the string will come in a while. Good, thank you Sister Autumn. Lin Feng and Su Yushu said with a smile. Thank you for what? If you really want to thank me, then in the future to give birth to a child for me to play crying I will return you. Sister Chiu giggled and her bosom bounced. Sister Chiu, you just know how to joke about me. Su Yushu feigned displeasure.
Lin Feng said with a smile, Autumn's sister, rest assured, in the future Yushu gave birth to 8, divided in half, to ensure that you will not be lonely in the future.
Su Yushu blared at Lin Feng, then reached out and touched Lin Feng's arm and gently pinched it.
Although Lin Feng wasn't in pain, he still pretended to be in pain and let out an ouch.
If you smile and say that it doesn't hurt at all, then it's too stupid.
When Sister Chiu left, the two continued talking.
You continue. After that, did Sister Chiu never fall in love once again? Lin Feng asked.
Su Yushu nodded. Yes, since then, Sister Autumn has been very depressed, unmotivated to study, although she finally graduated successfully, but she has not been able to find a job. 7 years ago, Sister Autumn and her younger brother partnered to open this barbecue restaurant, and it has been until now.
This barbecue restaurant was opened by Sister Chiu and her brother together?
Well, Sister Chiu's brother is called Cheng Yihe. According to Sister Chiu, her brother used to go to school all the time to be the kind of gangster inside the school. Once he and his brother fought together, he accidentally stabbed one of the other people, and as a result, his best brother took the blame for him. Since then, he seems to have completely changed a person, silent, usually from his expression cannot see the joy and sorrow. Sister Chiu said that usually even she and her brother cannot say a few words.
Lin Feng nodded slightly. This sister and brother too, one for love, one for friendship, really two life miserable people ah.
Chatting and chatting, the Autumn sister to string gradually served up. Lin Feng and Su Yushu from the Autumn sister of this topic began to unfold, chatting cheerfully. Recently, the business of the barbecue restaurant was not particularly good, although it had already arrived at the evening mealtime, but the seats inside the store were not even half full. In addition to Lin Feng 2 people, there were only 5 or 6 tables of guests inside the store. Sister Chiu sat at the cashier's desk with her cheeks resting on her head, looking at Lin Feng and Su Yushu with a hint of envy in her eyes. This year will be 30, 8 years have not been in love. Today this Su Yushu couple 2 people, the heart is still slightly fluttering it. After saying this sentence, Chang Yanxiu shook her head and smiled self-deprecatingly. Forget it, these things I have sworn not to touch again. A person is also quite good, unless there is also a little handsome like Lin Feng. Boredom, Chang Yanxiu see no new guests into the store, so Chang Yihe from the back kitchen called out. Chang Yanxiu saw that no new customers had entered the restaurant, so she called Chang Yihe out of the back kitchen. Chang Yanxiu words fell, not long, from the back of the kitchen out of a thin man, from the face to see, and Chang Yanxiu long have a few similar, although the skin is dark, but also can be seen, a little clean up is also a handsome man. Sister, you called me.
This lean man is Chang Yanxiu's younger brother Chang Yihe.
It looks like there are not too many guests, old in the kitchen inside stay, you see your skin then before how much darker.
Chang Yihe did not speak, just expressionless sitting on a stool.
Chang Yanxiu seems to have been accustomed to Chang Yihe's appearance, self-centered. Recently the business of the hotel is getting worse and worse. Last month after paying the rent and so on, there are a few $1,000s left. Do you think we can still do this hotel?
Chang Yihe was silent for a moment, and then finally spoke, I'm not sure.
Simple 3 words, but from the mouth of Chang Yihe set out but seems particularly difficult. Oops, talking to you is too much trouble. Not long ago the neighborhood opened a net red hot pot. The people are attracted to the past. Come to our store inside the people is less and less every day. If the situation next month and then did not improve, simply do not do it. Just next month the rent is also due.
I will listen to your arrangement.
Chang Yihe still looks like he is as good as gold.
The two sat in silence for a short while. Chang Yanxiu suddenly opened his mouth. This year is the first few years?
Chang Yihe's face suddenly paused for a moment, his eyes flashed a trace of imperceptible sadness, and then slowly opened his mouth. The 7th year and 2 months, there are still 4 months, it will be out.
Chang Yihe rarely said a long sentence. Chang Yanxiu sighed slightly. Will you inform us when you come out?
He has no family, if we don't pick him up, no one will pick him up. Chang Yihe closed his eyes, as if he had thought of something. He will not inform, but Fei can write a letter himself. After Fei comes out, he must thank him properly. These 7 years or so inside, I don't know how he lives.
Chang Yanxiu's eyes glistened with tears. Chang Yihe raised his head, a pair of empty eyes met Chang Yanxiu. Sister, will Fei hold a grudge against me? Why did I promise him to take the blame for me at that time? Why? It should have been me who went in.
I should have been the one to suffer for these 7 years or so.
Why?
Chang Yihe has suddenly lost control of his emotions, and 2 lines of hot tears flowed down, lying on top of his knees and sobbing. I'm thinking that after Fei comes out, I'll sell the house that Mom and Dad left for us and give the money to Fei, who can afford to live in that house after all these years of suffering. Chang Yihe raised his head, his eyes were already flooded with tears. Sister, that house still has your half.
What a family does not say two words. Now mom and dad are out of the country, the family left us too. If there is no fey words, these years, the family, even you are not there, the house to give him should be. This is what we owe him. Chang Yihai is not a pretentious person, and nodded heavily. Thank you, sister. A family does not need to say these polite words. I'm a little hungry, you go to bake me a few chicken wings to go. In the future, if your sister is old, you can bake me a few chicken wings to eat every day, I will be satisfied. The conversation between Chang Yanqiu and Chang Yihai's siblings wasn't very loud, and it was 7 or 8 meters away from the people eating, so it didn't attract the attention of the rest of the people, but there was one exception. That was Lin Feng. After experiencing the body after the system's reinforcement, Lin Feng's sense of hearing had also been strengthened, so the conversation between the two just now, Lin Feng probably heard about 70 to 80% of it. Chapter 42, Encountering Lu Shuo. Lin Feng was eating a 5-flour meat skewer while digesting the conversation between Chang Yanqiu's siblings just now in his mind. Just now Yushu said that Chang Yihai had accidentally stabbed someone in a fight with someone else before, and it was his best brother who took the blame for him, and now it seems to be the one they call Fei. Fei is coming out recently, and they plan to sell their house to Fei. Recently, the business of the barbecue store is still getting worse and worse. Lin Feng gradually had a plan in mind. Sister Chiu is a good person. Lin Feng decided to help the two siblings. That Fei Lin Feng also wrote down, intends to let people check in which prison, when to come out. Just when Lin Feng was thinking about things in his mind, a man and a woman suddenly walked by outside the hotel. The woman was about 18 or 19 years old, dressed in rags, her face was coated with thick foundation, her feet were a pair of hateful heights, her buttocks were twisting, while the man was dressed in a crooked suit, his face was wearing an unruly and untamed smile. Just as the two passed by Shaochang Barbecue, the man suddenly froze and stopped in his tracks. The woman took the man's arm, and the whole person ambled on his body. Brother Shuo, what's wrong? Didn't we say we were going to eat filet mignon? Wait a moment, I seem to see an acquaintance, Lin Feng? I didn't expect that after 7 or 8 years, he's still so shabby, coming to this kind of shabby place to eat. Lu Shuo squinted his eyes and looked towards the barbecue restaurant. Suddenly his eyes flickered and skimmed over to Su Yushu, who was opposite Lin Feng. In a flash, Lu Shuo froze. Su Yushu was like a fairy in the sky. Between her knitted brows and her smile, she exuded endless charm, and when contrasted with Su Yushu, it was as if all the things in this world had lost their color. After seeing such a stunning beauty like Su Yushu, Lu Shuo then turned his head and looked at the vulgar girl beside him, instantly losing interest. Although it was a newly picked up chick that he hadn't played with, Lu Shuo already couldn't react to her. Brother Shuo, why don't you say anything? Are we still going to eat steak or not? People are hungry chest to back. After eating we go to see a night movie. I can eat ice cream today. Oh. Lu Shuo skimmed her, then from inside the wallet flung a stack of bills, threw to the face of the girl next to him. Want to eat their own to eat? I have something to do, you get out of here. The woman was a bit confused by the money. She did not understand why just still good. The two said well. Lu Shuo took her to eat Philly steak, by limited edition bag, then the two went to life in the evening great harmony. But Lu Shuo changed, his face also changed too fast. Shuo brother, people want to eat with you, don't leave Schwer alone, okay? Snap. Lu Shuo directly a slap slapped the past, grinding for what? I told you to get lost. If you don't leave again, I'll kill you. The woman cursed angrily in her heart, but because she was afraid of Lu Shuo's identity, she didn't dare to make a sound on the surface, squatted on the ground and picked up the money on the ground, and then slipped away. Lu Shuo looked at Su Yushu inside the barbecue restaurant, a greedy look in his eyes, then stepped into the barbecue restaurant. Seeing another guest come in, Chang Yanqiu got up to greet him, said casually, what do you want to eat? After Lu Shuo saw Chang Yanqiu, he was slightly stunned, his heart was pleasantly surprised, he didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest. Originally just rushed Su Yushu to come, did not think that in addition to Su Yushu inside the store, there is also a young woman with this kind of flavor. Lu Shuo's face was instantly filled with smiles. You are the boss's wife, right? What kind of delicious food do you have in this store? Mutton kebabs, 5-flour meat kebabs, chicken wings, squid, all good. Want to come a little bit you taste? Chang Yanqiu at this time is not Lu Shuo is to make trouble. What to eat is not the most important, the main thing is who and I eat together, or boss lady you accompany me to eat together? By the way, drink 2 cups? Lu Shuo stared at Chang Yanqiu with colorful eyes. Chang Yanqiu's face immediately cooled down. If you come in to eat, I welcome. If the mouth is not clean, get out before it's too late. Lu Shuo is not the slightest bit annoyed. Good, I like you, this kind of vow not to follow. You don't worry, you accompany me to drink. I won't treat you poorly. How much do you this store? I'll open 5 more for you, how's that? Is that enough?
Just as Lu Shua was talking, a flying foot kicked him in the ass, knocking him directly to the ground.
Who? Who dares to kick me? Don't you want to die? Lu Shua shouted hysterically on the ground.
Lin Feng patted his shoes. I kicked.
How's that?
I was afraid of dirtying my shoes when I kicked you, it's really bad luck.
Lu Shua saw that it was Lin Feng who did it. He laughed instead of being angry.
I thought, who was it? So it's you. I almost forgot what I came over for just now. Lu Shua slowly climbed up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, his eyes colorfully swept over Su Yushu and Cheng Yanqiu beside Lin Feng.
Lin Feng, long time no see. Counting up, I haven't seen you since you graduated from middle school, right?
Lin Feng snorted coldly, thinking that it was quite a coincidence. I didn't expect that after just investigating Lu Shua's details and wanting to make a move on him, I'd meet him today. Almost 7 years, you really have not changed at all. Still so beat up. You have not been beaten to death in the past, count you lucky. You haven't changed either. Your mouth is still unforgiving, and what hasn't changed is that you're still so poor, taking your girlfriend to dinner, and you come to this kind of shitty place?
Can you eat the food in here? Eat it to live how many years less?
Cheng Yanqiu face gloomy. Your mouth put clean point. I hear are fresh ingredients. Dare to nonsense, old lady, tear your mouth. Alas, look at my mouth. Forget the big beautiful you. I'm not saying that your meals here are poor. I mean, since I brought my girlfriend out to eat, but also should choose a high grade place. Big beauty, and this little beauty. I introduce myself. My name is Lu Shua, is Lin Feng's junior high school classmates. You should know the sincerity in supermarket, right?
That's what my family owns. Now I'd like to invite you guys to go eat steak together. Have you heard of filet mignon? When you bring a girl out to eat, you have to eat something classy. Lu Shao realized that after he finished his words, Su Yushu and Cheng Yanqiu both had expressions of disgust on their faces, not at all the same as he used to pick up girls. Have you finished? Finished, you can roll.
Lin Feng said expressionlessly. Now that he was with Su Yushu, it wasn't suitable to clean up Lu Shua, that way his identity would be exposed.
Did I talk to you? Do they need you to answer if they answer or not?
Cheng Yanqiu immediately spoke. Lin Feng's words are our meaning. You are not welcome here, get out. Lin Feng's words are also my meaning.
Su Yushu followed suit. Chapter 43, Throw him far away.
Lu Shua was slightly surprised, both by the fact that Su Yushu and Cheng Yanqiu didn't react in the slightest after he introduced himself, and also by the fact that the two beauties he had his eye on were both firmly standing with Lin Feng. Maybe they hadn't seen the world and didn't know what it meant when they said that Chengyi supermarket was owned by their own family, and they didn't understand how expensive a filet mignon was. So Lu Shua pulled out all the remaining cash inside his wallet, a pile of about close to $20,000 or so. Then if I ask again, I know that the two beauties might be very busy with their time. If I say that I will use these half-day pocket money of mine in my hand to buy the two beauties a day's time, would you be willing to spend dinner with me?
The smile on Lu Shua's face seemed as if he was certain that Su Yushu and Cheng Yanqiu wouldn't reject him. However, he was once again disappointed. If Su Yushu and Cheng Yanqiu agreed, they wouldn't be them anymore. It was because the two wouldn't do anything for money that they were different from those demonic bitches outside. Did you not understand what I said just now? If you're deaf, go to the hospital and look at your ears. If you're deaf and blind, go eat some lobster to make up for it. Cheng Yanqiu was not polite at all and did not give Lu Shua the slightest bit of face. Lu Shua's face started to become gloomy. I'll ask one last time, I invited you guys to dinner, are you not going? Are you out of your mind? If you don't roll, I'll roll for you. Lin Feng moved his wrist. Lu Shua swept his eyes over a few people and sneered a few times. Good. Toast to toast, you'll soon know the consequences of going against my ideas just now. Cheng Yanqiu couldn't hold back any longer and clapped her hands. Yeah, someone is causing trouble, drive away. As the words fell, Cheng Yi's burly figure walked out from the back kitchen, then his eyes locked onto Lu Shua. Is it him? Cheng Yanqiu nodded. Lu Shua hadn't recognized the situation he was in. Cheng Yi walked towards Lu Shua, his eyes cold. What do you want to do? My dad is Lu Ping, uncle is Lu Huasheng. If you dare to touch a finger of mine, they won't let you go. You step on the horse, let go of me, let go of me. Lu Shua panicked a little. Cheng Yi grabbed Lu Shua's back collar with one hand and lifted him up. You put me down, if I lose a hair, you won't even know how to die. I'll say it for the last time, let go of the sleeper. Lu Shua's voice was getting smaller and smaller, not because he shut up, it was just that he was getting farther and farther away from the store. Cheng Yi threw him out of the store at once. Lu Shua made a perfect parabolic movement, and finally landed next to the garbage pile next to the barbecue store. Lu Shua ego screamed for half a day.
A few minutes later got up and cursed out, "Horse, dare to throw me into the garbage, live tired of it?"
Believe it or not, I just a phone call, you store will not be able to open?
My dad is Lu Ping, my uncle is Lu Huaxiang, casually like a bug can be crushed to death like you crushed.
I.
Cheng Yanqiu pulled out her ears inside the store, her willow eyebrows slightly knitted. Throw him away again, the noise is annoying.
Chang Yiha didn't say anything, directly walked out of the store and once again walked towards Lu Shua. Lu Shua swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his legs couldn't control it and started shivering. "You, what are you doing? You can't touch me, or you'll regret it later. Don't you go any further, I'm warning you for the last time."
Lu Shua's threatening words didn't play the slightest role. Finally Lu Shua's ass ran far away by himself. While running he also said, "You guys wait for me, I won't let you go."
Seeing Lu Shua running away by himself, Chang Yiha also stopped in his tracks.
Cheng Yanqiu had told him to throw Lu Shua further away, and now that Lu Shua ran away by himself, he didn't have to do it anymore.
Inside the barbecue store.
Cheng Yanqiu apologized to the remaining tables inside the store. "Several sorry, just now inside the store came in a dog, disturbed your meal. In a moment each table will give 2 bottles of beer for free. If you don't drink alcohol, you can also exchange it for 2 squid.
Thank you boss lady, and such hooligans cannot be angry, angry body is their own.
I'm also an old customer here, with Brother Chang, no one can do anything. Brother Chang, you do not continue to mix, it is a pity that you have a big body strength."
Not a moment later, the store inside the calm again. Cheng Yanqiu moved a stool, and Lin Feng and Su Yushu too sat together. "Do you guys drink? Why don't we have a drink together?"
Cheng Yanqiu took a dozen beers and put them on the table.
"I can do it, can Yushu drink?"
Lin Feng looked at Su Yushu.
"I haven't drank much, so I'll just drink a little bit."
After opening 2 bottles of beer, the 3 of them each poured a glass full and then raised their glasses together. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the back kitchen. "Now there are no new guests, let Brother Chang come out and drink together.
He's used to being alone, he doesn't like to eat and drink with people, so don't call out to him, we'll just eat."
Hearing Sister Chiu say that, Lin Feng didn't say anything else. After drinking a glass of wine, Cheng Yanqiu, a pair of narrow beautiful eyes and Lin Feng body flow, "Just that came in to cause trouble, is your junior high school classmate?" Lin Feng nodded, "Yes, I and he from junior high school. When the relationship is not good, did not expect to meet here today."
Cheng Yanqiu drank another glass of wine. "He just said Chang'an supermarket is his family opened? Is it bragging or is it the truth?"
"Is the truth, his family has money from junior high school, so act has been particularly arrogant. But Autumn sister, you rest assured that if he dares to come to retaliate against you, you contact me the first time, I will let him eat his words."
"I am not worried, I and also the river 2 people unattached, not afraid of him to retaliate. I am worried about you too, if what he just said is true. His uncle is Lu Huaxiang, that is the Qizhou local famous gangster, a bunch of gangsters under the hands, all day long rampage, those who do not have any scruples. If you find you, there is some trouble."
Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand. "Autumn sister, don't worry about us, that Lu Shua, you don't look at his arrogance. Recently I just heard that he messed with a character that can't be messed with. That person is preparing to Lu Shua and is back of the sincerity in supermarkets. Instead of worrying about him to retaliate, why don't we just wait and see how Lu Shua's recent accident it?" Seeing that Lin Feng wasn't worried in the slightest, Chang Yanqi didn't know if he was really emboldened or just didn't think so. "Then I won't say much more, you guys be more careful lately." Lin Feng and Su Yushu nodded their heads together. Then the 3 of them stopped talking about the topic of Lu Shua and jerked off while drinking. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Never mind if Lu Shua came to retaliate or not, the plan against Lu Shua would officially start tomorrow.
Chapter 44. Do you mind?
The 3 of them ate and drank, and the time turned to 8 o'clock in the evening. The rest of the guests inside the barbecue restaurant had already left, only a few Lin Feng were left.
Outside the sky is already dark. Lin Feng drank 5 or 6 bottles of beer. This is for Lin Feng's amount of alcohol is only 1 cow. Cheng Yanqiu also drank 3 bottles of beer, face slightly rosy, after drinking wine is also more open. Because after drinking some hot sake, Autumn's sister directly outside the jacket off, only left inside a thin sports undershirt. Although the undershirt is relatively large, and does not reveal the important parts, but still very hot, Cheng Yanqiu's hot body will show to the fullest. And Cheng Yanqiu's body and Lu Xian is still some difference. Lu Xian is the kind of anime in the proportion of the extremely exaggerated kind. Waist is particularly thin, the whole person is also particularly thin, but the bear is particularly large.
Lu Xian, this kind of figure is estimated to 100,000 women inside there is not one, is simply a dream into reality. Cheng Yanqiu is different, her bear is also big, second only to Lu Xian's kind of big, but she has a kind of young woman unique plump bloom, very tempting. Especially some of the innocent little boy, met this kind of woman, almost no resistance. Su Yushu drank the least amount of wine, only drank about half a bottle. She never drank too much wine before, the amount of alcohol is not good, so she did not drink more. It's 8 o'clock, it's dark outside, Sister Chio, we should go back. Indeed, we should go back. It seems that you just rode an electric bicycle here, right? It's dark and you've been drinking, so don't ride your bikes, take a taxi back later. Sister Autumn, I think so too, then the key to you first, the small donkey will first put Sister Autumn you here. You can rest assured if you put it here, call me when you're free, just come and ride. After saying goodbye to Sister Chio, Lin Feng and Su Yushu walked out of the barbecue restaurant. The temperature difference between day and night in Shizhou in April is as high as 20 degrees Celsius, and one day is enough for you to experience the 4 seasons of the year. Hot as summer at noon, cold as winter. After Lin Feng and Su Yushu came out from inside the store, a cold wind blew by. Su Yushu shivered. The slight dizziness brought on by the alcohol she had just consumed was instantly blown away by this cold wind. Let's go directly to your apartment, just in time to also take a look at your new home in the future. Su Yushu nodded. After Lin Feng and Su Yushu left, Cheng Yanqiu closed the door, and after cleaning up the table, he said to Cheng Yihe, we won't open the door tomorrow, so let's take a break. If that scoundrel comes to look for us, it will be too troublesome. Cheng Yihe replied. Lin Feng, 2 people took a taxi to the Anqiu apartment, came to the 1302 apartment. This door number is not the meaning of the 13th floor, but the meaning of a unit of the 6th floor. Su Yushu took out her key and opened the apartment door, and as soon as she entered, she was shocked by the neatness and luxury inside the apartment. The floor of the living room was made of wood flooring. There was a 50-inch LCD TV hanging on the wall, a beige sofa that was soft and comfortable, the bathroom was clean and tidy, and the kitchen was stylish and luxurious with all kinds of utensils. The rooms are all equipped with the most luxurious fabrics, furniture and amenities, with strong but not too lively color tones, spirited and atmospheric layout, close to the natural beautiful lines, luxurious and comfortable, supreme and noble experience. The apartment has a total of 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom and a separate balcony. It looked pretty good. Su Yushu also nodded. It is indeed very good. I had thought that I would still need to purchase my own furniture inside. The 2 walked back and forth within the apartment, and finally sat down together on the apartment's sofa. After another moment, Su Yushu looked at Lin Feng with some wrong eyes. That Lin Feng, I want to go take a bath and go to sleep. That's good, I'll go put hot water inside the bathtub for you, and we'll soak together in a while. Su Yushu, what? You're not staying here tonight, are you? Lin Feng spread his hands. Why would I be the kind of person to take advantage of you? It's just that I'm a bit tired and you have a vacant room here. You don't mind, do you? I do mind. It's good that you don't mind. Lin Feng could only hear what he wanted to hear inside his ears. Su Yushu hummed and finally made a concession. It's fine for you to live here, but you have to be honest. No, otherwise I'll call the police. Don't worry, don't you know my character? Su Yushu nodded thoughtfully. Your character? I understand, I'll call the police now. Lin Feng. After some smelly reasonable not and want evidence face bargaining by Lin Feng, finally Su Yushu united to agree to Lin Feng's request to take a bath here and then stay in the next room for the night. But the premise is that Lin Feng first bath, and then not allowed to enter Su Yushu's room. Lin Feng agreed very quickly. As for compliance or not, then leave it to the will of God. Lin Feng glanced at his cell phone. More than 9 o'clock, so Lin Feng took off his jacket, and inside the thin sweater, revealing a strong upper body, 8-pack abdominal muscles are clear, pectoral muscles straight, the body is like a sculpture is perfect. Su Yushu didn't hold back and looked at it for a couple of moments, and finally woke up suddenly when Lin Feng touched his hand to his belt. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Lin Feng looked innocent, undressing and taking a bath. What's wrong? You go in and take it off. I'm still here. Oh, it's okay, feel free to look, I don't mind. After saying that, Lin Feng unbuckled his belt and took off his pants as soon as he did. Su Yushu went into the inner room with a shy red face. Lin Feng, you're shameless. After Lin Feng took off his pants, he looked down. 5 feet? Yushu, you're looking at it wrong. I'm a 7-foot man, 1.85 m, gaga board. Hey. Sisu Yushu face is not good. Lin Feng also no longer say more. After taking off the clothes, Lin Feng went to the bathroom to take a shower. The bathroom of this apartment has a wet and dry separation. The toilet and the shower are separated by a partition. Lin Feng silently gave a favorable review. In the old neighborhood like Lin Feng's house, the shower was right next to the toilet, and every time he took a shower, if he forgot to cover the toilet lid, after a while it was full of water, and he sat on it without knowing it. Hiss. That's what I call a comfortable. Inside the bathroom resounded with the sound of shower water. Su Yushu also tiptoed out of the room, confirming that Lin Feng was already in the shower, finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Su Yushu came to the sofa and folded the clothes that Lin Feng had casually thrown on the sofa.
When folding the clothes, Su Yushu suddenly thought of Lin Feng's fine body just now, as if it was quite handsome. Realizing that she had such a thought in her heart, Su Yushu was startled. To know that Su Yushu had always been very light on the matter of men and women, but now she even had such thoughts. No, Su Yushu, you can't think about these things, besides this kind of thing to say out how shy ya. Su Yushu shook her head, wanting to expel this kind of thought from her mind, but the more she deliberately suppressed it, the more likely it would backfire.
Chapter 45, Student Xiaobai is on the air. Inside the bathroom.
After Lin Feng finished her shower, she dried the drops of water on her body and then opened a cabinet outside the shower. Inside were 2 sets of pajamas. After putting on a set of pajamas, Lin Feng looked at the remaining set of pajamas inside the cabinet and pondered in his mind.
A few moments later,
Lin Feng pushed open the bathroom door. The pajamas on his body looked as if it was a bit heavy, and on the contrary, inside the cabinet, it was empty. The 2 sets of pajamas were all gone. After coming out of the bathroom, Lin Feng pretended to be unintentional and said, "There are pajamas in the bathroom, and we don't have a change of clothes, so why don't you put the clothes you're wearing today in the washing machine, which can be dehydrated, and you can wear them tomorrow morning after you've washed them today."
Su Yushu sat on the sofa, her face slightly unnatural. I will wash it myself later.
It's too troublesome to wash it twice, and it's a waste of water.
The 2 of us don't have a lot of clothes, so we'll wash them together. I don't want to see you undressing. My character is clear to you as well. I don't want to see you undress, you know my character. I now go to the inner room, and then you take off your clothes to the sofa to take a bath. When you enter the bathroom, call me, and then I will come out from the inner room, you see how?
Su Yushu paused. Just after eating barbecue, body clothes really stained with a lot of flavor, should wash a wash.
That's fine, but you're not allowed to peek.
Lin Feng immediately raised his left hand. I swear, certainly will not peep. If I peep on the penalty, I will never find a daughter-in-law. I can't find a daughter-in-law, but I can find a girlfriend. Lin Feng said silently in his heart. Without waiting for Su Yushu to answer, Lin Feng ran back to the house. Call me when you're ready.
Su Yushu looked at the sofa above Lin Feng's clothes, a heart of a cross. Anyway, there are pajamas in the bathroom, not afraid of what he saw. Besides, if Lin Feng wanted to do something, he would have done it long ago, all living under one roof, still afraid of what? Thinking of this, Su Yushu let go of her worries and started to take a shower. Inside the room,
Lin Feng took off the outside layer of pajamas. There was another one inside. At this time, the cabinet inside the bathroom was already empty. Not a moment later, Su Yushu's light voice came from outside. I'm ready, I'm going to take a bath. Lin Feng's mouth surged with a smile, then walked out of the room and whistled to throw the clothes of the 2 people on top of the sofa into the washing machine.
Won't be beaten up in a while, right? But it seemed to be worth it. About 20 minutes later, Su Yushu looked at the empty cabinet and froze in place. Where are the pajamas?
Su Yushu's brain instantly went blank, then hurriedly rummaged around. The final result is naturally obvious: nothing. Su Yushu looked down at the only underwear left on her body, took a deep breath, and decided that when she went out she would ruthlessly pinch Lin Feng a few times. But then she fell into deep thought.
How could she go out in this state now? Su Yushu tried using a towel, but the towel was too small, it couldn't even wrap that. After hesitating for several minutes, Su Yushu gently knocked on the door. Lin Feng, are you outside? Yes, what's wrong? Do you want me to go in and take a bath? I will go in, wait. Su Yushu was startled and scrambled to lock the door. You, don't come in. I called you, not this thing. Lin Feng was disappointed for a while outside. Then what did you call me for? Massage? Su Yushu. You don't say anything first. I'm asking you, where did the pajamas inside the cabinet go? When we first came here we obviously looked together. There were 2 sets of pajamas. What do you mean by that, Yushu? Do you suspect that I wore away 2 sets of pajamas on purpose? And then intentionally washed your clothes and then left you with nothing to wear? Do you mean that I went through all the trouble just to take advantage of you? Lin Feng shouted. Lin Feng, don't be angry, I don't mean that. Yushu, you're a good judge of character. Su Yushu? The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Su Yushu was the first to break the silence. Lin Feng, can you go back inside the room first? Su Yushu.
Lin Feng agreed very quickly. Su Yushu was slightly surprised. She didn't think that Lin Feng would agree directly.
About 15 seconds later.
Lin Feng's voice came from outside. I'm going inside, you come out.
Su Yushu was silent. Take me for a fool? You can at least walk 2 steps, a little footsteps can also be okay, ah?
And you speak exactly the same as you did just now.
The position has not changed at all, ah. At least, you could have fooled around a little bit. Lin Feng. You called me? Did you not go back to your room at all? Still on the couch? Su Yushu, how did you know?
Su Yushu. You didn't even try to hide it from me, and you're asking me how I know.
Why don't you go back to your room? You're not doing anything out there, are you? Hey. Su Yushu, what?
After teasing Su Yushu for a while, Lin Feng stopped teasing her and sent his pajamas in along a crack in the door that Su Yushu had opened.
About a minute later.
Su Yushu came out of the bathroom with a stern face and pinched Lin Feng before running back inside the house.
Lin Feng, you're bad. Ignore you, humph.
Lin Feng deflated his mouth and said, if I were bad, I would just wet your bed, so that you can only squeeze into a bed with me. After Su Yushu returned to the house, Lin Feng also returned to the house.
The time is still relatively early, it's not even 10 o'clock.
Lin Feng used to sleep at least after 11 o'clock, so Lin Feng laid down on the bed and opened Shake It.
Just after entering inside Jitterbug, a notification suddenly came at the top. The Xiaobai student you're following is in the middle of a live broadcast. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Xiaobai student? When did I follow an anchor with this name?
After clicking into the live broadcast, Lin Feng then remembered that it was her. That day, Lin Feng went to look at his Pagani and met the anchor inside the garage, and when he scared her, her cell phone flew off. At that time, Lin Feng also went into her live room and swiped a few carnivals to pay for her cell phone. By Cherry Rua was singing at the moment, but the song she was singing seemed a bit strange.
Oh, don't roll away. This song is for you single dogs.
Others eat, drink, and play have objects you do not have.
You stay up late every day holding the phone into baldness. Sorry, single friends. Tu Oriol Son Chui Lu, you do not have a girlfriend.
Male and female rabbits walk alongside the ground, you do not have a girlfriend yet. A river of spring water to the east, you still do not have a girlfriend.
Ask the gentleman can have a few more sorrows, when do you have a girlfriend? Road to see Aurora, you have been no girlfriend. This song should only be on the sky, listen to you are still a single dog.
Request 5-star positive feedback, ask for gifts, ask for flowers.
Chapter 46 Big Brother see people really accurate.
Unsurprisingly, the pop-ups inside the live room of the White Cherry Rua a lot of. Retired set of Xiang Thing, anchor solid, I have not spoken to a girl for several years, I'm still a college student, am I hopeless? I'm still a college student, am I hopeless? I'm Deja in Northeast China, this joke is so funny upstairs. Retired set Shoji, I went to college and thought it was a joke too. I don't want to scare me, I'm going to college this year.
I am not a horse mentality collapse ah.
I originally thought that high school has not been object because the school does not allow early love it.
Sheep Village Yushi brother, upstairs brother don't be too sad, I'm 30 have not talked about girlfriends, also don't feel any regrets, right, brother I private message you, if you feel the pressure can come to me, I can teach you to board duolang. You press the hair on my legs. Surprised Jie? Wonky little pants, Jie despite rushing me, I'm not afraid. You're not afraid, you're even looking forward to it. After White Cherry Rua sang for a while, she was surprised to find that there were even fewer people inside the live room than before she sang. Originally there were still over 200 people, but now there were only 100 or so left. What do you want to see, ladies and gentlemen? Type what you want to see on the pop-up screen. Poison in the shit, Kong Kong legs. Wanted pants, Kong Kong waist. The bald man will eventually shine, Kong Kong bear, oh anchor did not then forget it. White Cherry Rua. At this time an LD suddenly spoke, instantly drawing the attention of the rest of the people inside the live room. Wolverine Biggie, can the anchor dance ah? I 36D first save me, anchor live room inside even have 40 level fans? An anchor now live room cold look very inconsistent ah. Almost grew into a handsome man, small anchor may also have a throw money tycoon well, 40 level, should have brushed close to $100,000, right? Poison in the shit, I remember this tycoon, 2 days ago the anchor in the garage inside met a global limited Pagani, is that tycoon's, when the anchor was tycoon startled, the phone is broken, then tycoon casually give the anchor swipe 33 carnival. Almost grew into a handsome man, a global limited edition Pagani? The first time I saw it, it was $100,000. Why can't I meet this kind of tycoon? Poison in the shit, although the tycoon is rich, the anchor isn't bad either, after all, he's the one who carries the airport with him. By Cherry Ruaw? By Cherry Ruaw looked down, quite big, just a little small. It is said that when a woman looks down and doesn't see her toes, she is the most beautiful woman on earth. As soon as By Cherry Ruaw lowered her head, good lord, it doesn't obscure her vision in the slightest. What's so great about being bigger? No, not also live? By Cherry Ruaw muttered, and then clicked follow on Lin Feng's Jitterbug account. Big Sable asked if I can dance. I haven't learned, but I can still do some simple moves. What does Big Brother want to see? Sable Big Brother, dance a 200 dance, will you? White Cherry Ruaw, what's wrong with this audience? What's wrong with this audience? I can't keep up with the brain circuits. The bald man will always shine, red hot trance, I'm laughing my ass off, 200 dances. Poison in the shit, Big Brother has spoken, why don't you dance now? White Cherry Ruaw tried hard to control her expression. Sable Cicada Big Brother, what is the 200 dance? I don't know how to dance. Sable Cicada Big Brother, this dance is particularly simple. Anchor, you now listen to my command. The left hand then a 6, the right hand then a 7, a shoulder high, a shoulder low, the left foot spinning, the right foot drags the ground. This dance is called 200 dance. By Cherry Ruaw's brain didn't seem to be working too well. She actually really gestured according to what Lin Feng said, and then suddenly realized that she looked a bit like a village idiot. Sable Big Brother, that's right. That's what it looks like. Anchor, see for yourself if you look like a 250 now. If you look like that, you're jumping right. 360. By Cherry Ruaw reacted to the situation and was also greatly annoyed. You play with me? Ignore you. I won't reply even if you send me any more pop-ups. Sable Cicada Big Brother, Anchor, do it again, I'll give you a carnival brush. By Cherry Ruaw grunted, dreaming. Even if I die of poverty, die here, and jump off the building, I won't repeat that action again. You can't even paint the carnival. I'm the one who said no, 1 or 2. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth, who was watching the live broadcast, curved up in an arc. Iron Bone Wang Jingsoa, a bowl of fried rice is treason. I wonder how many carnivals you'll change your mind. It just so happens that the reward for signing in today is 100 million jittery coins, and originally I didn't know where to spend it, so this spending money isn't coming? Then Lin Feng moved his little hand of getting rich, and began the time to rule the White Cherry Ruaw live room. Sable Big Brother sends Carnival X1. Sable Big Brother sends Carnival X10. Sable Big Brother sends Carnival X100. Whatever, first brush 100 for fun. Sable Big Brother, is this enough for you to dance again? By Cherry Ruaw froze in place, rubbed her eyes to make sure she hadn't misread it, and looked at her backstage again. Sucking in a breath of cold air. It was indeed 100 carnivals. $300,000 just casually turned into a virtual gift? The pop-up screen also instantly 99 plus. Poison in the shit, I drop a mother, really still familiar flavor, or that out of the generous God hero. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to pay for this, but I'm sure I'll be able to pay for it in the future. Online dating is cheated 50 cents, Anchor just now, but put the word, even if it is brushing more gifts, it is impossible to jump again. You guess how the anchor will be? Online dating only earn 50 cents, upstairs, your LD reminds me of a wrong kind that I met a few days ago, chatting for 3 months before cheating him 50 cents. Internet dating cheated 50 cents, huh? You're the one who cheated me? I'm more than 3 months of good times off. You even cheated me out of money? I can buy a pack of chili fries for 50 cents. Online dating only earns 50 cents, brother, times have changed, chili fries cost $2 now. After By Cherry Ruaw froze for a while, she looked at Lin Feng's top pop-up screen and revealed an unprecedented smile. Big Brother, reading people is really accurate, I will give you another jump. Ask for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 47. Why is your room so noisy? By Cherry Ruaw staged a large true fragrance scene. Lin Feng also nodded, really the children can be taught. Wang Jingxi's true incense cult seems to have a successor. Lin Feng typed again and sent out a pop-up screen. There's no need to continue with this 200 dance. Do you know how to play military boxing? Do you know how to do military-style boxing? By Cherry Ruaw stared at the pop-up screen with a dumbfounded look on her face. I really don't know this. Lin Feng didn't say much, instead he moved his little hand of fortune again and started the gift bombardment. X1. X10. X100. Another 100 carnivals. Another 300,000. By Cherry Rua people were dumb, and the audience people inside the live room were dumb as well. Poison in the shit, am I dreaming? Don't gifts of this magnitude usually only appear when big anchors are playing PK? What kind of god is this? Xiao Jiang can't wake up, counting the 100 carnivals just now, the whole 200, one is $3,000, the whole 600,000 What's wrong with $600,000? I can use it as a down payment for a house. The bald man will always shine, Sable Cicada big brother look at me, although I am a man, but I can be flirty, you pay attention to me, I have no bottom line. I don't need hundreds of carnivals, 10 carnivals, and I'll be at your disposal. Retired gathering of shoes, upstairs, how can you be like this? Can you even throw away your human dignity for money? The bald man will always shine, would you be willing to come if I gave you money? Retired glider, of course I'm willing. You can't even give up money for dignity, can you? I don't even want 10 carnivals, 5 will do. Sun Siang soap, me, and me, 3 of me is enough. I'm not a normal burner. Retreating first-class performing artist, get out of the way, let me do it. I don't want money. Poison in the shit at retreating first-class performing artist, give me Kong Kong, I like white whoring the most. Retired set of Xiang Thing at retreat drum first-class performance artist, I also Kong Kong, this white whoring is more than a beautiful thing. Sun Shang Xiang soap at retreat drum first-class performance artist, I also want a Kong Kong. It's the bald man who always shines at retreating drum first-class performing artist, +1. Milk red pink head at retreating drum first-class performing artist, +1. Mom, daughter-in-law ran away at retreating drum first-class performing artist, +1. Retreating drum performing artist? Lin Feng looked at these sand sculpture netizens laugh stomachache, really talented, but Lin Feng did not forget the main thing, have not let Bai Cherry Rua play military boxing. Sable big brother, will you do it now? Bai Cherry Rua swallowed a bit of saliva, I can will. Sable big brother, well, understand, start. Cluelessly, Bai Cherry Rua began to swing her fists according to the very vague memory of the military boxing demonstrated by the instructor during the military training at the university 2 years ago. However, due to the fact that Bai Zerua was relatively small, and the fact that the fists she wielded were not strong, not even the slightest bit of power was shown, but rather, it made people feel very adorable. Well, cute, thought. The pop-ups were also very lively. It's the bald man who always shines, Ning, this is the outlaw excitement fist? Serious sexy wolf, I'm already getting excited. The old king next door, upstairs you are really afford you this LD, but the excitement is real, the anchor has found the flow code. 300 pounds of small lowly, live to find whether to find the traffic password I do not know, I did find, the password is the Sable Big Brother, as long as the list of the Sable Big Brother, then the rest of his life do not have to worry about The poor man's ugly 1 meter 5'9", crap. Suddenly, I remembered, what is the reason for Sable Big Brother to swipe so many gifts? It can't be because he's too rich to spend it, right? You have to get something after swiping gifts, right? Let go of that girl and let the poor monk go first, crap. It's over, another innocent and cute little anchor is going to meet the evil hands of a godly tycoon. No way, I'll go first. I want to be beaten up, predict that after a few days the anchor will be off the air for a few days. Janky young woman, can the Sable Cicada Big Brother give everyone some benefits when the time comes? Cow not consider live broadcasting on top of some fruit apps? I promise to brush gifts. Chest biscuit, can you think about it? I might even be able to earn back all the money from today's gifts. Bigfoot Lori, doesn't that mean you'll be able to whore yourself out for nothing? Good man with flat chest, brothers think too much, if the general tycoon also even so, this Sable Cicada Big Brother seems to be a person who is not bad money, general tycoon who sends a catapult to brush 100 carnival? Instead of hoping to get Sable Big Brother to send benefits, it's better to be like me and brush some gifts for the anchor, so that when Sable Big Brother and the anchor explore the mysteries of the human body they themselves have a little sense of participation. A good man with a flat chest gave out a hot air balloon in Xiao Bai's live room. This action of a good man with a flat chest immediately caused the rest of the audience inside the live room to follow suit. Poison in the shit sent out Beer X10 in Xiao Bai's live room. Poison in the shit, please fulfill our dreams. The bald man will always shine sent out a sports car in Xiao Bai's live room X1. The bald man will always shine, Sable Cicada Big Brother please, help me kiss some more. The dream of the 900 million young women, Sable please. Bigfoot Loli, Sable Big Brother please.
At once, the live room without Lin Fang's gifts was still being bombarded with gifts. And with Lin Fang's 200 carnivals in front of him, the Jitterbug station broadcasted several times, and a whole lot of people all flocked to Bai Cherry Rua's live room in their heads. Now Bai Cherry Rua's live room has changed from more than 100 people at the beginning to hundreds of thousands of people. The heat also quickly rushed to the top 3 of the entire station.
But this is far from the end of the line. Bai Cherry Rua's live room heat in the second place gap began to narrow with the naked eye visible speed, and in 2 minutes after the successful realization of the overtaking. Bai Cherry Rua's movements in military boxing were a bit sluggish, and she somewhat didn't believe her eyes. By the time the number of people inside Bai Sakura Rua's live broadcast room came to 200,000 plus, Bai Sakura Rua couldn't remain calm. Thank you for your support. What else do you want to see? What else do you want to see, military boxing or the 200 dance? I can do it.
However, just at this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the room where Bai Cherry Rua was located, and this voice had a 7-point resemblance to Bai Cherry Rua.
Why is it so noisy inside your room? Chapter 48 Let me dance, it's impossible. As the words fell, the door to Bai Cherry Rua's room was opened, leaving Lin Feng as well as the rest of the viewers inside the live broadcast room dumbfounded that the one who opened the door to the room was actually another Bai Cherry Rua. The door to the room was opened, Bai Cherry Rua was startled, and the movements of the military boxing were also stagnant. Sister? How did you get in? I
New in this White Cherry Rua wearing a pajamas, although dressed casually, but did not affect her heavenly face value, after all, and White Cherry Rua looks exactly the same. Not only is her appearance exactly the same as Bai Zurua's, but her height, and even her stance, are all the same. If not for the slight difference in voice, I believe that anyone would take this new person as Bai Cherry Rua's doppelganger.
The person who came in was no other than Bai Zurua's twin sister, Bai Zweka.
Bai Cherry curiously poked her little head towards Bai Cherry Rua.
What are you doing inside the house? I've been listening outside for a while, talking to yourself, talking to who? Are you broadcasting live? You're not doing anything illegal, are you?
Sister, this is a serious live broadcast, not the kind of thing you secretly watch under the covers at night.
White Cherry could instantly become anxious. What are you talking about? When have I ever watched a live cat broadcast? I'll sue you for libel. See, you directly do not fight to confess it. You even said what you watched. By Chiraco.
As the two sisters tossed and turned, they forgot all about the live broadcast that was still going on. The audience inside the live broadcast room instantly buzzed when they saw the two sisters who looked almost identical.
Sable Cicada Big Brother, isn't this double happiness? Poison in the shit, sisters ah.
That's my favorite category when I watch movies.
Driving without speaking, the movie you're talking about upstairs, is it decent?
Poison in the shit, it's not a question of being serious or not, it's a kind of movie with a particularly small investment. The whole movie only needs 3 actors and a scene, and only needs to pay 2 actors' salaries on the line. Because actors want to shoot this kind of scene, it's necessary to put money back. The bald man will always shine. I help a friend of mine to ask, upstairs you said the kind of simple scene of the movie is still recruiting male actors? I know, is my friend can hardly wait, he just happens to be addicted to acting recently. La Poop Fairy, hey, you guys don't seem to be grasping the point. Isn't the point what that sister said about a certain cat live broadcast? A friend of mine wants it. My feet smell better and better, ditto, +1. Chest cookies, ditto, +1. By the time Bai Cherry Rua and Bai Cherry Curry acted, the pop-ups were already 99 plus, and the number of people in the live broadcast room at this time once again broke through to a new high of more than 400,000 people. To know the number of people inside the live room is not like some anchor's number of fans so false. Live room inside are real people, 400,000 people, and unusual millions of fans of the Big V Live cannot do. At least 10 million fans, there will be so many fans to support the scene. After seeing the twins, Lin Feng, who was originally a bit sleepy, suddenly came back in the spirit. Big Brother Sable, how about you two sisters dance together? Lin Feng had now risen to nearly 50 levels inside Bai Cherry Rua's live room, and every time he sent out a pop-up there was a 2-minute top effect, and there were also special effects that made it hard to ignore. Don't ask is money ability. Bai Cherry skimmed over Bai Cherry Rua's cell phone and saw the pop-up screen Lin Feng had sent, then frowned and looked at Bai Cherry Rua. Were you just live dancing? And you still want me to dance? How is that possible? I just want to tell this Sable who just posted a pop-up screen, you're looking at the wrong person. I'm not like my sister, even if you swipe your gifts and swipe more gifts, there's no way I'll dance.
Absolutely impossible. I, by Sakura, am not that kind of person at all.
Lin Feng didn't hold back and laughed.
Oh my god. This familiar drama seemed like it had just played out a few minutes ago.
These two sisters were worthy of being twins, even their stiff upper lip looks were this identical.
However, Lin Feng would use the carnival to help Bai Chirako liberate the initial look in her mind a bit. I'm sable on my waist, confirmed not to jump? Bai Chirako snorted, I find you a funny person if I say I'm not jumping, I'm not jumping, if you can make me change my mind, I'll be at your disposal, I'll do whatever you want me to do.
Lin Feng revealed a satisfied smile, I just want you to be this unruly, I hope that after 100 carnivals, you'll still look like this. Then, Lin Feng moved the little hand of Fazai, another familiar plot, another familiar flavor. Sable Big Brother sent out Carnival X100 in Little White's classmates' live room. It was as if the audience inside the live room was already numb. With the addition of the previous 200 carnivals, the audience's vision had already been raised high, and some viewers even felt that 100 carnivals were nothing more than that. Bai Chirako looked curiously at the gift effects on her cell phone screen and poked Bai Churuo next to her.
What are these things? Gifts? White Cherry Rua smiled and looked at Bai Cherry-ka, thought of his own just now really fragrant appearance, then waited to see Bai Cherry-ka's joke.
Yes, it's the gift from the person who just sent the pop-up, it's called Carnival.
Carnival?
I don't watch live streams, I don't understand what these gifts mean, explain it to me, how much does this carnival cost?
I see he's given 100 of them. It's not very expensive, 3,000 apiece. Bai Cherry Rua can't wait to laugh. 3,000?
Bai Cherry Rua was first taken aback, then seemed to think of something then quickly calmed down.
You mean to say 3,000 inside the shake, right? I'm asking you how much is it converted to RMB?
Bai Cherry Rua calmly looked at Bai Cherry-ka, I am talking about the converted, a carnival 3,000. Bai Cherry Rua stayed in place, her eyes and mouth staring together.
3,000, one carnival 3,000, that 100 is. Bai Cherry-ka raised his head and took a deep breath, 300,000? Bai Cherry Rua nodded, yes, 300,000.
At this time, Lin Feng sent another pop-up.
Sable Big Brother, change your mind now? Jump or not?
Bai Cherry can be like a master of face-changing, quickly pulling Bai Cherry Rua's hand, what are you still looking at?
Hurry up and jump Let Big Brother wait so long.
New Year's Day is the first day of the new year.
My home is in the northeast, on the Songhua River. How do I dance? I'm in the school dance club.
Please give me 5 stars, gifts, and flowers.
Chapter 49 The True Fragrance Scene.
The true fragrance scene of Bai Cherry can be more wonderful than that of Bai Cherry Rua, and the change of face is even faster. A moment ago, she was still hardcore, after learning the price of the carnival, even the duo jumped out.
Only Lin Feng had a doubt, the university dance club still taught duet? The viewers in the live broadcast room even shouted at Bai Sakurako's reaction. Bakumaro kid, it's really fragrant. Poison in the poop, really fragrant. No Yang's eagles, how sweet. The little boy in the church.
White Cherry could see the screen full of true fragrance when he was happily dancing the duo, and his own ironclad appearance just now appeared in his mind, and a trace of shame suddenly flashed across his face. The guilty emotion bubbled up, and Bai Cherry-ka's dancing movements also slowed down quite a bit. Bai Cherry Rua, who was also dancing, saw that Bai Cherry-ka looked like she had something on her mind and touched her arm. Sister, what's wrong? Sakura Rua, I suddenly feel that it's not quite right for us to do this. Should we listen to others just because of 100 carnivals?
Do we just listen to others because of 100 carnivals and dance when they tell us to? Bai Sakura Rua raised an eyebrow, is this the aftermath of Iron Bone?
In fact, when Sable Big Brother swiped the first 100 carnivals, I also had this kind of thought, but right after that he swiped the second time, I didn't want to, but what he gave was just too much.
White Sakura Rua said silently in her heart. Bai Sakura-ka did not get a positive answer from Bai Sakura Rua, so she aimed at the screen with a straight face. Just now I didn't think calmly, and I was accidentally compelled by your carnival attacks, but now, after my full consideration, I decided to be critical of my behavior just now. I, for one, am not jumping. X1. X2. X3. X10. Bai Chirako's heart was slightly shaken, but he still had a stiff upper lip. You're useless like this, I've never touched the money, and I'm interested in it. I have no interest in money. X29. X30. You evil devil is corrupting my soul with dirty money. X49. X50. The evilest of evil devils is turning the carnival into a tool for you to scourge me. X99. X100. Corrupted by money, you are trying to corrupt me. X150. X151.
There's nothing wrong with the carnival, and in fact, there's nothing wrong with your intentions.
X199. X200. What else does Big Brother want to see? I can tell you a lot. I'll tell you a joke.
By Sakurako had wanted to yell out a rebuke, but Linfong was giving too much. The pop-ups at the bottom swiped through another water of true flavor.
But at the moment, By Sakurako couldn't care less, because it was really fragrant.
Linfong looked at the time, it was already past 11, he couldn't sleep in tomorrow, after all, his status in front of Suyushu now was an employee.
Can't be late and absent from work the next day, right? Look at it for a while longer and then go to sleep.
Big Brother Sable, I'm a little tired of swiping gifts, tell me a joke, if it's good, I'll swipe another 200 carnivals.
White Cherry's eyes lit up. Big Brother, then you listen to me, I can be good at telling jokes, my sister is the school flower inside the school, I'm the joke. Big Brother, you wait for a belly laugh.
That is to say, my sister by Cherry Ruo used to go to college when has been left short hair, so there are a lot of people inside the school will take her as a boy, and even several times she went to the toilet when was reported, but this is not the point.
By Sakura Ruo froze for a moment when she heard By Sakurako talking about herself, thinking how come I didn't know I used to have short hair? Continuing to listen, By Sakura Ruo couldn't stand still.
Time passes little by little. One day suddenly a girl blocked to the door of my sister's class, to confess to her. At that time my sister was very helpless to say that she is a female. After that girl has been staring at my sister with suspicious eyes. After a long time, the girl touched a handful of White Cherry Ruo's breasts, and then cried and walked away, while crying but also side of that said, "You even rejected me, do not look for a better excuse, then my brother is still flat, how can it be a girl?"
Ha 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 ha.
By Cherry Ruo face green for a while, grabbed the collar of By Cherry's clothes. You nonsense, this is a story you made up.
I'll sue you for slander.
By Cherry spread his hands. If you are not convinced, you can also tell off. By Cherry Ruo snorted coldly, "Humph, tell it."
You listen.
That is to say, my sister used to rebel period, from time to time, and I quarrel. Once I in her a piece of shopping, at that time her pocket money has been spent, only I have money. When we were eating, we didn't know what to talk about, and she quarreled with me again. At that time, I said, if you're mean again, I won't invite you to dinner, and you'll pay for the meal later. Although she was very reluctant, but because there is no money in her pocket, there is no bottom to speak, can only say in a muffled voice, I'm not fierce. By Cherry Ruo paused, and then his eyes glanced at By Cherry's airfield. You don't have a bear, you're still quite proud? Ask for 5-star praise, ask for gifts, ask for flowers.
Chapter 50 Jokes are good, shallow brush.
By Cherry took a deep breath, then pressed his temples, capable of not bringing personal attacks, serious telling paragraphs, see who told the funny.
By Cherry Ruo is not willing to show weakness, of course I can, will I be afraid of you?
White Cherry can hum a sound, I come first, one day Shuqi, Wang Maodong, Yachin 3 people in the bar inside the drink, 3 people chatting suddenly talked about the topic of the mouth big. So 3 people began to compare who has a bigger mouth. Shuqi first action, pick up the table above an apple, a mouth into the mouth, and then easily take out, contemptuous look at the remaining 2 people. Yao Chen was not willing to show weakness, without saying a word clasped his hands together and sent it to his mouth, without changing his face.
Wang Mainland laughed. A minute later, Wang Mainland walked out of the bar alone. By Cherry Ruo hummed, what's so funny about this? Tell jokes or look at me and listen to this one of mine.
The story goes that once upon a time a white professor was sent to the depths of Africa to live with the primitive tribes, and he spent years teaching them reading, writing, math, and science. One day the tribe chief's wife gave birth to a white-skinned child and the whole tribe was shocked. That very day the chief of the tribe approached the professor and said, Professor, you are the only white man we have ever met, and this woman has given birth to another white child, so any fool can figure out what has happened. But the professor replied without any hesitation. No, Chief, you are mistaken, this is a natural phenomenon, which we in the civilized world call albinism. Then the professor pointed to the field over there, if you don't believe me, look at the sheep over there. Those sheep are all white, but there is one sheep in there that is black, this is all the result of natural selection. After the professor finished speaking, the chief was silent for a while, and then said, Tell you what, you don't mention that black sheep again, and I promise not to mention that white child again. After White Sakura Rule finished speaking, even White Sakura couldn't hold back and laughed out.
By Sakura Roa did not see this kind of dirty jokes you understand, unlike me, cannot understand what you say inside the joke. By Sakura-ku teared up and said. White Cherry Roa gave her a glance, and I do not know who looks at Fukata Rimi Nikami Yua every day. White Cherry can panic to cover the mouth of White Cherry Roa, I see you for libel The two of them were bickering, and Lin Feng at the end of the cell phone screen laughed out loud, and this laughter seemed to have attracted the attention of Su Yushu in the next room. Are you still awake? What are you laughing at? Lin Feng covered his mouth, and in his heart he said that he was lucky to have worn headphones when he watched the live broadcast. Didn't laugh at anything, remembering happy things. It's past 11, you still have to go to work every day, so go to bed early. Su Yushu said gently. It's okay, I'm waiting for you to fall asleep after drilling your nest. Su Yushu? Su Yushu silently got out of bed and locked the door of the room. He really believed that Lin Feng would do this. After all, from a certain point of view, Lin Feng was also a person who said nothing. After taking the time to flirt with Su Yushu, Lin Feng continued to drop his gaze on his cell phone screen. The jokes told by these two sisters were good, so let's swipe more. Wolverine Big Brother, the jokes are all good. Before you go to bed, let's brush a few more for you guys, shallow brush. Immediately after that, the live broadcast room ushered in another time of being violently ruled by Lin Feng's carnival storm. X1. X100. X1000. 1,000 carnivals. Poison in the shit, shallow swiped 1,000 carnivals and 3 million, well, that's very Sable Big Brother. Milk Red Pinkhead, any of you Big Brothers do the math, how much did Big Brother Sable just swipe in total? No one knows more about live streaming than I do, I did the math. Sable Cicada Big Brother swiped 100 carnivals for the first time, then another 100, 100, 200, and finally 1,000, for a total of 1,500 carnivals, which translates to $4.5 million. The poor man in the family is ugly and 5 feet 9 inches, I feel like I've drifted. I've decided to buy the $5 a piece grilled sausages I've been craving for a long time. The bald man will always shine. Brother is also involved in a few million big projects. Sable Big Brother brushed more than 4 million, I brushed more than 40, also about the same. Lin Feng brushes this 1,000 carnival to help by Cherry Rua's live room heat on the whole Jain first, and the number of people in the live room broke 1 million. By Cherry Rua's original fans were less than 10,000, but now they have exceeded 500,000. And it's still growing at a rate that's visible to the naked eye. What's even more terrifying is Lin Feng's account. The current fans have easily broken through 1 million. According to the current growth rate, tomorrow morning, the fans will get up, at least 2 million at the bottom. For a while the name of Big Brother Sable also hit the hot searches of all the major platforms, appearing in the pop-ups and comments of all kinds of live broadcasting rooms. Lin Feng's jitterbug background also received countless private messages from female anchors. There were those who half-heartedly said that they admired Lin Feng's character and wanted to get to know him. Some directly sent their contact information, saying that as long as Lin Feng gave a word, they could be parachuted in at any time across the country. There were also those who sent sexy photos of themselves, saying they were single and lonely and wanted Lin Feng's hand to warm her heart. Even there are men who send photos. But all this Lin Feng does not know, because Lin Feng directly exited the live room after brushing 1,000 carnivals, muted his cell phone and threw it aside, and fell into a deep sleep. At 8 o'clock the next day, Lin Feng was woken up by a knock on the door. Su Yushu's voice also came from outside the door, "Get up, go to work at 9 o'clock, don't be late." Lin Feng's brain hadn't woken up yet, but his mouth replied uncontrollably, "Ma, get up right away." Su Yushu outside the door didn't knock on the door again after she got the reply and went directly to wash up. 10 minutes later, Su Yushu came back to wash up, still did not see Lin Feng push the door out, some doubts in his heart, so he went to knock on the door again, still not up? If you don't get up again, you're really going to be late. I'm up. Then I'm going to buy breakfast first, when I come back you should just finish washing up and can eat. Another 15 minutes passed. Su Yushu came back with buns and soy milk, but she still didn't see Lin Feng's figure. Could it be that he hasn't gotten up yet? Su Yushu put her breakfast on top of the coffee table, then came to Lin Feng's door and knocked. This time there wasn't even a response. "Lin Feng, are you up? Are you still in your room?" There was no response. Su Yushu was puzzled, then looked to the bathroom. Could it be that she had already gotten up and gone to wash up? So Su Yushu unscrewed the door handle of Lin Feng's room. Well, the door was unlocked. After pushing the door in, only to see Lin Feng still sleeping deeply, and as if he was dreaming of something good, the corner of his mouth still had a smile. Su Yushu had a stern face, came to Lin Feng's bed, and patted Lin Feng's thigh hard. Get up, get up.
The sun is shining on his ass. It's going to be late for work.
Lin Feng was confused and slowly opened his eyes. Huh?
I just yelled at you twice. You promised to get up every time. Why are you still asleep now?
Lin Feng's upper and lower eyelids were still fighting, and he said with a dumbfounded face, When did you call me?
Su Yushu.
Chapter 51 The System of Arching Fire.
Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He did feel like sleeping until now. Su Yushu had called himself?
Completely did not feel
Su Yushu face helpless. I have shouted you twice. The first time you said you immediately get up, then I went to wash up. The second time you said immediately get up, then I went out to buy breakfast. I now buns are bought back. You say I did not call you? Lin Feng scratched his hair. This is really strange. Could it be that I'm talking in my sleep? Su Yushu sent the clothes from the balcony to Lin Feng to the bedside. The clothes are dry. You get up quickly. I've already bought breakfast back. Fortunately this place is close to the company, or else I would have to be late. Lin Feng yawned, put on his clothes smoothly and rubbed his eyes.
The first thing you do when you wake up every day, sign in. Lin Feng's consciousness sank into the system. System, sign in. Give me something useful today.
Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining a world-class PR company, Everything Reversal. Reversal of Everything Company has tens of millions of water armies on the internet, can single-handedly manipulate the direction of the internet winds, invisibly pushing the envelope, making a small matter big and a big matter small. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth revealed a smile. This reward sounds like a good one. It just so happens that I'm going to go after Lu Shua's family, and this PR company just so happens to give me a new plan. After his consciousness came out of the system, Lin Feng put on his clothes and then went to the sofa in the living room.
Su Yushu was sitting on top of the sofa eating a bun.
After Lin Feng walked over, he swept over the empty sofa that was close by and directly sat beside Su Yushu.
Su Yushu glanced at Lin Feng and didn't say anything.
Lin Feng ate the buns while observing Su Yushu.
A moment later,
Lin Feng put down the bun in his hand, then stared at Su Yushu closely.
What are you looking at? There seems to be something on your face.
Lin Feng said. Su Yushu opened the front camera of her cell phone and carefully observed it. She didn't find anything on her face. She looked at Lin Feng strangely. What's there?
How come I didn't see it?
Lin Feng smiled, a little good looking.
Su Yushu. I was just kidding. You do have something on your face, a bit haggard. You didn't rest well last night?
Look at the faint dark circles under your eyes. Su Yushu gave Lin Feng a blank look. It's not your fault. Last night you had to say that when I fell asleep you wanted to get under the covers, so I was scared for a night. I didn't fall asleep until almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Lin Feng froze. He did not expect his casual joke to make Su Yushu scared for a night.
Is his image as a pervert so deep in people's hearts? Yushu, I feel like you might have misunderstood me. How could I be that kind of person? How could I be that kind of person?
Su Yushu's big eyes quietly glanced at Lin Feng, then while gnawing on a bun, she whispered, Of course.
What did you say? No, nothing, I didn't say anything. Su Yushu quickly denied it.
Yushu, I dare to speak with my conscience. I, Lin Feng, am definitely not that kind of person. Even if you were to strip naked and lie in front of me, what I would do, other than taking off my clothes to keep you warm, I wouldn't do anything else. I'm touching my conscience right now and swear, Yushu, what are you pinching me for? Lin Feng rubbed his arm and looked at Su Yushu, who had her hands clasped in front of her chest with an innocent face.
Su Yushu, cold face, what are you doing?
Lin Feng's face didn't change. I wasn't speaking from my conscience.
What are you pinching me for? If you want to touch your conscience, touch your own. Why touch mine? Nasty.
After yelling at Lin Feng with a red face, Su Yushu took the uneaten buns on the table and ran out.
Yushu, what are you doing?
I'm going to the company, you big bad guy, ignore you.
I'll never talk to you again. Bang.
The door of the apartment was closed. Lin Feng deflated his mouth, then looked back with a smile on his face.
A little bit worse than Lu Xian, but bigger than Lin Miao Miao.
Bai Cherry Rua and Bai Cherry Ka sisters wouldn't even need to participate in the judging competition. This path, the heavens had sealed it off for the two of them from the start.
As for comparing with Sister Autumn,
this idea just popped up. Lin Feng hurriedly killed the seedling in the cradle.
No. No. I'm a little bit too much. Even Sister Chiu dares to think about it. What's the host afraid of? As long as you're bold, the female ghosts are on maternity leave. Don't be a wimp.
If you're like this, I'll be the first to look down on you. Just when Lin Feng was killing this idea, the system even came out to watch the fire. The dragon doesn't bellow, the tiger doesn't whistle, the little system is ridiculous.
Is the host a coward? I don't think so. You're not going to do that?
I know the host is not that kind of person.
Didn't you say that my little eye cover is ridiculous?
I don't think the host has much guts. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He really underestimated how much this little lowly system held a grudge.
When did he say that her little A cup was ridiculous? You still remember it now?
Since the system you came out to watch the fire, then I will not be polite. Lin Feng thought of the joke that Bai Cherry Rua and her two sisters had told during the live broadcast yesterday and decided to tell the system a joke as well.
System, how about I tell you a joke? Now you know how to please me?
I told you, girls are to be coaxed, not used to be angry. You tell it, if it's good, then I won't be angry. Then I'll start talking. One day in the future, system, you can already appear in the real world and have a real body, and you have been included in my harem. Host, you are too shameless. This is not even the first thing. Even the method for me to enter the real world has not been found yet, and you are already thinking of taking in a harem. The system expresses its contempt for you.
You stop talking first. This is the prerequisite. You keep talking, that's a prerequisite.
A little bit of time passes, you have a child, and one day all three members of the family are lying in bed, and you fall asleep, but your child suddenly wakes up hungry, looking for his mom. Immediately after that, your child began to crawl around the bed, trying to find his mother, and he first came to his father's side, reached up to his chest and touched it, then withdrew his hands and said, "It's daddy." After that he went on searching, and when he came to the place, he reached out and wiped it again, and then he cried.
Chapter 52 The Iceberg Melts.
After Lin Feng finished speaking, the system froze for a few seconds before reacting, and finally got anxious. But Lin Feng had already exited the system space.
Another day of doing good without leaving an aim.
Having the system disturbed like this had disrupted Lin Feng's thoughts.
What was it that he was just thinking about? Oh, I remembered. It's Sister Chiu.
At least for the time being, I can't have crooked thoughts about Sister Chiu. Su Yushu and Sister Chiu were like sisters. If Lin Feng was greedy and wanted all of them, in the end there would only be one thing that would happen, and that would be that he wouldn't be able to get any of them. After thinking clearly, Lin Feng stuffed the remaining buns into his mouth, one by one, and swallowed them with a mouthful of water.
This is what is called a busy day. Well, to make Su Yushu angry, the next day will not have something to do?
This method is worth all an object together has been a little tired, do not know what to do couples to learn.
Make angry, then coax the day. And the day will come and go. After breakfast, Lin Feng left the apartment and went to the company.
After arriving at the company, Lin Feng didn't go to the workplace first, but went to Zhang Lei's office on the 33rd floor. Zhang Lei was dealing with the company's documents. After seeing Lin Feng come in, he directly stood up. "Lin Dong, you're here." Lin Feng nodded slightly. "I came for the matter of Lu Shua. I'm going to make a move on Lu Shua recently. Came to let you know so you can prepare too."
Zhang Lei nodded. "Good, what are Lin Dong's plans?"
"I recently found a world-class PR company. My plan is..." Lin Feng told the plan that popped into his head just now after he got the Everything Reversal company.
This is just a plan for Lu Shua alone, to be able to expose him from his former fights that led to disability, and the rest of some of the illegal and disorderly things, to be able to make him socially dead and go in. Sincerity and supermarkets, I can also arrange for people to dig up his black information, to expose it, to affect its sales, and your task is to wait for Sincerity and supermarkets to take the opportunity to acquire it when it goes wrong. Zhang Lei nodded. Lin Dong has other preparations?
Then the plan is even simpler. Qinghe Supermarket's hands and feet over the years are not clean at all. Casually investigated as a bunch of black materials. When its reputation hits rock bottom, I will make a move to minimize the acquisition price. That's good. I'll call the head of the Everything Reversal company over now, and we'll discuss the specifics of the plan in detail. Saying that, Lin Feng called the head of the Everything Reversal company, Autumn Moon. Xiao Yu's voice sounded like a young woman. It sounded similar to Sister Chiu's style.
After calling Autumn Moon, Lin Feng left Zhang Lei's office and returned to the office area of the secretarial department on the 32nd floor. After returning to her workstation, Su Yushu glanced at Lin Feng, then hummed and moved to the other side. If it was an unusual person, they would probably fall into a cold war at this time and end up breaking up due to cold violence, but Lin Feng was different. He was shameless and directly slid in his chair next to Su Yushu. After all, Su Yushu angry Lin Feng to take full responsibility. Su Yushu hummed again. "What are you doing?"
"This is my workstation, you are disturbing my work."
But I am also working now. Just now I came in before I met Sister Jiao. She assigned me to do today. I have no choice but to come to you.
Lin Feng was lying on the backrest of the chair, his eyes were very sincere.
Then you go to work. Come to me for what? But Sister Jiao said, the work is to be two people together. She also specifically designated the two of us. I also have no way. Can only come to you. I know you are angry with me, but the work is still to be done. Su Yushu turned around. What does Sister Jiao want us to do? How come I don't know?
Lin Feng hemmed and hawed, then drew out the documents he had just shunted over from Zhang Lei's office. Sister Jiao asked us to investigate what issues we need to pay attention to when we enter the supermarket, and then make a PowerPoint and give it to her.
Su Yushu saw the document. The suspicion of Lin Feng gradually disappeared in her heart, but she was still angry about Lin Feng sneaking up on her and touching her conscience just now. Then you give me the document, I'll just do it alone. But Sister Jiao gave this task to the two of us. If Sister Jiao sees that you're the only one doing it and I'm fishing, she'll definitely think that I'm not working seriously and actively, so what if she dismisses me? Yushu, let's investigate together, okay? Su Yushu hummed again, only this time, the next time will not be an exception.
Lin Feng's heart was happy, and then cheerfully came to Su Yushu's workstation to work together. Lin Feng is a good hand at coaxing girls, just stayed together for a few minutes. Su Yushu laughed several times, and the anger in her heart gradually subsided. It could be seen from the way the two were sitting. At first Su Yushu sidestepped in a direction away from Lin Feng, then as the two exchanged words, Su Yushu began to sit upright and finally began to sidestep towards Lin Feng. Just as the iceberg between Lin Feng and Su Yushu gradually melted and their feelings were reunited, Jiao suddenly walked over. Good morning, Sister Jiao. Good morning, Sister Jiao. Good morning, Sister Jiao. The employees at the places Jiao passed by gave her greetings. Jiao smiled and responded one by one, then walked over to the front of the workstation of both Lin Feng and Su Yushu. Lin Feng, come over here for a second, there's something I want to ask you. Lin Feng blinked at Jiao. Sister Jiao, the work I just explained to me Yushu and I are already doing, is looking for me for this? Jiao froze for a moment, then instantly understood the meaning of Lin Feng's words. Just now Lin Feng had used Jiao's name to do something. This was meant to make her not wear out her welcome. Although Jiao's head didn't work too well at individual times, she was still very reliable when it came to doing things for Lin Feng. Jiao quickly responded, I'm looking for you this time, not that thing just now. I just explained your work. You don't have to be in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry. I'm looking for you for something else. Come out with me. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth flashed a smile, the ability to react quickly well. In a while it seems like I have to reward Jiao properly. Lin Feng touched Su Yushu's head. Su Yushu didn't resist in the slightest. It seems that the anger from the assault on her breasts has subsided. I'll go out for a while. Su Yushu was touched on the head like a good little white rabbit. Well, I'll wait for you to come back. Lin Feng followed Jiao inside her office, but only just entered the door. Jiao immediately changed her face, from a high and cold female boss to a soft female subordinate. Lin Dong, did I react fast just now? Why don't you take the time to give me a lesson? Teach me about the company? Chapter 53 Exposing Lu Shua. Lin Feng looked at Jiao's expectant eyes and was a bit helpless. Alright then, let's give you another lesson. This time I'll introduce you to the company. Hey, thank you Lin Dong. Lin Dong is so nice. Don't giggle, let's go, find a meeting room with no one in it. A good while later, Jiao was full of rewards after listening to Lin Feng's lesson. Until the end of the class, she was still a little reluctant to leave. Lin Dong, why don't you drag the class? I still want to listen. Lin Feng patted her little head. You're not done yet. You must have come to me for something serious, right? Hurry up and talk about it. I'll reward you later when I have time. Jiao deflated her mouth. She was too excited just now. She forgot all about the main thing. It was General Manager Zhang who asked me to come. He said that General Manager Chiu from the PR company had arrived and asked you to discuss specific things. Lin Feng touched his chin. He had just been delayed for almost 10 minutes, and he couldn't leave for too long, or Su Yushu would get suspicious. You go to Zhang Lei and say, in-depth investigation of Lu Shua and sincerity in supermarkets have done what things, all of their black materials are dug out, and then collect enough evidence, in the online little by little exposure out, from time to time to add a little bit of fierce material. I won't go over there, let Zhang Lei and Chiu you take care of it. After explaining to Jiao, Lin Feng returned to the office area and returned to Su Yushu's side. Lin Feng just came back. Su Yushu came to his side. Just now Sister Jiao looking for you for what? Didn't I ride Sister Jiao's little donkey to dinner yesterday? Sister Jiao asked me why I didn't ride the little donkey back today. Su Yushu then remembered, yesterday night we took a taxi back.
the small donkey is still placed in the autumn sister there.
I told Sister Jiao that she wasn't in a hurry to use it, so there's no need to rush, just go and ride it over when you're free. When we get off work today, we'll go to Sister Chio's store and ride the car back, so we don't let Sister Jiao wait and get anxious.
Lin Feng nodded.
Okay, we'll go together after work.
In the afternoon,
an article suddenly broke out on the internet. He was the first in his class with a promising future, but a violence turned him into a disabled person who can only sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. The article was sent out by a well-known blogger who received an anonymous submission from a user. The article describes in detail the experience of Xiao Sun, a student who was bullied. Just for reminding his roommate not to make too much noise in the middle of the night, Xiao Sun was brutally beaten by his roommate in the dormitory. A solid wooden stool was smashed on his legs. A pot of boiling water was poured on his calves. In the end, he was sent to the hospital, his legs were crushed and severely burned, and he will be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Xiao Sun's grades are very good. Because of the college entrance examination, when a serious error occurred, then the usual level of at least 50 points lower, and the family does not allow him to repeat, so only to come to such a two-book. But Sun did not give up on himself, but every day to study hard, every final exam is the first class. He wanted to go to graduate school to change his life now. But I did not expect, just because of a reminder, he suffered the unimaginable things of ordinary people. Since then, Xiao Sun's mental condition has not been very stable, and even committed suicide many times, but were found in time and saved. Just when Xiao Sun's latest suicide attempt, he figured out why he was obviously a victim but could only use death to free himself, but the aggressor could get away with it? So Xiao Sun chose to submit his story online, not that he didn't want to report it to the police, but only because his family had reported it to the police when it first happened, but it didn't help at all. So he can only hope that the internet can return justice to himself and make the perpetrators receive due punishment. The article is accompanied by a variety of injuries on the body of Xiao Sun, as well as the hospital's certificate of injury, as well as the video and audio recordings of the negotiation. All kinds of evidence is very complete. Let a person read after the incomparable anger. This article, in the case of secretly push the waves, quickly boarded the major platforms of the first place in the hot search. At the end of the article, the name of the person who hit the person as well as the information was exposed. Lu Shuhua, the only son of Lu Ping, the person in control of Changhe supermarket. Instantly, the article set off a furor on top of the network. Countless righteous netizens joined this war without smoke. One person's voice may be worthless, but what if it's 10 people? What about 100? What about 10,000 people? What about 100,000, a million people? No one wants to meet someone like Lu Shuhua. Nor does anyone want their children to encounter the kind of experience that little Sun encountered. In order to not let their children turn into little Sun, in order to not let their children encounter Lu Shuhua, millions of netizens spontaneously retweeted and commented, adding heat to this matter. Although there was a push from the Everything Reversed PR company behind this, the biggest credit for the heat search being able to consistently hang in the first place was not the PR company, but the anger of the netizens. Terrible. Touching. I cannot imagine that the 21st century Blue Star, the 21st century China, the 21st century university campus, there is still this kind of thing happening. Both legs crushed and broken, confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. That's just a couple of understatements to us, but it determines the rest of a child's life. How desperate is that child? A healthy child, a child who never complained about life and studied hard. Why did he meet such a devil? It must be punished severely. I also have a child in college. If this happened to my child, I would not give up on the abuser even if I had to fight for my life. Don't care if he has money or not. If he wants to harm my child, not even the King of Heaven can do it. I don't care if he's rich or not. If he wants to harm my child, even if he's the King of Heaven, he must be punished severely. If such a devil continues to get away with it, who knows what he will do again? I see this news as really particularly painful, because my daughter not long ago also experienced a school bullying. My daughter experienced things much lighter than this child, but still got depressed enough to see this thing in the end. How bad? Is it a case of treating people like idiots if they don't get angry? I was once a bullied person too, and I know deep down how helpless I feel in the face of that kind of thing, and I swear here that if that abuser doesn't get punished severely, I'm going to go and meet him in person. You can do whatever you want when you have money. The schools don't do anything, the police don't do anything. Are the lives of rich people more valuable than ours? Do we deserve to die if we don't have money? 2 shoulders and 1 head, who's nobler than the other? Who has more lives than us? Do you think you can cover things up just because you have money? No way.
If you're capable, you'll break my legs too. At Huagua official at Nanjiang police at Qizhou police, all come out to take a look. Are you going to let this kind of evil get away with it? Xianghua supermarket, right? This supermarket will be on my blacklist from now on. I'll spit on it every time I see it. I was in Lu Shua's class. I'm here to prove that what Sun said is true. And Lu Shua has done more evil than this one. He beat up people at school. Slagging girls is already a bad thing. I have been beaten up before. This kind of thing is known when you ask around. I can also testify, and now I'm not worried about being retaliated against. I report in name only. Lu Shua, at least in the school, has injured more than 10 people. I have all the evidence here. Request 5-star praise, request gifts, request flowers. Chapter 54. Am I that kind of person? In less than half a day, the Lu Shua incident has caused a furor on the internet. The number of readers exceeded 100 million. The number of participants in the topic exceeded 20 million. The number of retweets was even closer to 100 million. This initial effect has far exceeded the expectation of the company of the reversal of all things. The original plan of the autumn moon is to let this matter a small fire, and then gradually put the fierce material. I didn't expect the netizens' anger towards this matter to be unexpected. Lin Feng and Su Yushu went to Cheng Yanqiu's place to ride Ajiao's little donkey back after they got off work at 5:30. After that, Su Yushu went home and Lin Feng went back to the 33rd floor of the company. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feng was sitting in the office with Zhang Lei, Xiaoyu, Lu Xian, and Ajiao. Lin Dong, the heat of the article that broke out in the afternoon exceeded expectations. The effect is not generally good. Now Lu Shua and Chenghe supermarket has been on the internet as a street rat, to the extent that everyone shouted. It is time to carry out the second step of the plan. Lin Feng brushed a few mainstream apps. Until now, the topic of hashtag Lu Shua's assault and battery causing permanent disability is still hanging in the top 10 of the hot list. What's the second step of your plan? Continue to put up the rest of Lu Shua's fierce news? Lin Feng looked at Autumn Moon. Xiaoyu is about 30 years old, with a voluptuous body, and the flavor of a young woman on her body is even stronger than Cheng Yanqiu. Cheng Yanqiu just to the age of a young woman, but experience things is still far from being called a young woman. But the autumn moon is the kind of really flavorful feeling. A smile seems to be in the heart of the soul. Lin Feng would like to call her Goblin Ben Demon. Xiaoyu pursed her lips, changed her stilt position and continued, yes, but not exactly. Don't sell yourself short. What exactly is the plan? Say it. Autumn Moon gave a light smile, then said, the rest of Lu Shua's black material should of course be exposed, but not in the form of words like this time, but in a different form. Next, I plan to find all the people that Lu Shua has ever beaten, hurt and slagged to do an interview, especially the most serious one, Xiao Sun, with Xiao Sun's interview as the main one, and the rest of the interviews as the auxiliary ones. All the things Lu Shua has done will come to a big summary. Counting all of Lu Shua's black materials, let the heat of this matter climb another level. Not only that, I have let the company contact dozens of marketing number, self-media, and various platforms of those people will be in a few days' time. Each account are released more than 5 videos. Those videos our company will also be behind the pusher, to ensure that the flow of the video is big enough. Within 3 days to ensure that the heat of this matter has been high. At the same time as exposing Lu Shua's black material, also notify the police, the evidence of Lu Shua's injuries as well as the sincerity in supermarkets over the years, how to expand the scale of Lu Shua's uncle, Lu Huaxiang, how to act as a father and son of Lu Ping, 2 fighters in the local Qizhou for the wrongdoing of the various things, to inform the police. Once upon a time, Lu Shua was able to get away with it, all because Lu Ping bought a part of the police handling the case, coupled with the fact that things did not make a big deal at that time, so it will not be a problem, but this time is not the same. Things have made a big deal, developed into an irreparable major accident, and Lin Dongyu Huarong Group's name also has more face than Lu Ping. According to the plan, in less than 3 days, Lu Shua will go in for intentional injury, Lu Ping will be arrested for bribery, illegal business and other crimes. Lu Huaxiang is no exception, intimidation, extortion, organization of triad gangs, these crimes he cannot escape. Xiaoyu was clear and organized, the general flow of the plan as well as the end of Lu Shua's family's downfall was clearly stated. Lin Feng nodded, good, not bad, just follow what you said. That's good, Lin Dong, I'll go and do it. Xiaoyu got up from her seat and then prepared to go to the 30th floor of the company, which had been temporarily arranged as a place for the employees of the Everything Reversal Company to work today. Autumn Moon just wanted to leave, but she was stopped by Lin Feng. Wait a minute. Autumn Moon turned back, a pair of narrow eyes swirling around Lin Feng, curious about this sudden boss of his. Lin Dong, what else is going on? Did you contact those victims? Where are they now? The interview thing I think needs to be done as soon as possible.
Xiaoyu smiled, don't worry Lin Dong, those victims are already in the company now, the people under me have already started preparing to give them an interview.
Lin Feng nodded slightly, already in the company?
That's good, go and take a look. Lin Dong, wait a minute, about this plan, I have something that I need to report to you alone, Lin Dong.
Xiaoyu glanced at Lu Xian, Jiao, and Zhang Lei. Requesting 5-star reviews, asking for gifts, asking for flowers. Chapter 55 Sun Shihong.
Lin Feng froze and waved his hand at the Lu Xian trio, you guys go out first. After the Lu Xian trio left, only Lin Feng and Xiaoyu were left inside the large conference room.
What do you want to say to me alone?
As soon as Lin Feng's words left his mouth, Xiaoyu unexpectedly directly came up. Xiaoyu had forcibly kissed Lin Feng.
Lin Feng was confused. What the hell is going on here?
You should have at least said hello beforehand. After the kiss, Xiaoyu looked as if nothing had happened. She looked as if nothing had happened just now.
Dong Lin, let's go take a look at the victims.
Lin Feng scratched his head, somewhat helpless, and could only selectively forget about what just happened.
Are those victims all here?
Xiaoyu smiled, arrived quite a lot, about 2/3 of them.
Has that Xiao Sun arrived yet?
That's the one who was beaten by Lu Shua to the point of having both his legs crushed and fractured.
Arrived.
Autumn Moon looked at her cell phone and continued, right now he just cooperated with the recording of the video accusing Lu Shua and is still on the 30th floor of the company.
Take me over to take a look. As he left from inside the conference room,
Autumn Moon walked in front, reapplying her lipstick, very bland. Lin Feng walked behind, wiping his face and neck full of lipstick with a tissue, his face not changing color.
Huarong Group 30th floor.
Lin Feng met the biggest victim of the Lu Shua incident, Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun was in a wheelchair, now he was familiar with the maneuvering of the wheelchair, unless some scenes like going up the stairs, downhill and other scenes that couldn't be operated by one person, he could control the wheelchair by himself. When the people from the Autumn Moon Company found Little Sun, hope reappeared in Little Sun's eyes, which hadn't seen any waves for nearly a year. The person who had victimized him was finally going to get what he deserved. Lin Feng walked to Xiao Sun's front, Xiaoyu introduced to Xiao Sun, this is Chairman Lin Feng of Huarong Group, the various acts of exposure against Lu Shua, it was Lin Dong who did it. Xiao Sun was emotional, quickly sat up straight, Lin Dong, you are the benefactor of my son Shihong in this life. He didn't have any feeling in his legs, he wanted to get up but couldn't. Lin Feng hurriedly pressed him, no need to be excited, you're overstating things, in fact, I'm ashamed to say that I did all this because I have a grudge against Lu Shua, so I did it all to get back at Lu Shua, in fact, to put it bluntly, I'm using you people. However, Xiao Sun shook his head, Lin Dong you can't say that, a gentleman on signs regardless of the heart, no matter what your intention is, you still helped me, helped all the people who have been hurt by Lu Shua. What's more, your intentions aren't bad, people like Lu Shua should have been duly punished.
You are my benefactor.
In the future, this half of my son Shihong's life will be yours, Lin Dong, even though I'm almost considered an invalid now, as long as you have a use for me, I definitely won't have any second thoughts. Lin Feng did not continue this topic, but looked at Sun Shihong's legs, although he knew that talking about this was like revealing his scars, but Lin Feng still wanted to ask if there was any possibility of recovery.
Is there any possibility of recovering your legs? Don't worry about money.
Speaking of this, Sun Shihong eyes dimmed a bit, the doctor said, has been impossible, the best case, is the future to restore a little bit of consciousness, but want to get out of the wheelchair, is almost impossible. You recently went to the hospital to check again, go to the best hospital, money temporarily eye out, wait a few days after the end of the matter of Lu Shua, he should be compensated to you money is not less, and at that time they did not compensate you, will be double to spit out. Thank you Lin Dong, but check many times, are hopeless, but can see Lu Shua get due punishment, I am also satisfied. Lin Feng looked at Sun Shihong and silently used poisonous milk in his heart. I wish that Sun Shihong's legs will get worse and worse in the future, there will not be the slightest improvement, and he will only be able to sit on top of a wheelchair for the rest of his life. After Lin Feng finished using poisonous milk, he silently sighed, even if Lu Shua was punished, the people he had hurt couldn't go back to the old days, it was like a nail nailed to the wall, even if the nail was pulled out, the marks on the wall could only stay there forever. Just as Lin Feng suddenly left, Sun Shihong's cell phone suddenly rang, Sun Shihong looked at it and his face changed violently. Lin Feng noticed the change in Sun Shihong's face, what's wrong?
Who was calling? Sun Shihong's lips trembled and he clenched his fists, it's Lu Shua.
Lin Feng face cold, you pick up, open the speakerphone, do not get excited, there are things I will deal with.
Sun Shihong just connected the phone came Lu Shua's furious voice. I'm not afraid to die, right? You're not afraid to die, are you? Is it not enough that your legs are ruined? I don't think you want your life anymore. I know where you live. If you know what's good for you, you should clarify on the internet. Do you think you'll have a good ending? There's only one end result, and that's you dying without a burial site. You're not talking? I know you're listening. You think you can make me look bad? How naive, ridiculous, my power is not something you can imagine. If you lose your way now, it's not too late. Sun Shihong didn't say anything. Lin Feng took the phone, his face cold. Lu Shua is really bold, and dares to call to threaten Sun Shihong. Ask for 5 stars, ask for gifts, ask for flowers. Chapter 56 Interview Video. Lu Shua, you're the one who hasn't realized your situation yet. Still dare to call and threaten? Lin Feng said coldly. Lu Shua on the other end of the phone froze, hearing that the voice on the other side of the phone wasn't Sun Shihong, but another voice he was familiar with, Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Why is that kid's cell phone in your place? Could it be that you planned this whole thing? No wonder. I'd say that kid doesn't have the guts. I haven't even gotten to you yet for what happened at the barbecue restaurant, but you just showed up on your own. Neither one of you will end up well. You'd better think about yourself first. In a few days, you won't be able to make phone calls as freely as you do now. You wait for me. You're going to die. If you dare to touch stones without weighing your own weight, I'll see how miserable you'll die in the end. After saying that, Lu Shua hung up the phone. Lin Feng returned the phone to Sun Shihong. You don't have to worry, he can't be arrogant for a few days. You directly pull him black on it. If he changes the number to call you back, directly hang up on it. You and the rest of the people in these days live in the hotel near the company. The money is covered by the company. Sun Shihong nodded. Good, I listened to your arrangements, Lin Dong. After looking at Sun Shihong, Lin Feng looked at the rest of the victims who had been beaten by Lu Shua. Some of them still had bandages. After looking at them, Lin Feng asked Xiuyu to take a sum of money from Huarong Group to give those victims some compensation first, and after Lu Shua was punished, he would then spit out all the money he should have spit out. That night, the heat of Lu Shua's incident was somewhat reduced. It had fallen out of the top 10 hot searches on all the major platforms, and the number of people discussing it was also decreasing. The internet was forgetful. Some people might just have a momentary burst of righteousness, but there was also a fairly insignificant portion of people who continued to pay attention to the Lu Shua incident. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a video was posted, an exclusive interview about the biggest victim of this incident, Sun Shihong. As the biggest victim in the Lu Shua incident, Sun Shihong had been the focus of many people. Now that Sun Shihong's interview was sent out, at the first time, the hashtag Lu Shua incident victim interview hashtag hot search hit the top of the hot search again in a very short time. In the video, Sun Shihong sat on top of a wheelchair, wearing a mask, hat, sunglasses, to hide himself tightly, and the video did not appear his real name, but only with the former pseudonym Small Sun. Sun Shihong's voice has also been post-processed. These are the protection of Xiao Sun, although immediately Lu Shua's family will be liquidated, but it is not guaranteed that there will be some omissions. In case Xiao Sun is retaliated against, it will be more than worth it. So there's nothing wrong with a little insurance. Hello little son, what prompted you to pluck up the courage to expose Lu Shua's atrocities after being victimized for close to a year? The interviewer's voice came out from off-screen. It was hate and unworthiness for myself. After learning that my legs would never be able to stand up again, I despaired, gave up on myself, and tried to commit suicide many times, but each time, for various reasons, I was unsuccessful. After my last suicide, I was found by my family in time, sent to the hospital, was saved in time. After that time, I figured out some things. I noticed that your wrist is still wrapped in gauze right now. Is that because you left it behind from your last suicide? Xiao Sun nodded. Yes, that time I tried to slit my wrists. What have you figured out since that time? Why? Why is it that I, who am clearly the victim, am bent on death, but Lu Shua, who is the victimizer, is able to get away with it every day? I'm not willing, I know, I can't die. If I die, the sad ones in the world are the ones who care about me, and the happy ones happen to be the ones who hurt me like Lu Shua. So, I must make Lu Shua pay the right price. So you chose to contribute online and chose to use the power of the internet to help yourself, right? Yes, I actually tried a lot of methods. I went to find the police who were responsible for the case of Lu Shua and I at that time, but they also have no way. Some things, not the general police, can change, so I can only use the power of the network. To the heat about this matter on the network now, are you satisfied? Xiao Sun nodded, then shook his head, satisfied, but also not satisfied. How can I say this? What I am satisfied with is that more and more people know about this matter and what kind of person Lu Shua is, but what I am not satisfied with is that Lu Shua has not been duly punished up to now. Along with Xiao Sun's interview, there are the rest of the people who have been hurt by Lu Shua. There were more than 20 people in total, and these videos caused an instant uproar online. At the same time as the incident, there was also a spontaneous campaign by netizens boycotting Sincerity and Supermarket. Dozens of branches of Changhe Supermarket in Nanjing province were sent wreaths, rotten eggs and banners wishing for early closure. There were also spontaneous marches in front of the supermarkets. Resolutely boycott Changhe Supermarket. No little money for the bullies. The supermarket owned by the bullies closed down soon. If the Sewa supermarket is still open in the future, every penny it earns may be their capital for their evil deeds. Let's not talk about useless things. I bought rotten eggs at my own expense and threw them. A villa area in Shizhou. Lu Ping finished reading the information that his assistant had organized for him about the recent past, and he was so angry that he almost turned his back. Go and call that rebellious son to me, call him over. After the assistant called Lu Shua over, Lu Ping directly gave him a big mouth. Do you know how much trouble you've caused? Now the supermarket's business has plummeted. Look at what you've done. Lu Ping threw a bunch of information that his assistant had organized into Lu Shua's face. Dad, don't be angry, I know who did it. Just now I called that disability. Surprisingly, it was answered by a person who just had a conflict with me the day before yesterday. The whole thing was organized by him. He's the one behind the whole thing. I have already contacted my second uncle. Dare to do something to me, should be clear about the consequences. Lu Shua said viciously. Lu Ping frowned. You're saying that this is someone else's plan specifically targeting you, and that there's a pusher behind the scenes? Not by chance? Yes, it's a guy called Lin Feng. Don't mess around, those who can organize this kind of thing are definitely not mundane, don't do it easily. Lu Shua promised, but in his heart he snorted, a poor guy, what can he do? Chapter 57 Lu Shua's Plan. There are more and more explosions about Lu Shua on the internet, and there are even media outlets that list Lu Shua's 10 major sins. But the silence of some official media on the matter incurred the dissatisfaction of many netizens. In fact, the official media is not easy to respond is correct, because from Lu Shua things burst out to now, a total of less than a day's time. A day's time is enough for a message to spread countless times in this era of Big Bang, but the official investigation is still not quite enough. There is not enough evidence, the official media do not make a sound, is correct, only to investigate clearly, the official media can put a lid on this matter. But some netizens will not care about this, they only see the official media in the face of such a serious incident even did not speak out, did not take action against Lu Shua, absolutely is harboring, absolutely is receiving benefits, absolutely is the official business protection. So since the Lu Shua incident broke out, the comments in the comments section of some official media were filled with accusing voices. Why don't you arrest Lu Shua? Just because he's rich? Isn't everyone equal? Sure enough, it's too dark. Officials and businessmen protect each other. Poor people deserve to be bullied, they can't even find a place to redress their grievances, and now that things have gotten so big, aren't they going to come out and deal with it? I think they are all in cahoots with Lu Shua, just to let this matter pass and then deal with it coldly. The internet has a limited memory. After this matter is not discussed by anyone, Lu Shua will still be the same rich kid, while Xiao Sun will still only be able to be depressed in a wheelchair. The internet has no memory, but I do have a memory, and I'm here to post as proof that if this matter can't be dealt with justly, I'll always come here to comment. In addition to the righteous netizens, there are countless marketing numbers that started to report on this matter. Lu Shua has completely and utterly turned into a street rat on the internet that everyone is shouting at. In the early hours of that day, Lu Shua and his second uncle, Lu Huaxiang, as well as the many punks under Lu Huaxiang's hand gathered together. Lu Shua, are you sure you want to do it? Your father has instructed me to be calm about everything in the near future. Second uncle. My dad is timid, are you timid too? Don't you know what the internet is saying about me now? The only way to solve all these things is to solve the people who made this mess first. Seeing Lu Huaxiang still hesitating, Lu Shua once again added a fire. Second uncle, now the business of the supermarket is getting worse and worse. If things continue to develop, second uncle, you deserve your share of the money is not there, you can still be so powerful as now? You should have a lot of enemies now, right? At that time, those enemies of yours come to take revenge. You also have no money to the following little brother. Do you want to see that kind of day to come? Lu Shua's words made Lu Huaxiang fall into deep thought. He was able to get to where he was today, all by working for Lu Ping. Lu Ping gives him money every month, feeds him, and also feeds the group of juniors under his hand, and lets him go on errands when he can use them. If Chenghe supermarket is really destroyed, there is no money, under the hands of the little brother believe that absolutely will be gone, they are not what loyal brothers, just some who good with whom the small punks only. In order to keep the current position, to ensure that every month in the future, as before, money into the account, to ensure that his hands under the little brother does not run out, now you have to make the online things to stop. You are right, in order to make the online things subside, we must solve the person who made this matter. Lu Shua's face showed joy. Second uncle, that's right. So you have to listen to me, go inside that Lin Feng's house and tie up his parents. I don't believe that by that time, he'll still dare to go against me. That's fine, second uncle will listen to you today, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Lu Shua had a cruel smile on his face as he set off, going to Lin Feng's house. Around 1 o'clock at night, Lu Shua led a group of people to quietly sneak into the neighborhood where Lin Feng's former home was located, then followed the stairs and found Lin Feng's door. Is there anyone who can pick locks? Lu Shua shouted in a low voice to the group. I will, I used to be a pickpocket for a while. There was a little bald guy in the crowd who tried to introduce himself, and Lu Shua snapped and slapped him on top of his bald head. So loud that you are afraid that others won't know that we are coming, right? I was wrong. Little bald man panicked to admit his mistake. Useless words. A moment to say, this lock, no sound. Pry open. How long it takes? The little bald man searched for a while, and then patted his chest to guarantee, young master, you don't worry, at most 10 minutes, surely can open. Good, hurry up and open it. Little bald indeed did not brag, he used to be a habitual thief, said at most 10 minutes, he got on with more than 3 minutes to open the door. Lu Shua's face revealed a smile, patted the shoulders of the small bald, good job, this time you take the first credit. After opening the door, Lu Shua waved to the crowd and took the lead to walk into the house, still holding a machete in his hand. But after some searching, Lu Shua's face is not good. Have you searched everywhere? I searched inside and out, confirmed that there is no one, and all kinds of electrical appliances are turned off, as if no one has lived here for a few days. The machete in Lu Shua's hand swung towards the TV set inside the room. Treadmill. Did you receive the news in advance or did you move? Lu Shua's second uncle Lu Huaxiang opened his mouth. Should be moved. You want to come to his home plan who did not say it? We didn't know until the time of the move, so it's unlikely that someone leaked the news in advance. Lu Shua thought for a moment, then as if he thought of something, the corner of his mouth showed another smile. Pouncing is not afraid, go with me to another place. There may be other gains there. That night, Lin Feng was surprisingly energetic, not sleepy at all. Not sleepy. Lin Feng opened his cell phone and looked at the time. It was already the second day of the morning. The number of check-ins had been refreshed after 12 o'clock. Let's see what good things there will be today. System, come out, I want to sign in. Ding, congratulate the host to sign in successfully, get a world top security company Lin Security. This security company within 100 from the battlefield retired from the top of the special mercenaries. The strength of each mercenary is the world's top. The security company's Headley Bad even has a single person to deal with the 30 handheld cold weapon king of soldiers to kill the war power. In addition to the mercenaries with high combat strength, the security company also has a variety of talents, such as investigating things, assassination, etc. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Usually this kind of very useful rewards, the system gives me what I'm going to use recently, like that PR company, and now I'm given a security company. Could it be that someone is going to do something to me? Chapter 58. Sister Autumn was kidnapped. Lin Feng's consciousness sank into the system and asked the system, is someone trying to do something bad to me recently? That's why I was given such a security company? At least the host can use it in the near future. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Who is trying to make a move against me? I don't have many enemies right now, besides Lu Shua I can't think of the rest of them. It's come to this, he still dares to make a move against me? He's really bold. Lin Feng laughed coldly and then stopped caring. Since the system had given himself the security company, it definitely had its uses. And with the protagonist's aura, he wouldn't be in trouble, so he didn't have to worry at all. No longer thinking about the security company, Lin Feng opened Jane, and then ate a shock. 2 million fans? I remember the day I gave the Bai Cherry Rua sisters gifts I only had a few thousand followers, right? This speed of rising fans is a bit shocking, right? 100,000 plus private messages? I'll be damned. Lin Feng blocked all the private messages with one click and then swiped the video.
Suddenly Lin Feng realized that not only were there a lot of videos about the Lu Shua incident today, even the live broadcast had people talking about it. Lin Feng swiped several live streams of people combing through the Lu Shua incident one after another. Some of them were also consulting various legal documents to discuss what would happen to Lu Shua if he was caught. Lin Feng saw those people discussing feverishly, so he added a fire to the fire, and rewarded all the live broadcasts, or videos, that were in the shake for Shaosun, for the people Lu Shua had harmed, with gifts. Until the remaining jitter coins inside their account all spent before stopping. After rewarding by Cherry Roi last time, Lin Feng still had more than 50 million jitter coins left in his account, which converted to RMB was more than 5 million. Now all of them had been brushed away by Lin Feng. After he finished, Lin Feng went to bed, but at 5 o'clock, Lin Feng was suddenly woken up by a ringing phone. It was Su Yushu. Lin Feng quickly picked up the phone. On the other side was Su Yushu's nervous voice. Lin Feng, something happened, Sister Chiu and Brother Chang were kidnapped. Lin Feng instantly sobered up, then sat up. Don't be in a hurry, slowly say it. Su Yushu on the other end of the phone relieved his nervousness for a moment, then said what happened. Just now he received an anonymous call. The person inside the phone said that he wanted Lin Feng to call him back or Cheng Yanqiu and Chang Yihe's lives would be gone. The anonymous caller hung up after saying this and then immediately came in with a text message with a picture of Cheng Yanqiu and Chang Yihe both tied up with ropes. Su Yushu sent the photo to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the photo and narrowed his eyes. I kind of know why the system gave me a security company, so it's this thing. Su Yushu on the other end of the phone was very anxious. Lin Feng, what should I do now? Sister Chiu and the others won't be in trouble, right? What kind of person kidnapped them? Yushu, don't worry, the phone call just now was for me to call back, right? Yes, that's what they said on the phone, but the phone hung up before I had a chance to ask. Give me that guy's phone number. Isn't he looking for me? Then I will see what he wants to do. Su Yushu didn't hesitate and directly sent Lin Feng the number of the person who had just called. After receiving the number, Lin Feng immediately called back. Beep. After ringing for a while, the phone was picked up. Who is this? I'm Lin Feng, what do you want from me? Ha 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 ha. A laugh came from the other end of the phone. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. This voice? Is it Lu Shua? Lu Shua kidnapped Sister Chiu and Brother Chang? Lu Shua? Is that you? You did the kidnapping? Lin Feng, remember my voice? I thought you'd forgotten. Remember what I said to that cripple on the phone yesterday? Messing with me definitely doesn't end well. Lin Feng's face is cold. What do you want? Ask me what I want? If you don't want anything to happen to these two people in my hands, hurry up and get that cripple, and all the people who claim to have been bullied by me, to clarify everything. Now you have to listen to me. If you don't, I can't guarantee that my boys will do something to that woman. Are you threatening me? I'm so scared right now. I can only spread my anger all over that woman, and don't worry, this kind of good thing I won't forget you. I'll record a video for you, so that you can appreciate it too. Lu Shua's words were very arrogant, but Lin Feng couldn't provoke him right now. You don't mess around, I agree to your conditions, but it's to ensure that the two people don't have anything going on. If you mess around, you won't get what you want, and I won't be satisfied either, isn't that right? Lu Shua on the other end of the phone sneered. Of course I know this, otherwise I would have already forced my way in. Lin Feng, listen to me, I'll give you an hour. If I don't see a clarification for me on the internet within an hour, you'll just wait to receive a video of that woman and me. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Fine. But I need to be sure of one thing now. Determine what? Make sure that the two people you kidnapped are now intact, record a video and send it to me. I want to see what they look like. Okay, you wait. Not long after hanging up, Lin Feng received a video. Inside the video, Chang Yanqiu and Chang Yihe were tied on top of a pillar with their backs to each other. The two of them were intact except for their pants legs, which were a bit dusty. They didn't look like they had been bullied. After watching the video, Lin Feng immediately contacted the head of his security company, Li Bad. Lin Dong, I'm the person in charge of Lin's security company. My name is Li Bad. I will protect your safety in the future. Lin Feng got straight to the point. I'm sending you a video now. Can you find the exact location from the background revealed inside the video? Theoretically, with enough iconic background, it's possible to find it, but it takes enough time. Just need to find it locally in Shizhou. The video I sent over, you see how long it takes. The situation is very tense now. More than an hour, things will be difficult to do. Lin Dong, wait a moment, I and my brothers look at it. After about 10 minutes or so, the phone finally came back to the voice of Li Bad. Lin Dong, if the scope is locked in Shizhou local words, then it is very good to check. just after the initial lock, has narrowed down the scope to 3 targets.
Chapter 59: A Close Call.
Hearing Li Bad's reply, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief in his heart.
Which 3 places?
According to the video inside the picture, the environment is an abandoned factory. Shizhou local abandoned factories are not many, and from the video above, the time combined with the weather, light and other factors, that abandoned factory is located in the place of sunny days, light is very sufficient.
And
Li Bad methodically combed through all the clues, and finally locked the target in 3 abandoned factories. I have already had my men go to the vicinity of those 3 factories to investigate. I believe that it won't take more than half an hour to have an answer.
Lin Feng nodded, very satisfied with Li Bad's efficiency.
Where are the addresses of those 3 factories? Find a place that's about as close as you can get to all 3, first take someone there and wait, and when you receive news on exactly which factory it is, then act directly.
Okay, Mr. Lin. Around 5:40.
Lin Feng and Li Bad, as well as about dozens of people from the security company, all rushed to a piece of rented accommodation nearby. This place was as close to the 3 factories as they were, and it would take at most 15 minutes to get to any of the factories from here. Li Bad answered a phone call, then his eyes flashed and he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Dong, the target is locked, it's that factory near Tianqiao Road. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, depart. A group of dozens of people immediately got into the car and then drove towards their destination. In the car, Lin Feng received another call from Lu Shua.
It's now 5:42, I gave you an hour, now 40 minutes have passed, but I still haven't seen your clarification on the internet, are you playing me?
I have just been communicating with Sun Shihang, clarifying this matter is not something I can go online and casually say a few words that you are innocent and others can believe it.
If Sun Shihang doesn't come forward, who's going to believe you're innocent without proof? That's why I finally convinced Sun Shihang.
Now I'm on my way to Sun Shihang. What he should say in a while, I've already drafted, but you said an hour may have to go a little beyond a little while.
But at this point in time, what's the difference between that and 10 minutes? You should not care, right?
Lu Shua on the other end of the phone sneered, if the time is short, I naturally won't care, but if you deliberately delay to fool me, then don't blame me for not being polite. I've always valued commitment in my work. You wait, I'm almost at the place where Sun Shihang is. I believe that in less than half an hour, you'll be able to see the video that clarifies things for you.
Okay, I'll wait for you. Inside an abandoned factory.
Lu Shua hung up the phone, then threw the phone aside and came to the bound Cheng Yanqiu. I didn't realize that this Lin Feng still cares about you, for you to casually give up such a big plan. It seems that your relationship is not shallow.
I really envy him a little bit.
That day at his side of the little beauty is also his lover, right? It's amazing that he can enjoy the happiness of having 2 beautiful women by himself.
But he shouldn't have made a deal with me. Because I've never been honest, ha 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 ha.
After he sends the clarification video, I'll have someone secretly push the envelope, and after that, you're mine. At that time, I'll send the video to Lin Feng, so he can see how his woman was bullied by me.
Ha 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 ha.
Cheng Yanqiu looked at Lu Shua with cold eyes, his heart already prepared to fight to the death without being insulted.
At the same time, Lin Feng's tall figure surfaced in his mind. Lu Shua kidnapped himself in order to threaten Lin Feng? It was reasonable to say that he and Lin Feng had met once in total. Listening to what Lu Shua had just said, the Lu Shua incident that had been sensationalized on the internet in the past 2 days was something that Lin Feng had caused. But now, in order to save himself, Lin Feng could only whitewash Lu Shua again. Is he more important in his heart than his own schemes? Cheng Yanqiu's heart was in turmoil.
Another 10 minutes or so had passed. Lu Shua looked at the time. It was almost 6 o'clock in the morning. In April days, 6 o'clock was already dawn. Sitting on a chair, Lu Shua closed his eyes and rested his mind. All of them had not slept all night. Cheng Yanqiu saw that several people around him were yawning, some were even snoring, and looked at a dagger that wasn't too far away from him. Taking advantage of the people around him not paying attention, Cheng Yanqiu's right foot slowly moved towards the dagger. Because the rope was tied rather tightly, Cheng Yanqiu moved very hard, and finally felt that he had reached his limit, but his right foot was still a few centimeters away from the dagger. This is just a few centimeters. For Cheng Yanqiu at the moment, it is like tens of thousands of miles away. Cheng Yanqiu's arms and chest were being strangled by the rope, but it was still a little short. Cheng Yanqiu was afraid that the people around her would notice if she kept moving, so she had no choice but to temporarily retract her right foot. Immediately after that, she touched Cheng Yihe, who was tied back to back with herself, and then used her foot to point to the dagger over there, but Cheng Yihe was even more tightly tied than she was, and couldn't move the slightest bit at all. Cheng Yanqiu took a deep breath. She still had to rely on herself. She endeavored to move her body up and down. making the rope that was originally on her bosom go down a bit, which would make the rope a bit looser. After making all the preparations, Chang Yanqiu looked around carefully to make sure no one was paying attention, then quickly stretched out her right foot, and this time, she touched the dagger.
But the dagger had made a sound. Vertical. The dagger and the ground collided, and the crisp sound came out, immediately waking up the people resting next to her. Lu Shua also violently opened his eyes. Chang Yanqiu hadn't had the time to retract her right foot, and she immediately felt a chill in her heart. Want to run? Why do you think you're doing this?
I was going to wait until Lin Feng clarified it for me before I moved you, but you disobeyed yourself, so don't blame me for moving ahead. You can't move now that you're tied up, can you? I'll taste what you're like first. Lu Shua had a lewd smile on his face, rubbing his hands together as he moved a little closer to Chang Yanqiu. Lu Shua stretched out his hand and uncovered the tape on Chang Yanqiu's mouth. His eyes were filled with strong possessiveness. If you don't want to suffer, be good, otherwise, I'm not the only one. Just in the nick of time, Lu Shua reached out to touch towards Chang Yanqiu's body. A cold light flashed in front of Lu Shua's eyes. By the time Lu Shua reacted, his hand had already fallen to the ground, and with it, a pain like a drill.
Chapter 60 Captured Alive. Ah!
A heartbreaking roar spread throughout the abandoned factory. Chang Yanqiu's eyes were wide open. Just now in that close call, a cold light flashed in front of her eyes, followed by the next moment, Lu Shua's hand disappeared in front of her eyes.
To be precise, it should be half a hand.
Chang Yanqiu was startled, and then she only saw the people around her as if they were on guard.
These people are all punks, bullying goods. Usually it's okay to bully ordinary people. How have they ever seen this kind of situation? After Lu Shua's hand was cut off by a flying dagger, more than half of the punks directly squatted on the ground in fear, and the rest of them who were still standing were also shivering, and some of their pants were even wet. As the boss, Lu Huaxiang still had some guts. He came to Lu Shua's front, looked at the broken arm that was continuously bubbling with blood, and his heart went cold. They had run into big trouble. Quickly! Surround in front of these two people. They are definitely here to save these two people. As long as we have these two people in our hands, we won't have. However, before Lu Huaxiang could finish his words, another knife flew over without warning and slashed across his neck, after which his face was devoid of any expression, his neck flowed down with a splash of blood, and he collapsed on the ground. Ah!
The crowd inside the factory was like birds of prey, instantly fleeing in all directions. If Lu Shua's broken arm just now had only initially destroyed their psychological defenses, then Lu Huaxiang's fall had completely broken them.
Now you know to run? Can you guys run?
Lin Feng's voice came out, and it seemed like a certain place in Chang Yanqiu's heart was touched. This kind of hero saving a beauty was lame, but it did work.
Anyone in despair would have thought that there was a man or woman of destiny who would come down from the sky and save him or her from the fire, right?
Chang Yanqiu was naturally no exception, but she thought a little more. Lin Feng was Su Yushu's boyfriend, and even though Su Yushu hadn't admitted it on her lips yet, the intimate gestures between the two of them had proved everything.
She couldn't.
Just as Chang Yanqiu was torn in her mind, Lin Feng had already waved his hand for the people from the security company to do it. Try to capture them alive, but if you meet one that's too screwed up, it's fine to kill them, they'll be treated as self-defense anyway. Lin Dong rest assured. While the rest of the people were arresting Lu Huaxiang's minions, Lin Feng idly walked to the place where Chang Yanqiu as well as Chang Yihe were tied up. The place that had just been a bit crowded also looked much emptier as the many juniors had fallen from a sinking ship. In the middle, besides the tied Chang Yanqiu and Chang Yihe, there was also Lu Shua, who was paralyzed on the ground, his arm bleeding profusely. Lin Feng came to the side of the pillar and untied the rope, releasing Chang Yanqiu and the two of them.
Sister Qiu, Brother Chang, are you alright? They didn't do anything to you guys, right?
Chang Yanqiu let out a long breath. We're fine, Lin Feng, fortunately there's you. If it wasn't for you, we don't know what we'd have gone through. I had already made plans to commit suicide. Lin Feng sighed. It's me who should be apologizing to you guys. They came at me. If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't have kidnapped you. Don't say that. That day in the barbecue restaurant, I also offended him. Their revenge is inevitable. Chang Yihe, who had always been a man of few words, rarely opened his mouth and said. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Chang brother, I still heard you say a complete sentence for the first time. Chang Yihe sighed. Through this thing I figured out a lot of things, may also be a blessing in disguise. Once upon a time that kind of decadent days I do not want to live. Lin Feng, I would like to ask you a thing.
Lin Feng froze. Ask me what? Those people, what do they do? Me, can I become like them?
I'm not bad with my hands. Chang Yihe pointed at the people from the security company next to him. His eyes were glowing, completely different from before. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Before he could reply, he suddenly heard a shout from Cheng Yanqiu, "Lin Feng, be careful! Out of the way!" Cheng Yanqiu violently pushed Lin Feng away. Only then did Lin Feng realize that Lu Shua, who was lying on the ground just now, didn't know when he touched a dagger and violently stabbed it towards Lu Shua. Lin Feng's reflexes were now several times that of an ordinary person. The moment he saw Lu Shua flying kicked Lu Shua away, then wrapped his arms around Cheng Yanqiu. Lin Feng's timely reaction allowed the dagger in Lu Shua's hand to also narrowly and dangerously brush past Cheng Yanqiu's clothes. Only the clothes were scratched, the person was fine. Cheng Yanqiu froze, just froze in Lin Feng's arms. At this moment, she felt that there was nothing else in the world that was warmer than Lin Feng's embrace. After a while, Lin Feng took the initiative to let go of his arm around Cheng Yanqiu's waist, and only then did Cheng Yanqiu react, letting go of Lin Feng with both hands, with a feeling of reluctance in her heart. Cheng Yanqiu turned around, her face was slightly red, the heart that hadn't been beating for 7 or 8 years, today it was beating exceptionally frequently and violently. After the two people let go, both tacit understanding did not speak. Cheng Yanqiu face wall. Lin Feng beckoned to Li Bad, pointing to Lu Shua, who was kicked off just now. "You help him stop the blood, and then knocked out, and hand it over to the police in a while. He can't die right now, he needs to give an explanation to the many public opinions on the internet." Li Bad from his own pocket inside pulled out a medical box youth version, a few gauze and a bag of salt. "First disinfect your wound." After saying that, Li Bad spread the salt on Lu Shua's wound. Ah! Lu Shua almost directly fainted from the pain. The pain brought about by directly sterilizing the wounds with salt without anesthesia could be imagined. However, this was what Lu Shua deserved. I believe that when Xiao Sun's legs were smashed by Lu Shua, the pain wouldn't be much lighter than this, right? I believe that when Xiao Sun was doused with scalding hot water on his body, the pain was only a little more than Lu Shua's right now, right? I believe that when Lu Shua hurt others, he never thought that he would have this day, right? After using the salt to disinfect Lu Shua's wounds, without the need for Li Bad to knock him out, Lu Shua had already fainted from the pain himself. The rest of the juniors were also captured by the security company's people and tied up with ropes. Lin Dong, all the people have been captured back, how to deal with it? Lin Feng scanned the crowd on the ground and did some calculations in his mind. The various information and evidence had been provided to the police for almost a day, and now that Lu Shua had been handed over, it was about time. Contacting the police, handing over all these people to the police, Lu Shua had one more item on top of his crime: kidnapping. Li Bad took Lu Shua and the others to leave the factory. Lin Feng and Cheng Yanqiu both looked at each other. "Let's get out of here first. I know you guys have a lot of questions, let's talk about it in the car later."